Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online, and today I'm gonna start a new series, What If Naruto Had the Gojo Satoru's Abilities, Part 1. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Ninja Academy Konoha boredom struck Naruto Uzumaki. He sat in the rear of the classroom while Iruka-sensei talked endlessly about the Hidden Leaf Village, its founders, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, and the historical and geopolitical context of Konohagakure. Despite his dislike of history, Naruto spent a lot of time reading books about science, math, ninjutsu, and chakra theory at the Konoha library. However, he wanted to do something enjoyable because these academy subjects were so dull. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, had enrolled him in the Ninja Academy a year prior. Since all of the village's strong ninjas had gone there, the Sandaime had assured him that it would be the ideal location for him to gain strength. Naruto began to question the old man's statements after more than a year in the academy. They had not yet begun training in taijutsu or even learned any jutsu. Instead of letting his brain rot from learning a bunch of pointless nonsense over the next couple of years, Naruto believed he would need to improve his training regimen in order to have real growth during his time here. However, he had no way out of this dull lesson at the moment. He turned to look at Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akamichi, his two sitting companions. He was as bored as they appeared to be. As Iruka went on with the lecture, Shikamaru had his head resting on the table in front of him, trying to get some sleep, and Choji was munching on some chips. Naruto grinned. He thought of something. He pulled a pencil and piece of paper from his backpack and began sketching. He sketched an image of Iruka-sensei, complete with a large lip, narrowed eyes, and donkey ears. "I love ramen" was written in a speech bubble, and "Hokage-sama is my senpai" was written on a heart-shaped sticker, among other details he added. He laughed inwardly. His masterpiece made him proud. He showed it to Choji, who laughed. Choji then showed it to Kiba, who was to his right, and Kiba laughed as well. When Iruka noticed the laughter, she turned to face the boys and asked, "Mind explain to me what's so funny?" The boys' faces went pale when they looked up to see their sensei staring at them, so their fun was short-lived. "Nothing sensei," Choji exclaimed, attempting to conceal the video. With a naive expression on his face, Naruto crumpled the drawing and tossed it to the ground, discarding the proof. "Yeah, and nothing Iruka-sensei," he exclaimed. Shikamaru mumbled, "Man, what a drag," and rested his head back on the desk. Iruka approached the trio and remarked, "There is something you find funny based on how loud you were laughing. You need to focus. This knowledge is necessary to become a great shinobi of the leaf." As they were seated, he turned to face them and said, "This is no time to be fooling Aro." He noticed a crumpled piece of paper beneath the desk and asked, "What's this?" Iruka picked it up and started to straighten it out while Choji, Kiba, and Naruto gave him a worried look. Before a huge tick mark appeared on Iruka's forehead, he took a few seconds to process the image. "Which one of you did this?" Iruka yelled, displaying the self-portrait. When they saw the photo, many students burst out laughing. "We don't know, sensei. We found it on the ground." "I swear," yelled Naruto, fearing for his life if Iruka discovered who was responsible. "How did it conveniently end up over here? I didn't see it before and sure as hell didn't hear anything being thrown." Iruka responded with a scream. He was about to launch into another tirade when the bell, which marked the end of the school day and the end of class, rang. Together, Naruto, Choji, and Kiba thought, "Thank God," as they took advantage of the chance to get away from their sensei. "Oh no you don't," Iruka said, snatching the three escaping kids by the collars of their shirts. "I still have to figure out who was behind this. The rest of you are free to go home." With sympathy for whoever was at fault, the remaining students left the room. Iruka held up the drawing and the three boys were positioned in front of him. "It has to be one of you. The paper was near your desk and no one else had seen anything on the ground. So, whoever it was, come forward," he said with an angry expression. After exchanging glances, Kiba and Choji pointed a finger at Naruto, who was seated between them. As he raised his hand, Naruto exclaimed, "Sensei, why don't we stop the hunt for the culprit?" "So, it was you, Naruto," Iruka remarked while striking Naruto in the head. Naruto rubbed the top of his head, feeling the pain of Iruka's punch. "Ouch. That hurt, sensei," he said. To his left and right, he could see Kiba and Choji giggling at him. "Come on Naruto, if you want to be a ninja you need to focus," Iruka yelled. "Maybe if your lectures weren't so boring, I would pay attention. Replied Naruto. Who cares about history, it's so boring. When can we get to the good stuff and learn cool jutsu? Iruka sighed. He had admired Naruto's potential and wanted the best for him, but the youngster was unreliable, would constantly slack off, and showed no regard for elders or anyone in a position of authority. And he could be a pain. Iruka gazed down at the boy with the white hair and met his eyes. Naruto was wearing black shorts, black sandals, and a light blue sweatshirt with a red swirl on the back. His eyes appeared to reflect the color of the sky and matched the hue of his sweatshirt. Iruka was frightened by those eyes for some reason. They were too blue and appeared to have a lot of power. This fear did not cause Iruka to despise Naruto. He had suppressed his hatred for Naruto some time ago. He did occasionally feel angry at the boy. The village had suffered greatly and been destroyed as a result of the attack by the Kyuubi, a nine-tailed demon fox that had wreaked havoc on it on the day of Naruto's birth. At the age of 10, Iruka became an orphan after the beast killed a number of shinobi and civilians that day, including his parents. He naturally detested Naruto, but he was unable to stop himself. How can he hold a boy who was born on the same day responsible for the Nine-Tails' devastation? Iruka had vowed to himself that he would not allow hatred to control him and would be the best teacher he could be to Naruto ever since he and Kakashi rescued him from Takigakure village hidden in the waterfall spies. That's not the point, Naruto. Having a large arsenal of jutsu doesn't make you the strongest. Having the wisdom, knowledge, and intelligence to know when and where to display your jutsu is key. A ninja's greatest tool is his ability to keep his cards hidden until the perfect time. Do you understand? Iruka replied with a sincere tone. Naruto grinned broadly as he said, "Hi, sensei," to Iruka. "You three can leave now. All I ask from you is to apply yourselves and become great shinobi," Iruka stated. The three boys sprang to their feet and ran out the door of the classroom. With a sigh, Iruka headed to the other academy teachers' meeting. As he made his way to the teachers' lounge, he hoped that one day they would hear what I had to say. As they made their way through the corridors, Shoji said, "Hey, Naruto, are you okay? That punch from Iruka-sensei looked like it hurt. He must be mad at you." Naruto massaged the top of his head, still in pain from Iruka-sensei's attack. "I'm fine. He's always getting on my case. I'm just trying to have some fun and lighten up the mood. It's just so boring having to sit and listen to him all day. We never do anything cool. It would be nice if we learned some jutsu or did some sparring." To which Kiba answered, "Yeah, I know what you mean. I want to learn how to fight with Akamaru. I'm probably going to ask my mom to show me and Akamaru some cool techniques." Shikamaru let out a sigh. "You guys are so troublesome. Why can't you just follow the rules and listen to him? It wouldn't make sense for students 1 year into the academy to learn the flashy stuff. Besides, ninjutsu and taijutsu are not as easy as you think. They require a lot of chakra control, stamina, and intelligence. You have to learn the basics first, before the more advanced stuff." "I suppose you're right," Naruto said. "It's just that he makes class so dull. It would help if Iruka cracked a joke once in a while." A brilliant idea suddenly came to Naruto's mind. Naruto smiled, his blue eyes sparkling, and he rushed ahead of them, saying, "You know what? One day, I'll become a teacher in the academy and make learning fun again. I'll make sure my students laugh and have fun and make prank pulling mandatory. You'll see." Shikamaru gave an eye roll, put his hands behind his head and said, Yeah, whatever. Keep on dreaming, Naruto. Also, what made you want to be a teacher? And much less believe that you have the traits to be a good one, he inquired. Naruto gave him a wink. Naruto put his arm around his friend and remarked, "I feel the desire burning in my soul, it's my destiny. Second, who wouldn't want to be my student?" He looked at Choji, who was exhausted from laughing at his charades, and said, "Any student would be won over by my charismatic nature and unwavering good looks." "Right, Choji." After shaking his head, Shikamaru said gravely, "You're hopeless, Naruto. You don't have a clue about what being a teacher means. It's about being responsible, patient, and wise. It's about guiding the next generation and passing on your knowledge and skills." Naruto stuck his tongue out and pouted, saying, "Geez Shikamaru, you're such a buzzkill." Until they arrived at the academy's gate and split up, the boys kept chatting among themselves. Saying, "See you tomorrow, losers," Naruto protruded his tongue. "I'm going to go to train so I can become an actual ninja." Shikamaru yawned and said, "Whatever, Naruto. Don't get yourself killed, I'm going home to take a nap. I'm too tired to deal with you." Choji rubbed his stomach and remarked, "Me too. I'm hungry. I need some chips. Bye, Shikamaru. Bye, Naruto. Bye, Kiba. Kiba petted his dog and said, "Come on, Akamaru. Let's go for a walk. We need some fresh air." After the boys bid each other farewell with a wave, Naruto began walking toward the training area. As the other kids gave their parents big hugs, he could hear their delight and laughter. Naruto saw parents whispering to each other, putting their kids behind them, and staring at him as he left the academy gates. He could overhear them talking in low tones, referring to him as a monster and dangerous. They used these terms to describe him on a daily basis. Naruto asked them, "What are you staring at? Got something you want to say?" The fact that Naruto could hear them startled the parents. Feeling uneasy and agitated, they hurried out of his immediate vicinity, leaving him by himself. Frustration, anger, and sadness were mixed together in Naruto's eyes. He pocketed his hands and made his way to Training Ground 11. Ground 11 of Konoha Training. Naruto dropped his bag containing books, rope, and weights when he got there. In order to get ready for the strenuous exercise he was about to undertake, Naruto began to stretch and loosen his muscles. Feeling the burn and the perspiration, he stretched his arms, back, chest, hips, hamstrings, and calves. He was prepared to endure pain in order to gain strength because he understood that it was the price of power. He began by performing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats as a warm-up. A series of calisthenic exercises, including burpees, lunges, and jumping jacks, come next. Then, avoiding the barriers and traps he had set up, he ran around the training area. He dodged underwires, leapt over logs, and dodged shuriken and kunai that flew from concealed devices. He improved his awareness and reflexes by moving quickly and nimbly. A child shouldn't normally be doing this at this hour because they most likely needed to get home before their parents became concerned. Naruto, on the other hand, had been by himself for as long as he could remember, so this was not the case. When he turned 4, he was expelled from the orphanage where he had previously resided. The villagers began to view him differently at that point as well. He stopped caring a long time ago and didn't know why. Based on his understanding, it was primarily related to the Kiyomi attack on the day of his birth. Every time he passed through the village, he had heard the locals refer to him as a demon. Additionally, the owner of the store would either refuse to let him in or charge him a ridiculous amount if he attempted to purchase food, clothing, books, or even just browse the inventory. In addition to staring at him with utter disgust, fear, and hatred, the villagers would spit in his direction. Naruto would frequently be by himself because they warned their kids to stay away from the demon. Naruto considered it utterly foolish. Given that he was born on that day, how could he be held accountable for the damage? That should be easy enough for anyone with a brain to piece together. Furthermore, Naruto was aware that the nine-tailed fox was a chakra-based beast that was unkillable based on what he had learned about it from the Konoha library. The idea that Naruto was the beast's reincarnation was nonsensical. This only served to increase his distaste for the villagers' lack of knowledge. The Konoha library had told him that a Jinchuriki, a human vessel, was designed to limit the strength of animals like the Kyuubi. They were referred to as Biju. Compared to the typical shinobi, Jinchuriki possessed enormous reserves of chakra, and in certain situations, they were even able to use the chakra of the Biju that was sealed inside of them. Nevertheless, it was also mentioned that the blending of the Jinchurikis and Biju's chakras within them results in their distinct chakra signatures. The peculiarity that perplexed Naruto was his ability to detect any chakra signature that characterized the nine tails in the community. He had searched the entire village for a distinctive chakra signature, despite the fact that his senses were still developing and weak, but he had not found anything, not even a slight hint. After this, he stopped looking for answers. He considered asking the elderly man, but Naruto did not want to answer all of the questions the Hokage would ask. Like everyone else, he would rather keep his secrets. Breathing heavily and perspiring from his training, Naruto took a seat on a nearby rock. He reached into his bag for a bottle of water and drank it, the cool liquid calming his throat. He had enough time to sit and relax before returning to his apartment because the sun hadn't set yet. He needed to practice other skills like taijutsu, ninjutsu, and chakra control, but he was unable to do so at the moment. He sensed someone inside the forest was observing him. Since the awakening of his senses, he had experienced this presence previously. 2 different chakra signatures were tracking him around the village, watching everything he did. He was aware that 2 distinct individuals were observing him, but he was unaware of their identities or motivations. From their chakra signatures, he could only tell that one was radiating warmth and the other was radiating coldness. He had thought the warm one was the Hokage, the elderly man who was spying on him. Because the Hokage was one of the few people who showed him kindness, he didn't mind this as much. However, he was unsure of the owner of the other chakra. He thought the Konoha Council had sent shinobi to keep an eye on him. He sensed nothing but emptiness and coldness from this person. Naruto had always been annoyed by the Konoha Council, ever since he could remember. At the age of 4, he was expelled from the orphanage and met them for the first time. There had been rumors that he was the reincarnation of Kyuubi. The Hokage was also informed by the orphanage staff that his unusual blue eyes were a source of fear for the other children. Because he believed Naruto had awakened a dojutsu, a rare and potent ocular ability, the Hokage had ordered an examination of his eyes. However, his chakra flow appeared normal, and they had not discovered any clues or symptoms of chakra abnormality in his eyes. Many accusations were made against Naruto and the Hokage as a result, including that the boy did this to get attention, that Hiruzen was too tender with the boy, that the demon was playing a prank, and so forth. As the Hokage defended him against the council's contemptuous comments, calling him a monster and a mistake, Naruto had noticed the anguish in his eyes. They were all cowards, Naruto thought, hiding behind their titles and positions of authority. His mistrust and dislike of the council had been stoked by these irrational charges and callous verdicts. The civilian, shinobi, and elder councils were the 3 sub-councils that made up the Konoha Council. Each of them had specific duties and responsibilities within Konoha's complex political system. The civilian business owners in Konoha, who provided labor, food, clothing, and other services, comprised the civilian council. They could complain to the Hokage or ask for protection, money, or assistance for the projects they wanted to pursue. In order to support the village and shinobi, they collaborated with the other councils to provide amenities. Despite their lack of political influence, they were bitter toward Naruto and held him responsible for the 4th Hokage's demise. They wanted him gone because they perceived him as a threat and a burden. Clan chiefs and senior ninja made up the Shinobi Council, which used their combined strength to exert influence. They were in charge of delivering missions to the Hokage, collaborating with him to develop the academy's curriculum, keeping the village in order, and creating powerful shinobi. They served as the foundation for Konoha's economic and military might. However, they continued to view Naruto as merely an afterthought, a boisterous, naive, and conceited brat. They prioritized their goals and interests over him and his potential. An important part of running Konoha was done by the Elder Council, which was made up of Danzo Shimura, Kaharu Udatane, and Homura Mitokado. As the Hokage's advisors, they collaborated with him to make sure that all choices were made with the welfare of Konoha and its people in mind. The Hokage has the last word on all decisions, but the council members can offer the Hokage their thoughts and counsel while considering all options and viewpoints. They had the ability to influence Konoha's future and were the custodians of its customs and secrets. For the time being, Naruto hovered in the background, invisible and written off as unimportant. However, he was unaware of the plans they had for him. Naruto questioned their intentions. He was unable to understand their motivations. Did they see him as a pawn or a weapon in their political schemes? Buried beneath layers of lies, the truth eluded him. However, he would eventually learn the truth. He gave a headshake. Before he could face them, he had to gain strength. After rising from the rock, Naruto had to figure out how to conceal himself from these onlookers. Finding a way to train in peace would help him reach his goal and improve his strength, speed, intelligence, and quality. He got to his feet and extended his arms. Since he couldn't work on anything important if he was still being watched, he made the decision to return to his apartment and take a shower. He slung his bag over his shoulder after picking it up. He walked home after turning around. Sensing a new chakra signature behind him, he halted. He glanced over his shoulder and scowled. This was starting to wear him out. Naruto made the decision to confront the person observing him. In the forest, he noticed a boy standing on a tree branch and observing him with interest and curiosity. The boy's eyes were dark, his skin was pale, and his hair was black. He was dressed in white shorts, black sandals, and a funnel-collared black long-sleeve shirt. He was a member of the Uchiha clan, one of the most prominent and strong clans in the village, as evidenced by the red and white fan symbol on his back. A wave of suspicion and annoyance washed over Naruto. What was this boy doing here, and who was he? What had he seen, and how long had he been spying on him? He had previously seen him in class, but they had never spoken. Hey, come out you creep. Who are you, and what do you want, huh? He yelled at the boy. Startled that he had been seen from so far away, the boy blinked and leapt from the tree. He approached Naruto with a cool, collected demeanor, as though nothing had occurred. He continued, "I'm Sasuke Uchiha. I was just passing by and happened to stumble across your training, that's all." Naruto had heard a lot of positive things about Sasuke and his abilities, so he was now interested. He was aware of Sasuke's untapped potential. He was thrilled because he believed Sasuke would make a fantastic future ally and sparring partner. Naruto retorted, striking a pose, "Well then Sasuke Uchiha, I am the great Naruto Uzumaki. Were you awestruck by my greatness, or what?" "No, I've seen better," said Sasuke casually. "You're not that impressive, you know." Naruto scowled at what he said. "So, what are you doing here, huh? Training, I assume." Sasuke, who believed he was well hidden, asked in confusion, "I was, but I heard some noises in the distance and thought I'd check it out." "And how did you see me, anyway? I was about 10 meters away." Naruto smiled. He winked and said, "Well, that, my friend, is a secret that you'll have to find out. A shinobi never reveals his tricks." Naruto was deadpanned by Sasuke. He thought, this guy is annoying. And he meant infuriating when he said, "Annoying. I bet you were just thinking, this guy is annoying," Naruto cried out, his laughter dying. "You were. I can see it on your face. You look like a grumpy cat." Sasuke's head developed a huge tick mark. His veins began to protrude from his head, and his blood began to boil. He was about to blow up because he was so tired of Naruto. Sasuke took Naruto by the collar of his shirt. "Will you ever shut up?" He shook him and yelled. Naruto grinned. He made fun of him by saying, "No, I won't. You'll just have to get used to it, besto friendo." Sasuke said, "We are not friends," and he released Naruto. He went on to say, "It was a mistake coming over here." Naruto caught up to him and said, "Hey, wait, how about this? Let's race to that tree over there. If I win, you have to be my besto friendo. But if you win, I'll never bother you again. Deal?" After turning around, Sasuke gave Naruto a direct look. "Are you being serious? So, if I win, you'll leave me alone? For as long as you live?" "Yes, yes, now stop being a baby." Naruto uttered those words. He held out his hand for Sasuke to shake, saying, "We'll shake on it." After grudgingly shaking Naruto's hand, Sasuke took the starting position. Despite his lack of trust in Naruto, he was prepared to take the chance of never having to deal with this moron again. As he assumed a ready stance, Sasuke reasoned that this shouldn't be too tough. After all, he was both quicker and more intelligent than Naruto. Naruto began to run, saying, "All right, I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3, he exclaimed, already in front. Sasuke yelled, "Hey, that's cheating," as he hurried to catch up with him and avoid this terrible circumstance. He was shocked that he had been duped by such an easy trick. Naruto reached the tree, touched it with his hand, and raised it triumphantly, but it was already too late. The race was his. With his tongue out, Naruto yelled, "Ha ha ha ha, looks like you're my besto friendo now." Sasuke appeared frightened upon realizing his new situation. Both his freedom and the race were gone. Now he had to stay with Naruto. A voice yelled from behind them at that very moment. "Sasuke, what are you doing out here so late?" it said. A tall young man was there when they turned. He had onyx eyes, pale skin, and long black hair. He wore gray shorts, a black shirt with a funnel collar, and a metal forehead protector with the Konoha symbol on it. He was Sasuke's clanmate because he was wearing the Uchiha crest. Sasuke answered, "Oh, Itachi. I didn't expect you to be back so soon." He looked around and saw that the sun had started to set. "I had gone out to train after the academy. I guess I lost track of time." Itachi said softly, "It's okay, Sasuke. Let's go back before it gets dark." Naruto gazed at them in wonder and curiosity. Although he appeared youthful, he believes this to be a relative of Sasuke's, most likely an older brother. Despite being no more than 5 years older, she exuded strength. It was evident to Naruto, who saw that his maturity outstripped his age. Wow, Naruto thought, a 2-for-1. Being able to meet these remarkable brothers with amazing latent power made him happy that he came out here today. Naruto cleared his throat before saying, "Itachi Uchiha, older brother of Sasuke Uchiha. I presume. Your chakra and stature are quite refined for someone so young. You must be a remarkable shinobi. Thank you for your kind words. You are very observant and perceptive. You have the tools to make a fine shinobi one day. What's your name?" asked Itachi. Naruto answered, "I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Well, Naruto, it was a pleasure meeting you. Unfortunately, Sasuke and I need to get back before it gets dark, Itachi replied. Naruto said, yeah, all right, it was good to meet you, Itachi. See you later, my besto friendo, and hurried away. Besto friendo? Itachi asked, giving Sasuke a raised eyebrow. Sasuke let out a sigh. He said, it's a long story. I'll tell you later, and then he and Itachi left. Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto had a long day. He had encountered some remarkable individuals who caught his attention. As he strolled through the village, he wondered if there were any more fascinating people. He was hungry and tired from his training, as evidenced by the rumbling in his stomach. Naruto made the decision to enter a ramen shop. He benefited from the fact that nobody was inside at this time of day. He needed to rest, refuel, and forget about the curious onlookers. He sat down at the counter and bided his time. A few moments later, the proprietor came out from behind the counter, grinning warmly. Chuki, the store owner, started to say, hello, how are you do? But stopped when he noticed the young boy with the white hair seated at the counter. What do you want, old man? Naruto shot back in an agitated tone, anticipating the typical suspicion. Surprised by the boy's defensive posture, Tucci bounced back fast. Oh, nothing. I apologize for staring. I just rarely get customers this young, especially at this hour. You seem on edge. Is there anything I can get you? He asked with genuine concern. The warmth in Tuki's manner surprised Naruto, and he relaxed a little. He said, oh, sorry, you're fine. I'm just tired and hungry, as his stomach growled. I'll take a large bowl of miso chashu pork ramen with extra pork and eggs, please. Tucci wrote down the directive. All right, what's the name of the order? Naruto. Tucci told Naruto, okay, Naruto. Your ramen will be ready in a few minutes. Sit tight, and I'll bring it out to you, before returning to the kitchen. Naruto was thinking alone as he considered his training and ways to get stronger when he was interrupted by a voice. Hey, came a voice. Naruto saw a young girl with black eyes, dark brown hair, and fair skin when he looked up. Wearing a dark blue apron, a white bandana tied over her hair, and a white robe with folded sleeves, she was roughly his age. Her appearance was surprising and fascinating. The girl smiled amiably as she walked up. Hi there, I'm Ayame. My dad said you ordered the miso chashu pork ramen. That's my favorite too. Her sincere friendliness took Naruto by surprise, and he managed to return the small smile. Hey Ayame, I'm Naruto. Nice to meet you. They started talking to each other. The ramen stand changed from being merely a place to eat to an unexpected sanctuary where Naruto felt a glimmer of acceptance and warmth while Chuki prepared his order in the background. As the sun set, the sky was painted in shades of pink and orange that reflected the warmth of their developing friendship, and they carried on talking. Alongside the sounds of their chatter and laughter, the aroma of simmering ramen permeated the air. As the day gave way to night, they shared jokes and stories and talked about everything from goals and dreams to favorite foods and pastimes. It's getting late, Ayame. It's time to close up shop, Tucci replied. Please, Dad, can we stay out here a little longer? Pretty please? Ayame asked. Tucci looked at Naruto and said, sorry, sweetie, we've got to get rest for the busy day tomorrow. Naruto also needs to get some shut-eye. Naruto answered, I'll drop by tomorrow, Ayame. Oh okay, said Ayame. She waved at him and said, bye Naruto, it was nice meeting you. Ayame went to her father as he closed his shop, and he waved back. Naruto left for his house. As he made his way to the village, it occurred to him that perhaps they were all not so horrible. Naruto saw some villagers trailing him from behind as he approached his apartment. They grew with each step as they followed him out of Ichiraku Ramen. He thought, wow, they just had to go and ruin a good day. With his back to them and a sarcastic tone in his voice, he called out to them. Isn't it a little weird to follow a child late at night? I thought this was a village of love and peace, he replied with disdain. Naruto looked out into the vast throng of villagers. They were trying to inflict pain with bats, broken bottles, and pitchforks. With a sly smile, Naruto chose to play with them. Are you here to bow before the mighty demon, or are you here to beg for mercy? Naruto asked. Naruto's remarks infuriated the crowd, and some of them charged at him in an attempt to surprise him. But Naruto moved too quickly for them. The villagers had no chance, not even against a child. He escaped their awkward assaults and vanished. After rushing forward to impale Naruto with his pitchfork, a plump villager was left wondering where he had gone and stabbing the air. Some whispered in the crowd, "Where did he go? Did you get him?" Naruto remarked, "You shouldn't be so reckless," while standing atop a lamppost. His hands were in his pockets as he stood up. "I'm not the one who attacked your precious village," he replied. "Shut up, you demon!" exclaimed one of them. Another person remarked, "You're the reason why we lost so many people. You're the reason why we live in fear. You're responsible for the destruction of the Leaf Village. You're the fox reincarnated," they screamed. Naruto shot back, "Ha! Don't make me laugh. I don't know what's stupider, believing that I am the fox or thinking that I'm the reason why your loved ones died. The only ones to blame for their deaths are you." The audience fell silent. Naruto cocked his head slightly and said, "If you were stronger, you could have protected them. Assigning reasons and responsibilities for death are what those who are weak do." Naruto replied. "You're weak," said Naruto. The mob went into a frenzy at that point, which was their breaking point. With a roar, they charged at Naruto, hoping that his suffering would make them pay for theirs. Using his improved perception, Naruto was able to see their attacks and easily avoid them. The majority of them lacked any real training because they were villagers rather than shinobi. He was enjoying playing with them. He laughed and made fun of them. His enjoyment was quickly cut short, though, when two Chunin ninjas arrived to investigate after hearing the disturbance. They observed Naruto encircled by irate villagers who were attempting to hurt him. One of the Chunin questioned, "What's going on here?" The other said, "Wait, that's him," identifying Naruto. "The demon," he said, hate shining in his eyes. "You're as good as dead, kid." Wanting to exact revenge on the demon who killed their parents, they charged at Naruto. Naruto thought, "Dang it. These were trained ninjas, far stronger and faster than the villagers, who were nothing." He was completely outclassed. He made the hasty decision to use his eyes, his only advantage. He directed them toward the two Chunin that were charging and examined each of their movements. He was too slow to dodge their blows, but he could see the attacks as though they were happening in slow motion. Despite his efforts to stay away, the two Chunin persisted. He coughed up blood after being punched in the stomach. Naruto tried to use his left hand to punch, but it was easily blocked. Then someone grabbed his arm, swung it, and threw him against a wall. Multiple kicks to his crest ensued, shattering his ribs and resulting in internal hemorrhage. They were resolved to permanently extinguish the demon. They were too strong for Naruto to defeat. As the crowd applauded at the sight of Naruto's suffering, a villager mockingly said, "Ha ha 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 ha, who's the weak now, brat?" Bloodied, bruised, and gasping for air, Naruto attempted to stand up and defend himself but was unable to do so. He was weak and much too young. Although he was able to sense their attacks, the disparity in strength and speed prevented him from taking advantage of any opportunities. He was angry at himself and felt helpless. "Die!" yelled one of them as he pulled a kunai from his pouch and threw it at Naruto's head. As it flew through the air, the sharp metal blade gleamed in the moonlight and was destined to kill him. "I can't believe it's over." HMPH, Naruto thought. Things were just beginning to get interesting. He prepared himself to die. But then an odd thing occurred. Around him, everything slowed down. Normally he had been more perceptive, but this time it was different. He could see, hear, and feel everything around him because everything was frozen. This was something he had never experienced before. As all of this was going on, he heard a voice in his mind. "Is this how you want your story to end?" it asked. Naruto noticed an elderly man with long white hair behind him, his fringes falling just past his eyes. He wore a dark-colored haori and had a scar on the right side of his lip. The elderly man exuded confidence, power, and dominance from his size. Naruto's eyes were identical to the old man's when he looked at him. "Show them your power," the elderly man ordered, his eyes gleaming brightly. Naruto experienced a flood of information enter his head at that precise moment. He made the half-tiger, ram seal hand sign out of instinct. The kunai was slowed down as it got closer to Naruto by the wall he created. When the kunai approached Naruto, its speed continued to decrease indefinitely until it appeared to be floating in midair. He was astonished. Naruto wondered if this was the power he was referring to. The elderly man said, "Good." He remarked, "Use this power in your eyes to become the strongest," before he faded on. Naruto experienced a wave of fatigue and lightheadedness before he could process what had happened. By using this ability, he had overexerted himself and depleted his chakra. Unconscious, he fell to the ground. The Chunin and the villagers were horrified and appalled by what they saw. They had never before witnessed such a force that went against reason and reality. They froze in wonder and terror. A flash of smoke brought an Anbu squad to the scene before anyone else could take action. To hide who they were, they donned animal masks and black cloaks. The Hokage had sent them because he sensed that Naruto's chakra was suddenly rising, suggesting that the boy might be in danger. He gave his Anbu instructions to observe the situation and, if needed, defend Naruto. When the squad got there, they discovered Naruto unconscious, bruised, and covered in blood on the ground. With their weapons in hand, they observed the throng of villagers and the two Chunin. With a glance at the other members of the squad, Dog, the squad leader, said, "Arrest the villagers and take the Chunin to the intelligence division to be interrogated. Tiger, grab the boy and take him to a private ward in the hospital. I'll report to the Hokage and meet you there." They said, "Hi, Captain," and then did as he said. Naruto was unconscious when Tiger picked him up and held him in his arms. Before resurfacing in Konoha Hospital, where Naruto would receive medical care, he used Shunsen no Jutsu, body flicker technique, and vanished in a whirlpool of leaves. Dog interrogated a few witnesses in order to gather their testimony before they vanished in a whirlwind of leaves and went to the Hokage's office to tell him what had happened. With a pounding ache in his head, Naruto opened his eyes. After meeting the villagers and discovering a new power, he had been unconscious for an hour. A hospital bed now held him. When he opened his eyes fully, he was inundated with information. All around him, he could see, feel, and hear, but it was all blurry and overwhelming. He could feel the different fabrics in his bed linens, hear the Hokage conversing with the doctors in his room, and see the light beams from the lamp above him. For him, it was too much. He was extremely tired and exhausted from all the information that was being thrown into his head. He was weak and lightheaded when he attempted to sit up in his bed. "Ah, my head," moaned Naruto. With a look of regret and worry on his face, the Hokage said, "Naruto, my boy. How are you feeling?" Once more, he had failed to shield Naruto from the animosity of the villagers. "I'm glad the Anbu got there in time. They found you in a terrible condition," said the man. Naruto rubbed the bridge of his eyes and remarked, "Physically, I feel fine, but my head is killing me. My brain feels like it's melting and will drip from my ears." Looking into Naruto's eyes, Hiruzen saw that they had changed. They were still blue, but now had an odd gleam. They seemed to be reading his thoughts and emotions, as though they were peering into his soul. He pondered what had become of them, what power they might have had, if any, and what that meant for the boy's future. Hiruzen inquired, "You said your brain feels as if it's going to fry? Could you elaborate?" Naruto gave Hiruzen a look. "I've always had good eyesight, hearing, and perception, but this is completely different. It's like everything has been cranked up to 11. I can even see chakra flow now. It's too much. It feels like everything is flooding my brain. Gigi." He smiled at Hiruzen. "Does that make sense? This might be a new dojutsu, I wonder. I've never seen anything like this. Does it resemble the Byakugan or even the Sharingan? We'll have to wait and see, I guess." After giving it some thought, Hiruzen turned to face the physician. "Is there anything that can help limit the amount of information he's receiving through his eyes?" Hiruzen inquired. "Maybe," said one of the physicians. Before he left the room, he said, "I think I have something that can help. Excuse me as I go retrieve it." Naruto inquired, "What happened to those who attacked me?" "The civilians were arrested and jailed for attacking a minor and talking about classified information. As for the shinobi who attacked you, you will not see them again," Hiruzen stated. "Good," said Naruto. "I hate those cowards. Don't even have the guts to take me head on." With a sigh, Hiruzen decided to deal with Naruto's hatred at a later time. A few minutes later, the doctor reappeared wearing round, blacked-out spectacles. Saying, "Here, try these on," he gave Naruto the glasses. Before donning the glasses, Naruto checked them out and was shocked to see that he could still see through them. Curious and optimistic, Hiruzen inquired, "How do you feel, Naruto?" "Great. I feel not as tired as I did without them," Naruto said with a relieved smile. Hiruzen questioned, "But can you see? They're completely pitch dark after all." Naruto gave the elderly man a look. He could see his tenketsu points and the large amount of chakra that was flowing throughout his body. Additionally, Naruto could make out 5 distinct kinds of chakras circulating through the elderly man. "I can't really see you, but I can see your chakra flow. I can also make out 5 different chakras flowing through your body. You've got a lot of chakra too." Naruto cracked a grin. "You really are strong, Gigi." "I see," said Hiruzen. As a result, despite having his eyes covered, he is still able to see chakra like the Byakugan and determine how much chakra a person has. My elemental affinities were also visible to him. His eyes are incredibly captivating. After saying, "Thank you," Hiruzen gave the doctor the all-clear to depart. Then he left, saying, "Get some rest, Naruto. We'll talk in the morning." After taking off his glasses and setting them on the adjacent counter, Naruto fell asleep. The chirping of birds outside Naruto's window roused him. Before leaving, he put on his fresh clothes and got his glasses. Hiruzen was waiting for him when he arrived at the hospital entrance. He pondered the topic of this conversation. Hiruzen led the way after saying, "Good morning, Naruto. Let's go on a little walk, shall we?" As they left the hospital, Naruto questioned, "Where are we going, Gigi?" He became a little agitated and said, "If it's to the report to the council, then you can forget it." Hiruzen chuckled. "I know how much you enjoy those meetings, but no, I was going to walk with you back to your apartment. I don't plan on telling the council of your recent developments. I wanted to talk with you on a more serious matter," he replied with authority. Naruto was intrigued because it was something new to have a serious discussion with the elderly man. "Okay, but if we are going to have this talk, we should probably do something about the guy who's been following me," Naruto replied. As he kept on moving, Hiruzen's eyes narrowed to avoid doing anything that would make the stalker suspicious. He inquired, "How long has this been going on?" "Since I was 4. I started to sense this weird chakra trailing me. It was cold and empty, but I never knew who it was," Naruto replied with a smile. "I assumed it was someone assigned by the council to spy on me." Hiruzen asked, "Do you know where he is?" Naruto lowered his glasses beneath his eyes and said, He looked around for the signature of the chakra he knew so well. "He's about 10 to 15 meters away, wearing one of those Anbu masks with a black cloak. I can't tell, but this feels like the same person." "Understood," said Hiruzen. He motioned to 2 of his Anbu, who were standing in the shadows, to handle it. After getting the signal, they vanished. The threat was eliminated shortly after, and they informed the Hokage that the man had been brought in for questioning. "Now that's resolved, tell me what you wanted to say." As they strolled on, Naruto inquired. "I'm sure you are aware of the attack of the 9-tailed fox 6 years ago on your birthday," Hiruzen stated. "How could I not, indeed? Every day, the villagers remind me," Naruto remarked sourly. "Yes, unfortunately. Nevertheless, you are aware that the fox is immortal due to its pure chakra composition. If it were killed, it would eventually revert to its previous state. Thus," Hiruzen said, "the only alternative is to seal the beast inside someone, making them a Jinchuriki. Yes, I know the fox is sealed inside of me if you were getting to that," Naruto replied. Hiruzen's eyes enlarged, displaying a startled and intrigued look. "How did you?" "Since I was 4 years old, I have been searching for the fox's chakra signature. After a year of looking, I gave up, but last night I found him in his cage," Naruto remarked absently. "Are you certain he did it?" Hiruzen questioned doubtfully. "A giant fox with 9 tails is pretty rare, so yeah, I'm sure it was him," Naruto shot back in a mocking tone. "Was there anything he wanted or said?" With anxiety, Hiruzen inquired. "No, he said I was strong and he looked forward to seeing my progress, and that was it," Naruto said dispassionately. Still taking in the information, Hiruzen nodded his head, wondering if the fox was more complex than they were aware of. "Do you need to tell me anything else?" Naruto inquired. Feeling conflicted, Hiruzen nodded his head, hoping Naruto would take his next words well. "Yes," Hiruzen replied. "Now, Naruto, you have to swear to me that you won't tell anyone about this until the right moment. The information I'm going to share with you needs to stay confidential. This secret is S-rank," he declared. "All right, Gigi. What is it?" With eagerness, Naruto inquired. After inhaling deeply, Hiruzen uttered the words, "You are the son of the 4th Hokage, Naruto." When Naruto heard that the 4th Hokage, regarded as one of the greatest shinobi ever, was now his father, his smile grew even wider. "What about my mother?" he inquired. "She was a superb and powerful kunoichi. Uzumaki Kushina was her name. Unfortunately, there aren't many of them out there anymore. She was from the Uzumaki clan, which was known for their large chakra reserves, healing ability, and specialty in Fuinjutsu," Hiruzen said. "However, she was also the 9-tailed fox's prior Jinchuriki before you." HMPH. She must have had a lot of strength, Naruto boasted. "Yes, she was," Hiruzen said sorrowfully. "The 9-tailed fox was taken from your mother on the day of your birth, and the village was completely destroyed. In order to save the village, your father had no choice but to seal the beast inside of you. Naruto, I hope you don't despise your parents. They died for you because they genuinely loved you." Instead of seeing you as a demon, they wanted you to be a hero, he said. What makes me despise them? They were powerful, Naruto retorted. The only people I hate are the villagers, he said, turning to face Hiruzen with appreciation and respect. Thanks to them, I have the power to be better. They're pitiful insects, struggling to survive. Why should we keep them safe? I can't wait to see their faces when they find out that the child they've hated is the son of their beloved fourth Hokage, he said, losing his temper. Naruto paused to take a deep breath. The will of fire was waning due to the encroaching darkness, but Hiruzen's worries went beyond the village's state to include Naruto's safety from both internal and external threats. He sighed, comprehending Naruto's anger and resentment toward the villagers, and wondered what his late sensei would think of the village's current state. No, Naruto, until the appropriate moment comes. This revelation must be kept a secret. You would only become a greater target if you revealed this information. Particularly now that your eyes have recently developed. He warned, you need to be careful. If your true heritage were to be revealed, you'd face endless pursuit. You're no fun, Gigi, Naruto sulked. So, what's the plan? He inquired. As you advance, keep your skills hidden from the general public, other shinobi, and superiors, even myself. I believe there has been a security breach, so anything you tell me could be in jeopardy. So, until I settle these issues, do as you please, Hiruzen said. Become the dead last, then? Naruto uttered those words. That may be a good idea, but you do not have to do so. Hiruzen laughed. Keep your true power secret until you are strong enough to protect yourself from these potential threats. With a jolt of excitement, Naruto pulled one hand from his pocket and examined it. He glanced at Hiruzen and said, Thanks, Gigi. Things have gotten a lot more interesting, even though you didn't have to. I appreciate you telling me all of this. I truly mean it, he said. Naturally, I want you to feel at ease enough to approach me and speak with me. I consider you my grandson, despite the fact that we are not blood relatives, Hiruzen remarked quietly. Thanks, said Naruto. Additionally, Naruto, try not to let your hatred control you. Too many gifted shinobi, in my opinion, have failed to overcome the evil within them. Please think twice before you make your deposition to the villagers. They're not all bad, Hiruzen remarked. Saying, yeah, sure, Naruto dismissed the old cage's remarks. Hiruzen just let out a sigh. By the time they reached their destination, the sun had risen above the horizon, illuminating the sky with pink and orange hues as the rays of light broke through the clouds, heralding the dawn of a new day. As they reached Naruto's front door, Hiruzen remarked, You have a little while before the academy starts. Let me know if you need anything, Naruto. Yep, see ya, Gigi, said Naruto. He replied, Goodbye, Naruto. And then he poofied in a smoke cloud. Ninja Academy Konoha. Exhausted from his conversation with Hiruzen, Naruto had decided to take a nap before the academy but had forgotten to set his alarm. He hurriedly put on a black long-sleeved shirt and gray shorts, grabbed his glasses, and left his apartment, deciding to take the scenic route to the academy and going at his own pace after realizing that it would be a waste to start running. Whistling, he entered the academy and wandered through the hallways, stopping now and then to talk to children in the hallway, and when he arrived at his classroom, he slid the door open. He felt like everyone was watching him as soon as he walked in, and he noticed the shocked and inquisitive looks on his classmates' faces. He wondered what was wrong until he realized that he was wearing his new glasses, which completely obscured his eyes and gave him a cool, mysterious appearance. The glasses also made him look more mature and attractive by highlighting his snow-white hair and facial features. The girls in the class were particularly taken aback by his new appearance. They blushed and felt their hearts skip a beat, unable to believe that this was the same Naruto they had laughed at and ignored since coming to the academy. They were intrigued by him and wondered if he was seeing someone else. Naruto chose to play with this, lowering his glasses just enough to show off his beautiful blue eyes. Naruto-kun. The girls, mesmerized by his gorgeous appearance, squealed with joy. Sit beside me, Naruto-kun. No, take a seat beside me, they joined together. Naruto. The room echoed with Iruka's thunderous voice. What the hell are you doing? How come you're an hour late? Take it easy, sensei, Naruto said, cockily raising his glasses to meet his sensei's stern gaze. All I'm doing is getting some beauty sleep. No big deal, he answered, casually waving his hands. Iruka's eyelids twitched and he sighed, thinking, just take an open seat, Naruto. The boys were exchanging astonished looks as Naruto looked around the classroom, their jealousy evident as he reveled in the attention. The situation was hilarious, and Naruto was amused by their reactions. He received more looks from some of the students, who thought he was crazy, and his eyes darted around the room, looking for a seat until they found one in particular. "Ah, Sasuke!" With a purposeful stride toward the Uchiha, Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke let out an internal groan, a silent cry of relief resonating in his mind. "Fate has worked together to bring us together again," Naruto said as he approached Sasuke and gave him a shoulder slap. "We are meant to be best friends," Naruto said, grinning. He had hoped for a calm day, but to his dismay, Naruto sat next to him. Sasuke glared at him, rubbing his shoulder where Naruto's hand had touched, and decided to ignore him, concentrating on the board, hoping that Naruto would find another seat if left unbothered. "Sasuke, are you really treating your besto friendo like this?" Naruto teasingly poked Sasuke's cheek while grinning mischievously. "Stop it, Dobi," Sasuke said, swatting Naruto's hand away as his eye twitched and his patience wore thin. "You are a bother, you are not my friend." A female voice interrupted, asking, "Sasuke-san, who is your new friend?" When Naruto turned around, he saw a girl sitting behind Sasuke, who had the same features as him, long, silky hair that reached her waist, a black short-sleeved dress with brown shorts underneath, a confident, elegant stance, curious, friendly eyes, and a cheerful smile upon her face. She waved at Naruto. "You're Kiyomi Uchiha, twin sister of Sasuke Uchiha and younger sister of Itachi Uchiha," Naruto said, lowering his glasses a little as he gazed at her. With Itachi and now with her, Sasuke wondered how he knew this. "Like your brothers, you are strong." With excitement, Naruto remarked, "I can see it." Kiyomi chuckled. "Itachi was accurate in his description of you. I'm glad to have met you. I've heard that you recently deceived my brother." She tugged at her brother's cheek and said, "Well, I'm sorry to tell you that I'm the only one who can mess with him." "No, he's mine," Naruto said jokingly while grabbing Sasuke's arm. Things were not looking good. He already had to deal with Kiyomi's antics, but now that Naruto was involved, it was going to get much worse. Sasuke was caught in a tug-of-war between his sister and Naruto as they laughed at him and had a great time. Naruto turned to face Kiyomi after the lesson. "How about the three of us get some ramen?" he replied. "That would be fantastic, ramen. I adore ramen," she said with gusto. "Have you ever had Ichiraku's miso ramen with pork? It's amazing," Naruto replied. Before Sasuke cut them off, Kiyomi and Naruto were still arguing about the various types of ramen. "No, we are unable to leave," he said. "Kasen told me to get home early." "Please, pretty please, Sasuke. Is it something you can do for your Oni-chan?" With puppy dog eyes, Kiyomi uttered those words. "No, also, you're barely older than me," he yelled angrily. "Sasuke, hurry up, come on over for some ramen." With the same puppy dog eyes, Naruto added, "Pretty please." Sasuke finally gave in after 5 minutes of Kiyomi and Naruto sitting on their knees pleading with him. "TCH, we can get ramen," he sighed. "Just hurry up." He was irritated that they were successful and said, "I'm blaming you if we get into trouble." Indeed, more ramen. Naruto and Kiyomi walked in a circle around Sasuke and yelled. "Let's go," they said, snatching Sasuke by the collar of his shirt and pulling him to Ichiraku Ramen. From a rooftop in the distance, Itachi observed them. While he was pleased to see his siblings and Naruto getting along, he was aware that they would require his joy sooner rather than later. As he considered the future, tears welled up in his eyes. On October 9th, a year later, Uchiha compound. Everywhere he looked and every step he took was completely dark, and Sasuke walked in complete darkness until he heard a growl in the distance. He turned his head to face the growl and saw two wolves, one with black fur and the other with white fur, both of whom had these odd seals on their foreheads, growling at him and exposing their fangs as if they were about to attack. Sasuke attempted to flee away from them, but they pursued him. He ran through the darkness until he stumbled upon a huge cocoon, which was held aloft by a string and held a huge creature. Sasuke's heart sank in horror and dread at the sight of the thing. He turned around to see the two wolves and other creatures staring at him, including a monstrous toad, a giant snake, and an owl wearing a white mask. As they got closer, the cocoon began to burst open, revealing an eyeless creature with 4 wings sticking out from its eye sockets and a tail-like appendage extending from the back of its head. It had an 8-handled wheel, and above it was a Dharma chakra. Sasuke was losing consciousness when the creature grabbed him by the throat and squeezed hard. He struggled and screamed for help, but no one came. "Sasuke! Sasuke! Sasuke!" As everything turned black and he fell into unconsciousness, a voice screamed out and reverberated through the shadows. His sister was shaking him when he woke up. "Sasuke, time to get ready for school," she yelled. "It's been 5 minutes since I tried to wake you up. Are you okay?" Her eyes were worried as she asked. "It's nothing, just a bad dream," Sasuke said, sitting up in bed and placing a hand on his head. "We're leaving in a few minutes, just letting you know that Okazen made breakfast," she stated. After nodding, Sasuke dressed, still trying to make sense of the nightmare, and went downstairs, bumping into Itachi just as he was leaving. Sasuke remarked, "Ni-san, I thought you'd be gone by now." "I was about to leave," Itachi said, turning to his younger brother. "I have a busy day ahead of me," Itachi said icily. "After school today, could you assist me with shuriken training?" Sasuke inquired. Itachi rose, walked over to Sasuke, and made his usual gesture of prodding his brother's forehead. "Sorry, Sasuke." Before he left their house, he said, "Perhaps another time." A little annoyed by Itachi, Sasuke went into the kitchen to find his mother doing the dishes and his sister and father eating breakfast. He took a seat at the table, picked up a plate of food, and ate while listening to his sister's conversation with their father. "Hey Tusen, when do you think we'll unlock the Sharingan, Sasuke and me?" "We haven't unlocked ours yet, but Ni-san did so at 8. Kiyomi inquired. "You can unlock it faster than your brother if you train hard enough," Fugaku said after taking a sip of his tea. "But keep in mind, Itachi is exceptional. A prodigy among prodigies." He paused, adding, "He was promoted to Anbu captain recently after becoming a genin at age 6, a chunin at age 10, and a jonin at age 12. "Ni-san is incredible," said Kiyomi. "Tusen, could you assist me with shuriken training after school?" Sasuke simply nodded his head. He inquired. "No, Sasuke," Fugaku said, closing his eyes. "I have things that need my attention." He stood up and walked out of the room, saying, "As clan head, I have a lot of responsibility, especially with regard to our present relationship with the Leaf. How about asking Naruto for assistance? He's been really helpful to me," Kiyomi remarked. "Naruto? Uzumaki? Makoto, their mother, inquired inquisitively. "Certainly, Naruto Uzumaki, with his snow-white hair and black spectacles." "Okay, do you know him?" Sasuke inquired. "No, I never personally met him, but I knew his mother," Makoto replied with a grin. "She was kind-hearted and loyal to those who called her friend." "Is it possible for us to meet her?" Kiyomi inquired naively. With sadness, Makoto said, "No, it wouldn't be possible." The room was silent for a long time. Makoto broke the silence by saying, "But it's nice that you all seem to be getting along. I think it's time for you to head out so you're not late," Makoto said. She picked up 2 bags and gave them to her kids, saying, "Here's your lunch," and kissing their foreheads, she added, "And I can help you with your training after school. Sasuke-kun. Keep an eye out for him, Kyo-chan." She said, "I love you both." "Love you too, Okazen," Kiyomi said, giving her mother a large hug. Holding his lunch, Sasuke remained silent. She teased her son, saying, "So, you don't love me, Sasuke-kun," before approaching him and giving him a playful tickle. "Say you love your Okazen," she said. Eventually, Sasuke gave in and said, "I love you, Okazen," with tenderness. "Oh, look at Sasuke-chan holding his sweet Okazen," Kiyomi teased her brother. Ignoring her, Sasuke embraced his mother, still recalling the nightmare, and the two of them left the house, waving to their mother as they made their way to the academy. Ninja Academy Konoha. "All right, it's time for everyone to relax. We have a math test today," Iruka yelled from the front of the room. "You have 1 hour to finish it. You can begin as soon as Instructor Mizuki gives you an exam." Mizuki distributed the tests to the pupils. "Where is Naruto?" As Kiyomi searched for her friend, she asked. "Probably slept in again. He's always late to class," Sasuke said. They started after receiving their exams. When Naruto finally arrived with 10 minutes remaining in the exam, Iruka yelled at him right away, but Naruto ignored him, took a test, and went to sit down. Sasuke watched Naruto sit down and thought, "This idiot." The exam was tough. He needed to hurry to finish the 13/15 questions, which took him the entire time. Sasuke and the rest of the class were unprepared for Naruto to finish his test in 2 minutes, get up, give it back to Iruka, and then leave the room. The class as a whole exclaimed, "Huh?" as they watched Naruto leave. He didn't appear anxious at all, as though the test were a joke. Sasuke pushed these thoughts aside and carried on with his remaining time, thinking, There's no way he got any of them right. These problems are too long. He must have given up. Okay, put your pencils down. As Mizuki gathered the exams, Iruka declared, the exam is over. You will have a brief break while we grade these exams. Once we have finished grading, we will resume class. After the test, everyone went outside to relax, and Kiyomi hurried up to her brother to discuss it with him. How do you believe you performed? It was difficult and quite lengthy, she inquired. I don't recall studying the material for the test. If I received a 70 on it, I'm lucky. Sasuke answered, I think I did fine, but it was rough. You found that challenging? From above, a voice called out. Naruto was lying on a tree branch with his hands behind his head when the twins looked up. As he stood up and leapt down to confront the siblings, Naruto remarked, that was easy. I honestly should have shown up later, he yawned. As he stood in front of them, Sasuke glared at Naruto, wondering how someone so careless and lazy could be so cocky and grandiose when Naruto had breezed through it in minutes and he had struggled for the entire hour. Naruto, there's no way you passed that test, yelled Sasuke, you most likely performed horribly. You couldn't have completed it so fast. Most of the information on there was unknown to us. We'll see, Sasuke, Naruto said, laughing loudly and annoyingly, echoing in Sasuke's ears. After all, I am the class smartest, he retorted in jest. Sasuke, who was as delusional as ever and who hardly ever attended class except when homework was due, an exam was coming up, or there was a class excursion, deadpanned at Naruto's statements. Mizuki called the students back to class after they had completed grading the exams before they could continue their conversation. Despite the test's difficulty, he was confident in his intelligence and abilities, and he followed Naruto and Kiyomi back to the classroom, certain that he had received the highest score in the class. With a stack of papers in her hand, Iruka said, all right, everyone, calm down. Your tests have been graded. It was intended to test your ability to handle difficult subjects. By the time you graduate from the academy, these questions should be simple, even though we haven't covered more than half of the concepts on the test. A few of you did well, but the majority did badly, he said. Notable students who performed well were Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Sakura Haruno, and Ino Yamanaka. Mizuki returned the graded exams to the students. Sasuke glanced down at his test score of 75%, which was not bad considering that the score that was closest to his was 65%. Kiyomi said, I thought I did better, after looking at her test score of 60%. Sasuke replied, cheer up, Kiyomi. You received a score in the top 10, he said encouragingly, adding that we hadn't learned the majority of this. After hearing her brother's remarks, Kiyomi became a little more cheerful and turned to Naruto, asking, what did you get? The entire class could hear Naruto grinning and saying, I got a 100, I told you. I alone am the smartest one. The entire class began to whisper, Naruto, a 100. He's dead last and never arrives on time, so there's no way he didn't cheat, they said. No, he didn't, Iruka said, shattering the rumors. Naruto, congrats. You received a flawless score. You did a fantastic job. The entire class was perplexed. How could this be? Sasuke couldn't believe it. He looked at Naruto, who was beaming broadly, celebrating his victory by waving his test in the air, and at Kiyomi, who was applauding and clapping for her friend. All right, everyone, that's enough. Iruka stated, we still have work to do today. As he watched Naruto continue to brag about his accomplishment, Sasuke wondered, who is he? Following the conclusion of the academy, Kiyomi, Naruto, and Sasuke went outdoors. Hi, Sasuke. Would you like to join us for training? Kiyomi inquired with her brother. No, I'm going to go practice by myself, he answered. Are you certain you don't want the best student to teach you? Naruto added. When Sasuke said, I don't want your help, Dobi. Before leaving with Naruto, Kiyomi said, see ya, Sasuke-san, waving goodbye to her brother. Sasuke watched the two conversing with annoyance on his face, disliking the intimacy between them, and his blood boiling at the thought of Naruto with his sister. He suppressed these feelings and went off in the other direction to practice his shuriken jutsu. A proud smile appeared on his lips as he aimed and threw another shuriken at the wooden target, this time hitting the bullseye. As he reached for another shuriken from the ground, the silver glow of the moon caught his attention, indicating that night had come. He quickly packed his shuriken into his bag and ran toward the Uchiha district, wondering why no one had come to get him. I hope Kiyomi made it safely, he thought as he ran through the village. A sudden chill sent shivers down Sasuke's spine as he approached the entrance to the Uchiha district, and as he looked up, he saw a shadowy figure sitting on a nearby utility pole, staring at him. Sasuke blinked, and the shadowy figure was gone in an instant. When he saw the corpses of his clan members lying on the streets, he thought, what? He smelled blood and fire, and a sudden wave of fear and confusion washed over him. What was going on? Was there an attack? Who was attacking his clan? Sasuke continued running, hoping to find his family safe and sound, but he kept running into bodies that had been burned, stabbed, and even mutilated. He saw familiar faces twisted in fear and agony, but he also saw bodies he didn't recognize, including bodies with black cloaks and animal-like masks. His heart sank, his stomach churned, he wanted to throw up, he wanted to cry, he couldn't believe what he was seeing, he couldn't understand who would do such a thing and why. He saw blood splattered on the walls and the ground, he saw flames engulfing the houses and the shops, he saw death and destruction everywhere. Hoping his parents and siblings were still alive, he sprinted faster to his house, where he saw the door open and hurried inside, calling out for them. Ne-san, Ni-san, Tu-san, and Ka-san. Where have you gone? Are you all right? His voice reverberated with a mixture of anxiety and desperation as he yelled. When he heard no response, he became depressed and rushed to the living room, where he opened the door to discover a scene that would follow him for the rest of his life. Sasuke heard footsteps and looked up to see his father on one knee, severely battered, bloodied, and bruised. A figure stood in the shadows, a red eye shining at him through the darkness. As the figure approached, more features became visible. He was tall, had long black hair, wore an orange mask with black swirls covering his face except for a circular opening on the right side, and had a sheathed katana hanging from his belt. In his left hand, he was choking Sasuke's mother to death by choking her by the throat. Remain back, Sasuke, Fugaku croaked, unable to move to shield his son from the wounds the masked man had caused. Ka-san. Sasuke watched helplessly as the intruder held his mother while he screamed in horror, his legs turning to jelly, and he wanted to do something to save her. The masked man growled, "Foolish child," and quickly twisted his mother's neck. As Sasuke watched his mother's lifeless body fall to the ground, blood dripping from her mouth and nose, he heard a sickening crack followed by a dull thud. Sasuke screamed in pain as he fell to the ground, grabbing his head as he gasped and felt tears sting his eyes. No, 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 Ka-san. Why would you do this? He sobbed as he spoke. With a laugh, the man in the mask stepped over his mother's body and looked down at Sasuke with disdain and sympathy, saying, "You are a gullible child. Awaken to the truth. The longer you live, the more you realize that the only things that truly exist in this reality are pain, suffering, and futility," he said in a chilly, cruel voice, adding that, "Nothing ever goes to plan in this accursed world." The Uchiha clan was once the most feared and respected in the village, but they have now been reduced to bottom feeders, he said, his red eye blazing with anger as he gazed at Sasuke. They have lost their authority and pride as a result of falling for Konoha's false peace. When you are nothing more than the son of a weak and stupid woman, how can you claim to be a Uchiha? I will exterminate them because they only bring disgrace to the Uchiha name. Weak. You are a monster. I promise you'll pay for this. With a defiant glare, Sasuke stood up, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Sasuke could feel his chakra flowing through his body, and he also felt a strange connection to the shadows around him. His vision sharpened and became clearer as his eyes burned with a crimson light, revealing a 2-tomo Sharingan in his right eye and a 1-tomo in his left. "So, you'd like to dance? All right, let's dance," the man in the mask said, making fun of him. He made a seal with his hands in the shape of a dog without thinking. "Gyokuken, divine dogs," he screamed. He heard a low growl, then a howl, as two great forms loomed out of the darkness behind him, twin wolves, one black-furred, the other white-furred, with red eyes and 3 dots in a triangle on their foreheads pointing in opposite directions. The masked man said, Now this is getting interesting," as he avoided the white one's impending claw swipe. Sasuke lunged forward, punching the attacker, but his fist seemed to phase right through him, and nothing happened. The masked man kicked Sasuke in the stomach, sending him flying through the wall and crashing onto the pavement outside. "You have fire, child, but still don't have what it takes to dance," he said. The wolves hurried to defend their master, rushing the masked man, but as before, their attacks seemed to phase right through him. Sasuke rolled on the ground, then struck the compound wall, causing a crater. He coughed up blood and was badly hurt by the attack. The masked man said, I've had enough of this, as he kicked the black wolf away and leapt to his left to avoid the white wolf attacking again. He then unshed his katana and decapitated it with a single, quick vertical slash, leaving a pool of blood where its head rolled on the ground. As he approached the boy who was lying against the walls of the compound, he looked at Sasuke. Sasuke's vision became blurry as blood trickled down from his head, and he felt his chakra and Sharingan vanishing as the black wolf whimpered and vanished into his shadow, leaving him vulnerable and alone. "Child, you are weak." The man raised his katana, the blade gleaming in the moonlight, ready to kill Sasuke. "You still have a lot to learn," he said. A group of Anbu, clad in animal masks, black garments with a light gray flak jacket draped over their torso and back, metal-guarded gloves, sandals with reinforced toes, and a tanto on their backs, surrounded him before he could launch an attack. Dog, the squad's captain, stood on the wall of the compound above Sasuke, gazing down at the masked intruder, a lone Sharingan shining through the left eye hole. "You are being held in custody for destroying the Uchiha clan. You will be killed if you resist," Dog said. "As usual, you're running late. I'm done here." Before a swirling vortex appeared in his eye and sucked him into the hole, the man said, "It's not yet time for me to reveal myself." He disappeared into thin air, leaving a faint ripple in his wake. They observed the attacker's disappearance. "Look for survivors. I will return the child to Hokage-sama. Get out," Dog said. "Hi, Captain," they answered before scattering. Dog took Sasuke, who was now unconscious, and made his way to the village. Ground 11 of Konoha training. He carried Kiyomi on his back, her chest rising and falling softly. She had fallen asleep after their training, too exhausted to walk. He felt her breath on his neck as he continued to walk. This was new to him. He didn't know what to think or feel about this. Naruto trudged through the dark forest, the moonlight barely penetrating the thick canopy. But Naruto was startled out of his reverie when he felt a figure moving quickly toward him. It was a chakra that was similar to the one that had previously followed him. It was icy and radiated emptiness. The unknown figure slowed down just before he reached Naruto's position, seemingly to play with him and frighten him. When Naruto had had enough, he yelled, "Hey, you coward! Look me in the face, or are you too afraid?" With a kunai in his left hand, a man wearing an animal mask and a black cloak entered the moonlight and said, "I'm here for the girl. I won't harm you if you give her to me," he said without showing any emotion. "Hurt me?" laughed Naruto. "You? How can you harm me when you're already dead?" he said, then glared at the man. Before he could even process what Naruto had said, the cloaked man felt a sharp pain around his neck, gasped, dropped his kunai, and clutched his throat. He fell to the ground, where he saw a tall figure with black hair and blood-stained clothing standing over him, his eyes glowing red. "It's... why you?" Before choking on his own blood, he said. "Protect my sister," the figure said to Naruto without looking, then vanished into the darkness. "All. Itachi," said Naruto. Hokage office in Konoha. Sitting in his chair, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked out over the peaceful village. Everything appeared so serene and tranquil from this vantage point. But Hiruzen was aware that this was not at all the case. For the elderly Hokage, the past few days have been nothing short of hell. A week had passed since the Uchiha clan was destroyed, with 95% of the clan destroyed in an attack by an unidentified secondary force and a masked intruder. He let out a sigh. Tragic events had to occur just when the Uchiha village relationship had improved and things appeared to be getting better. In addition to the Uchiha being on the verge of extinction, the village also lost a significant portion of its military police force and powerful shinobi. The majority of the Uchiha who did make it out alive suffered severe injuries. Sasuke and his sister Kiyomi were the only Uchiha children left after women and children were deliberately targeted. The remaining members of the clan were still led by Fugaku Uchiha, the clan head, who had survived his wounds. But Fugaku's days as a fighter were over because his chakra network had been totally destroyed. He had been told that Fugaku was now stable and could leave the confines of his bed, so he was scheduled to meet with him today. They would talk about a lot of things. Hiruzen also had to deal with the matter of Danzo Shimura's passing. He suspected that his old friend was complicit in the Uchiha massacre. According to reports, the bodies of the unidentified secondary force discovered close to the Uchiha district were dressed in black cloaks and animal masks resembling Anbu masks. After investigation, it was discovered that Konoha Nin was absent from the unidentified Shinboi. The bodies also featured a cursed seal on the tongues of orphans who had vanished when they were 4 years old. Danzo had inherited his anti-Uchiha sentiment from their sensei, Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage. He blamed the Uchiha and spread rumors among the villagers, which caused tension between the Leaf and Uchiha following the Kyuubi attack. Although Hiruzen was aware of Danzo's root shinobi, he had not believed it to be this large or capable of attacking the Uchiha in this manner. Itachi Uchiha was also present. According to reports, Itachi was the only person in the area because his sighting time and location coincided with Danzo's potential death time. Since the terrible incident, no one has seen or heard of Itachi. Because of these reasons, Itachi has been classified as an S-rank rogue ninja in the Bingo book, as well as a collaborator with the masked intruder and an accomplice in the Uchiha massacre. Hiruzen didn't think Itachi was going to massacre his clan. Although Hiruzen thought he could resolve the conflict without causing death, Itachi did value the village more than his clan and was ready to act if a civil war broke out. The Konoha Council had already decided to label Itachi a traitor, but Hiruzen wanted to wait until he returned for a trial and an explanation of his actions. Instead of starting a drawn-out investigation into the issue, it was the quick and simple solution. Leaning back in his chair, Hiruzen thought that in order to avoid dealing with these issues or politics, he needed to find a successor. A knock on Hiruzen's door, however, snapped him out of his reverie. "Come in," Hiruzen said inquisitively. Right now, he had no visitors in mind. An elderly man who was Hiruzen's age entered the room. The man's gray hair, slicked back to just behind his neck, was mid-length. He had thick, long eyebrows with thick edges and onyx eyes. In addition, the older man's mustache was long and thin, reaching to both sides of his cheeks. He wore a dark blue yukata with brown scandals, a white tabi, and a black hakama over a light gray haori. Hiruzen remarked, "Naobito, it's been a while, my old friend, a lot has happened since I last saw you." Naobito laughed and said, "Save it for later, Hiruzen. You can catch me over a drink." A shiver went down Hiruzen's back. He was aware of his old friend's drinking habits and knew that it would be detrimental to his finances. "I'm assuming you are not simply dropping by to chat with an old friend," he replied. "No, the news of the Uchiha massacre has traveled fast and far. I wouldn't be surprised if it has reached the other great shinobi nations," replied Naobito. "I also heard about Danzo." Naobito crossed his arms over his chest and sat down. That bastard finally got what he deserved. But the main reason I'm here is regarding the Uchiha clan. How many are left? As of right now, 10 remain, went Hiruzen. Naobito inquired, "What about my daughter?" Hiruzen said, "She sadly perished on that night," with his eyes lowered. "I see," said Naobito solemnly. "Is Fugaku still alive?" "Yes, I received news from the hospital that he has recovered but has sustained permanent damage to his chakra network. He may never be able to use ninjutsu again," Hiruzen stated. "I was planning to head over there before you arrived. We can go now and I'll explain the situation on our way there." After Naobito gave a nod, the two departed from Hiruzen's office. Upon their arrival at Konoha Hospital, the receptionists welcomed them and guided them to the secluded ward where all of the Uchiha were housed. To protect the entrance and the hallways, Hiruzen stationed a sizable number of Anbu. Hiruzen welcomed the two Anbu outside Fugaku's room and asked them to open the door. Hiruzen and Naobito came into the room after they obeyed. Nurses were moving around Fugaku as he sat up straight on his bed. His expression remained neutral as Hiruzen and Naobito entered the room. He said, "Hokage-sama," in a monotone. Genuinely, Hiruzen inquired, "Fugaku, how are you feeling?" Naobito just crossed his arms and leaned against a wall without saying anything. He appeared disinterested and gave a large yawn. He said, "I'm fine, Hokage-sama," and stood up. "We have more important matters to discuss." Hiruzen felt a twinge of regret and guilt because he thought that this tragedy would not have occurred if he had been more watchful as the Hokage. His throat cleared. "Yes, we do." The room was silent until Naobito spoke. "If you two are done, here is our proposal. The remaining Uchiha will be moved to a compound closer to the village and the police force building, preferably near the Hyuga clan compound. This way, the Uchiha clan can be seen by the villagers rather than being this mysterious group of people who arrest them. Additionally, due to the proximity between the two clans, we can establish a relationship between the two," Hiruzen continued. "What about the political power of the Uchiha? Our image and strength have taken a massive hit," Fugaku asked. "Yes boy, we know. That is why I will be replacing Danzo on the Elder Council. This will balance out the political power and build back good favor in the village," said Naobito. "He'll sit on the Elder Council until the Uchiha population increases to a healthy amount," Hiruzen said. "So do you agree to this proposal?" After giving it some thought, Yes, I agree, Fugaku said. Splendid, we can discuss more if you would like. I know you're going to grab your children from the academy and I'll come with, Hiruzen replied. Naobito stated, I need to speak with him alone before we leave. Give us a few minutes. Certainly, Hiruzen said as he and the nurses left the room. Before he spoke, Naobito waited for the door to close. So, are you certain that he possesses it? Fugaku gave a nod. Yes, he formed a dog-shaped hand seal which summoned 2 wolves. Naobito scratched his chin. After 100 years the Tokusa no Kage Bojutsu, 10 Shadows technique, has returned to the Uchiha clan. Who else knows? Outside the 2 of us, the man who killed Makoto has seen it. He may come after Sasuke, replied Fugaku. Naobito's grim expression softened into a grin. Things are sure getting interesting, he stated. Fugaku just nodded, reflecting on everything that had happened. Ninja Academy Konoha. Okay class, today we will be doing combat exercises and evaluations. Meet me outside, Iruka replied. Naruto entered as everyone was rising. He waved and smiled at his classmates, but nobody returned the smile. They all appeared anxious and tense, as though they were treading carefully. Excitedly, he exclaimed, Yo, Iruka-sensei. I heard we were doing some training today. Iruka twitched her eyelid. He said, Yes, Naruto. Now, go outside. The students went outside but whispered to each other and remained silent. Naruto became aware of the shift in the mood. He didn't know why the atmosphere was so awful. He was aware of the tragedy and detested seeing a powerful clan diminished to such a small size. However, it was unrelated to him or anyone else who wasn't Uchiha. Being this pessimistic was pointless. He had assumed that by now everyone would have moved on, but apparently not. Naruto searched for this source throughout the room. He saw that the Uchiha twins were radiating a gloomy chakra. Everyone in the class had been impacted, and he could see it seeping off Sasuke. His sister had it, too. Naruto scowled. He was baffled by Sasuke's infantile behavior. He made the decision to approach the Uchiha twins in order to better understand their relationship. Hey Kiyomi-chan, Sasuke, how are you doing? He asked. She remarked, Hey Naruto, we're doing alright. Without a word, Sasuke passed Naruto. As Sasuke left them, Naruto observed him. He said, I guess he's still sulking around, turning to face Kiyomi. According to Kiyomi, yeah, he doesn't speak to anyone anymore, not even me, she said. She started crying as she said, he's shut me off. I can't even talk to him. I want to help. He's not the only one in pain. Naruto wished he could help her. He put his hand on her shoulder and reached out. He smiled and gave her the thumbs up. I'll knock some sense in him. Don't you worry, he said. As he approached Choji and Shikamaru, he placed his hands in his pockets. Kiyomi's face lit up with a smile. Thanks, Naruto-kun, she introduced herself. Iruka and the other teachers went around to make sure they had the right number of students after everyone had managed to get outside. Alright, out here is where we'll be doing combat exercises. These exercises will be on the graduation exam. We will track your performance and improvement as you progress through the years, Iruka continued. There will be ninjutsu training, ninja tool training, taijutsu training, and individual battles against your classmates. Hokage-sama will also be watching your performances. Be sure to do your best today. Got it, Iruka concluded. Hi, sensei, the pupils said in response. Alright, that's the spirit. Now get into 4 equal rows in single file order, he stated. The students demonstrated their skills and abilities as the tests got underway. But Naruto had other ideas. When the teachers were preoccupied with other pupils, he saw a chance to slip away. He was feeling drowsy and wanted to enjoy himself while napping. He dashed over to a nearby tree and took a seat on a hidden tree branch. He observed the pupils completing the different assessments. He mentally noted who performed well. The Uchiha twins were outstanding in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu, as was to be expected. On the shuriken throw, Sasuke performed admirably, but Kiyomi found it difficult to hit even one target. Though timid and lacking in assertiveness, Hinata Hyuga appeared promising thus far. Shikamaru barely put forth any effort during the exams, slogging through them. Shino Aburame also had a strong overall appearance. Naruto thought, this class has some talent. Iruka was yelling Naruto's name for the shuriken throw in the meantime. Iruka yelled, Naruto Uzumaki, come forth, nothing. Iruka repeated, Naruto Uzumaki, come forth, but received no answer. They had just seen him a few minutes before, so everyone looked around. How could he have gotten there? Iruka repeated the call for Naruto's name, but it was in vain. With a sigh, he marked the remaining training and tests as 0. As he watched from the tree, Naruto laughed to himself. The students had lunch after finishing the exercises. When Kiyomi approached Sasuke to try to eat with him, he dismissed her and sat down alone. She took an open seat close to her best friend Hinata Hyuga after watching him leave with a pained expression. With shyness, Hinata inquired, "Is Sasuke alright?" Kiyomi felt a knot in her stomach as she followed her gaze. She knew Hinata meant well, but she detested discussing Sasuke. Since the massacre, he had disregarded her, leaving her broken and alone. She looked directly into Hinata's eyes and forced a smile. She lied and hoped her voice wouldn't betray her. "He'll be fine," she said. Hinata nodded, but her heart ached with uncertainty. She observed Kiyomi's hunched shoulders and the dark circles beneath her eyes. Her words became stuck in her throat, but she still wanted to say something more. She wished she had more self-assurance and bravery. She looked away and bit her lip. "Oh okay," she stammered, sensing a problem. A pang of guilt swept over Kiyomi as she saw Hinata's unsure gaze. She simply had a lot going on and didn't want to make her friend feel bad. She was unsure of how to open up and let her in. She changed the subject and coughed. She pretended to be indifferent as she asked, "So, how are you doing?" Hinata smiled slightly at Kiyomi. "I'm fine," she lied, nodding and hoping her voice wouldn't shake. She didn't want to go too far because she cared for her friend. They avoided looking at one another while eating in awkward silence. Kiyomi wished she could say something to ease the tension, but instead she felt a knot in her throat. Hinata wondered if she should say something to make the pain go away as she felt a flutter in her chest. Both of them wanted to reach out but refrained out of fear of exacerbating the situation. "Hey, ladies, what's cooking?" a voice said abruptly, and both of them jumped in surprise at the interruption. They turned to see Naruto sitting at the table, munching on dango, wearing his trademark glasses. Hinata's face flushed as she gasped, "And Naruto?" Kiyomi exclaimed, a little agitated. "Naruto," he said. "Where have you been? Where had he gone?" She thought, "I swear I didn't see anyone else sitting here." Naruto yawned and said, "Around. I got bored and decided to take a quick nap." He took another bite out of his dango and said, "So, what are you two doing? Having fun?" He was conscious of the atmosphere, but he pretended not to notice it. Although he could feel their sadness, he also saw a chance. He desired to agitate them and get them to speak. He was prepared to carry out his plan. "So Hinata, I saw you at Ichiraku the other day. You've got good taste," he replied. Hinata reddened. Her words, "TT Hanks and Naruto." Kiyomi asked excitedly, "Wait, you like Ichiraku Ramen, Hinata?" "Yes, it's my favorite place to eat," Hinata had to reply. With stars in her eyes, Kiyomi exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, I love Ichiraku Ramen." After that, they started talking about their favorite ramen. Whistling quietly to himself, Naruto slipped away. He thought, on to the other. Choji, Shikamaru, and Kiba were seated when Naruto approached them. Choji shook his head and said, "Hey, Naruto. Where have you been? I tried to find you when Iruka called your name. Unfortunately, he gave you all zeros." Naruto dismissed him with a wave of his hand. "Don't worry. I'm all right," he shot back. He approached Shikamaru, who was facing away from him. Naruto yelled, "Oi, Shikamaru," and gave Shikamaru a forceful backslap. Ino was sitting next to Shikamaru when he choked on his food and spat it all over him. Ino scowled at Choji and Kiba as they erupted in laughter. Shikamaru sighed and wiped his mouth. He rolled his eyes as he remarked, "Naruto, you're troublesome as always." With an eyebrow raised, he inquired, "So, you finally decided to return?" "Yeah, I got bored after my nap. Thought I'd come back and see how you did." Naruto smiled. "Well, maybe you wouldn't be so bored if you paid attention in class," Shikamaru replied. As he raised his voice, Naruto asked, "Why would I do that, huh? Everyone's so dead and dull here. Walking around like zombies. Who cares if a bunch of people died? It's not my problem," he mumbled. As everyone looked at Naruto in astonishment and disbelief, the room fell silent. Looking in Sasuke's direction, Naruto turned his head. Sasuke's fists clenched and his eyes glowed with rage. With trepidation, Choji pulled at his sleeve and said, Hey Naruto, I think you should stop talking so loud." Naruto disregarded him. He sarcastically remarked, "All this moaning and groaning over the dead, how pathetic." Instead, when Sasuke had had enough, he went directly to Naruto. Feeling frustrated and angry, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Naruto's disrespect and haughtiness were intolerable to him. Hiruzen, Naobito, and Fugaku stood beneath a cherry blossom tree on the opposite side of the yard. They were new arrivals, watching the scene with curiosity. Iruka approached to welcome them. "Hokage-sama, Uchiha-sama," he said with a gesture of respect. Hiruzen smiled and said, "Iruka, how are the students performing?" As he observed the young ninjas in training, he felt both proud and intrigued. He was interested in their talent and potential. He wished that they would become devoted and powerful shinobi. Iruka frowned slightly and said, "They're doing pretty well, we really have an amazing next generation." However, Naruto skipped class again. "Isn't he over there?" Hiruzen glared fiercely at Naruto and Sasuke, who were standing a few feet apart. Iruka's eyes widened as he turned to face Naruto and Sasuke. Realizing that this was not going to end well, he experienced a wave of shock and panic. Iruka apologized to Hokage-sama for their actions and bowed once more. A flush of guilt and embarrassment ran through him. "It's fine, my boy, no need to apologize. He's just being himself," Hiruzen said, laughing, and waved at him. "I should be the one apologizing to you." Iruka said, "I'll break this up immediately," and stepped in to step in. He was stopped by a hand. Naobito said, "Wait, let's see what happens," with a gleam in his eyes. His words, "This is getting interesting." Sasuke arrived at Naruto's location in the interim and gave him a fierce look. Naruto's words caused him to feel a great deal of pain and rage. Sasuke got in Naruto's face and yelled, "What did you say, Dobi?" In an attempt to provoke him, he spat the word like venom. "I said you're pathetic," Naruto said with a cunning grin. Infuriating Sasuke even more, he put his hands in his pockets. He taunted him by saying, "You're moping around like a big baby who wet his diaper. Get your act together." Sasuke had had enough. He detested Naruto's dismissal of his suffering as unimportant. Sasuke yelled, "How dare you!" as he punched Naruto, who deftly sidestepped it. Naruto exclaimed, "Wow, come at me then, Sasuke," instead. Sasuke attempted to nail Naruto with a flurry of punches and kicks, but he was unable to land any of them. Naruto dodged with ease. Naruto leapt back, glancing at the exhausted Uchiha, as Sasuke attempted a sweep kick. Naruto encouraged Sasuke by saying, "Maybe you could have saved your clan if you fought this hard." Frustrated that he failed to deliver a single blow, Sasuke clenched his teeth. Naruto put his hand over his mouth and said, "I wonder who you lost. Your brother maybe? Oh wait, he killed your clan so it can't be him? I know. You lost your mother, right?" Sasuke fell to his knees and became silent. "Judging from that reaction, you must have seen her die. Here I thought you were strong. I guess I was wrong. You're just weak," said Naruto. Sasuke heard in his mind, "You still have a lot to learn. You're a weak child." He hurried over to Naruto after picking up a nearby rock. "I'll kill you," he yelled. Naruto grinned. Iruka said, "We need to stop this, it's gone too far," as she got ready to enter. Once more, Naobito stopped him. "No, that kid with glasses has something up his sleeve. I want to see what happens." To make room, Sasuke threw the rock in Naruto's direction. When Naruto turned his head to the left, he was taken aback to see Sasuke standing in front of him, his fist up. "You've got spirit, but you're still too slow," Naruto said, stepping aside nonchalantly. He tripped Sasuke by putting his foot out. Sasuke lost his balance after tripping over Naruto's foot. Now that he was falling, he would hit the rock he had thrown with the back of his head. Sasuke closed his eyes, expecting to feel the pain, but it never materialized. Naruto was holding him by the collar of his shirt when he opened his eyes. Naruto said gravely, "You need to let go of this gloomy mood you're in." Says Sasuke, "What? Believe me, feeling sorry for yourself and meandering around isn't going to change anything." Naruto went on, "I used to be like you. Feeling sorry for myself and wallowing in self-pity." Sasuke slapped his hand away and yelled, "Shut up, what do you know? What makes you think you know anything about me?" As a result of the energy transfer, he struck the ground. His shorts got stained when he fell on his butt. "I know that you blame yourself for your mother's death. I know that you feel like you failed her. I know that you feel weak," said Naruto. Sasuke sat silently, mentally reliving her death. He detested his lack of strength. Naruto lowered himself to his level. His blue eyes were visible as he lowered his glasses a little. The statement shocked Sasuke. "You know, I've been orphaned my entire life," he said. I never knew my parents and I've been on my own for as long as I can remember. I've had to fight for everything I own. Nothing was given to me. To rise above my troubles, I had to become strong, just like you need to become strong. Naruto said with a grin on his face. He was aware that his words were reaching him. Satisfied, he turned away from him and got up. Naruto said as he turned to leave, "It's not good to stay like this. If you do, you'll never get stronger, and get stronger to keep up with me," Naruto thought. "So do your best, Sasuke. You may need to push yourself, though. Get stronger to avenge your clan and your mother." Whistling as if nothing had happened, he made his way back into the academy building. Sasuke stayed on the ground, thinking deeply as he examined his hand. Naruto's words weighed heavily on his mind. Naobito gave me a sly smile from beneath the cherry blossoms. This boy is unique. Who is he? He pondered. Hiruzen thought, you never cease to surprise me. He walked over to Iruka. It seems the situation has resolved itself, he stated. The reply from Iruka was, HHI, Hokage-sama. With a buzz of curiosity about what had transpired, the students went back to class. In an attempt to make sense of what they had heard and seen, they looked at each other and whispered to each other. Sasuke remained silent following that incident and sat in the back of the class. He had no desire to speak to anyone. All he wanted was time to reflect. Anger, sadness, bewilderment, guilt, shame, fear, and something else were all raging inside of him. Something that burned like fire but which he was unable to identify. Why Naruto had confronted him was beyond his comprehension. He found it incomprehensible that someone as conceited and egocentric as Naruto would be bothered by his actions. Sasuke was distracted from his thoughts when the bell rang, announcing the end of the day. He slung his book bag over his shoulder and packed up. Kiyomi approached him. With a soft yet worried tone, she said, Sasuke, are you ready to go? Keeping his distance from her, Sasuke nodded curtly and followed her out of the academy building. Their father, the Hokage, and an older man they had never seen before met them outside. Kiyomi yelled, Tucson, and rushed to embrace her dad. In an attempt to conceal the tears that threatened to fall, she buried her face in his thighs. Fugaku gave her head a gentle rub. Sasuke simply gave his father a quick glance before turning his head away, filled with bitterness and apathy. Hiruzen said, you two did well today. I'm excited to see your development into fine shinobi, and then he and his Anbu guard left. Let's head back, said Fugaku. Unquestionably, there was tension in the air as they walked in silence. Although Sasuke could feel his sister's eyes on him, he chose not to look them in the eye. He was aware that she was worried, but he didn't want her sympathy or for her to see how helpless he was. Because of what had transpired that day, he detested himself. He detested Naruto's mockery of him, his inability to land a single blow, and his collapse to his knees. He detested Naruto's ability to make him feel things he didn't want to. He had come to this point because of his determination to exact revenge on his clan and for the death of his mother. Since that fateful night, Sasuke's thoughts of Itachi had been buried deep, leaving him to struggle with conflicting emotions. There was nothing wrong with Sasuke's mood. He believed that strength was solely about prowess, power, and abilities. On this point, however, Naruto had challenged him. It was about conquering pain, not just about physical prowess. He was confused by this realization and didn't know how to control his feelings. He had no idea how to interpret these emotions or deal with them. He looked at his sister, who was smiling broadly as he walked next to him. She appeared to have moved on with her life after accepting their loss. After their tragedy, she had remained optimistic, joyful, and kind. He questioned whether her poise was real or if she was just acting dignifiedly by forgiving him. He felt angry and resentful, as if his sister had betrayed him, their mother, and their clan. He thought she was forsaking their sacrifices, anguish, and suffering. She seemed to be ignoring every emotion he was experiencing. He loved his sister more than anything, and he didn't want to hurt her. She was his twin, his other half, in addition to being his sister. All he wanted was for her to share his anger and desire to exact revenge on those who had wronged them, the ones who were to blame for their suffering. She deviated from this, though, and urged kindness in place of his harshness. He was disgusted by what she did, but he would never say it aloud. They arrived at their new residence, a modest two-story house in a peaceful area of the village. On the left side of the house was a large window with a blue awning. There are two tiny Uchiha crests on either side of the entrance door, which is on the right. According to Fugaku, this is our new home. Then they entered the house. There was a kitchen and a spacious living room. There were no bathrooms and only one bedroom on the first floor. 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom were located upstairs. To-san? Kiyomi inquired. Yes, said Fugaku. Unaware of who this was, she pointed to Naobito and asked, who is that? Fugaku grinned. He remarked, that's your Oji-san. Her words, oh Oji-san, turned to Naobito. She gave him a thorough examination before rushing over to give him a hug. Oji-san, she exclaimed in a passionate voice. She was picked up by Naobito. Placing her back down, he said, you look so much like your mother, you're beautiful. According to Fugaku, he'll be living with us for the time being. Kiyomi, go to your room upstairs. It's the first one on the right. Sasuke, I need to talk to you. After giving a nod, Kiyomi left Sasuke with the 2 elder Uchiha and went upstairs. When you fought that man, you summoned something. Show us, Fugaku replied. Gyokuken-kan, divine dog, he said, forming a dog-shaped hand seal. Sasuke's shadow began to grow. But instead of 2 wolves, a huge werewolf-like creature on 2 feet emerged from his shadow. The werewolf's feet, forearms, and undercoat were all white, but its fur was black. On its forehead was an odd symbol that resembled the 2 wolves, but it appeared to be a hybrid of the 2. The werewolf was enormous as well, nearly as tall as Fugaku. But the werewolf did not remain long because Sasuke fell to the ground, exhausted, and the werewolf vanished. Before he could hit the floor, Fugaku grabbed him and gently placed him on the couch nearby. Naobito questioned, you said there were 2 before and 1 died, right? Yes, said Fugaku. There was one with black fur and the other with white. The white one was decapitated and died. If I remember correctly, that is an innate trait within the ability. If one of his Shikigami persish its traits would be fused into a remaining one. Naobito responded, Gyokuken-kan, divine dog, totality I. Sasuke woke up 30 minutes later, and the 2 waited for him to regain consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Naobito and his father were having a lengthy conversation. He rubbed his head while sitting up straight on the couch. Fugaku asked his son, here's some water, Sasuke, and handed him a cup of water. Sasuke quickly drank them all. Naobito raised his voice. You have a powerful technique, boy. A Kekkei Genkai not seen in the Uchiha clan for over 100 years. Sasuke remained silent. Naobito said, you've got something on your mind, boy. Speak. Will it help me kill that man? He asked, glancing up at Naobito. Naobito sighed. Possibly, but you're still too weak to use it to its fullest capabilities. That brat from earlier was right, you are too dreary. Sasuke grew irate once more and balled his fists. He felt a soft hand on his shoulder just as he was ready to snap, to let loose his rage and agony. He saw his father's face, composed and earnest, when he looked up. The words, but you can be strong, Sasuke. I believe in you, were spoken quietly by Fugaku. Startled, Sasuke blinked. Had he always been aloof and chilly? Was this the same man? Who never gave him consolation or praise? Who was it that constantly likened him to Itachi? Something damp touched his cheeks. Tears. He attempted to remove them in order to conceal his weakness, but they continued to fall. I know you must hate me for letting your mother die. I hate myself too for not being strong enough. But she wouldn't want you to be like this. She'd want you to be strong, strong enough to look over your sister. You two may not get along, have fights, and have disagreements, but at the end of the day, she is your twin. As her brother, you must protect her, Fugaku said. Sasuke began to sob instead of cry. He was no longer able to stop them. He was unable to contain himself. His emotions crashed over him in a wave. Anger, fear, love, longing, grief, and guilt. He let them all out because he felt them. I know I haven't been the best father, but I promise you from this point on, I will do everything in my power to protect you and your sister and make you two the strongest Uchiha. Even stronger than your brother, said Fugaku. Do you understand me? Unable to speak, Sasuke nodded. Feeling his father's warmth and heartbeat, he buried his face in his chest. As though he was scared to let him go, he gave him a tight hug. Fugaku put his arms around his son and grinned. I swear I'll get even with you, Ka-san. And Sasuke thought, I'll keep Kiyomi safe. After 7 years, Uchiha was founded. It had been 7 years since the Uchiha Massacre, and the Uchiha home was bathed in a warm glow from the morning sun. The light peeking through the window curtains caused Sasuke to stir in his bed. He would become a genin today and move one step closer to realizing his dreams at the academy graduation. Pulling his covers back and putting on his house shoes, he sat up straight on his bed. He left his room and made his way to his sister's room down the hallway. His words were, "Kiyomi, wake up," and he knocked on her door. He heard murmurs that she had gotten up, so he continued downstairs. He discovered Naobito drooling on the cushion and snoring loudly on the couch. He smelled of sweat and sake. Disregarding his grandfather, Sasuke went to the kitchen, where his father, Fugaku, was deep in concentration on clan papers. He had a lot to deal with and make plans for, even after the compound was rebuilt. After giving his father a silent nod in recognition of the importance of the day, Sasuke went to make a simple breakfast. Sasuke ate toast without jam, 3 eggs, and a sausage. He quickly went upstairs to perform his skincare and dental hygiene routines after his meal. Sasuke went back to his room and put on his new clothes, assessing how his physical changes reflected his maturation and the passing of time. He studied himself in the mirror, noting his shorter, spiked hair, sharper angles, and facial features. He was dressed in a dark blue shirt with buttons, a high collar, and the Uchiha crest in red and white. In addition, he paired his black shinobi sandals with loose gray pants. At 5 feet 9 inches, he was taller than most boys his age. Satisfied with his appearance, Sasuke picked up his bag and went to check on his sister's readiness to leave, but before he could knock, the door creaked open, revealing a room that had changed over the years, with posters on the walls that showcased Kiyomi's eclectic taste, Ichiraku Ramen vouchers, homework, and empty boxes scattered about, and an atmosphere of orderly chaos that reflected her lively personality. When Sasuke called, "Kiyomi, we're leaving," the door swung open to reveal an older Kiyomi, whose once childlike features had been replaced by a graceful maturity highlighted by the self-assured sparkle in her eyes. Her long black hair falling past her waist to frame her face and highlight the Uchiha crest earrings. Her elegant outfit consisting of a black top and a dark blue skirt with straps over her shoulders, 2 bands on each arm, and thigh-high black socks that matched her black sandals seamlessly. She was 5 feet 8 inches, which is tall for a girl her age. Kiyomi yelled, "Ototo-chan," and gave Sasuke a firm embrace. "Are you excited? Today is the day we become genin." He said angrily, "Yes, I know. Can you let go of me?" As she let go of her brother, Kiyomi scowled. "Do you always have to be such a buzzkill? Can you try being a little more positive?" she responded. Without a word, Sasuke went downstairs, Kiyomi trailing behind him. They found Naobito still unconscious and blissfully oblivious to the outside world. "Looks like someone had a good time last night," Kiyomi said. In his sleep, Naobito mumbled something incomprehensible and snorted. "Should we wake him?" she asked, her eyes full of mischief. Sasuke gave a headshake. "No, he'll be in a poor mood, and we don't have time to deal with his antics." Their father emerged from the kitchen just as they were ready to leave. "Good morning, Tucson," said Kiyomi. She questioned, "Do you know who our sensei is going?" Fugaku gave a headshake. "You will know who your sensei is after the exam. That is if you two are on the same team." Kiyomi became a little anxious because she had anticipated playing alongside Sasuke. Sasuke, who also thought they would be on the same team, arched an eyebrow. "Wait, so there's a chance Sasuke and I won't be on the same team?" she inquired. "Yes, it is possible. Genin squads are typically constructed with to be well-rounded and versatile for any mission," he stated. "Depending on your skill set you may be a team with a sensor, medic, or even ceiling-type shinobi. With the Sharingan, we are naturally better at taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Your teammates will be able to counter your deficiencies," Fugaku stated. Kiyomi lowered her head. "Well, that's a bummer," she let out a pout. Fugaku grinned. "Don't worry, I believe whatever team you two are placed on you'll do well and represent the Uchiha with pride." The remarks made by her father made Kiyomi happier. She grinned and said, "Hi Tucson, we'll do our best." Waving their father off, the two left their home and traveled to the academy. They noticed some Uchiha loitering as they strolled around the new compound. The only other Uchiha males left besides Fugaku, Naobito, and Sasuke were Tekka, Yakumi, and Naka Uchiha. Naori, a female Uchiha survivor, and Naka were married, and they were expecting a son. Their destination was the hospital. Tekka was preparing to go on duty. Although he was young and unmarried, his primary job was as a lieutenant in the Konoha military police force. In contrast, Yakumi had left the clan compound and married a village girl. This resulted from an incident in which Sasuke almost killed him for attempting to approach his sister when she was 13. They heard a familiar voice call out to them as they made their way to the compound gate. "Hey Sasuke-chan, Kiyomi-chan." Turning around, the twins saw Izumi Uchiha, a 20-year-old woman with long brown hair that reached her shoulder. She was dressed in a long purple shirt with a high collar and sleeves, a shuriken oscillator on her right leg, a red armband on her left arm, a long purple fingerless glove that was almost the length of her arm, and baggy blue pants with the Uchiha clan symbol on the back. She was wearing a Jonin flak jacket as well. Kiyomi exclaimed, "Izumi-chan," and gave her a hug. "Off to the graduation exam, I assume?" she replied. "Yes," said Sasuke. "Are you going to be our teacher, Izumi-senpai?" Because of her close relationship with Itachi, Izumi was shunned by the other clan members, despite being one of the few surviving Uchiha who liked the twins. Fortunately, few villagers were aware of her connection, so she was spared their animosity and looks. "Who knows?" she asked in jest. Before vanishing in a whirlpool of leaves, Izumi said, "It was nice seeing you too, but I have a meeting to attend to. Good luck." When they arrived at the clan compound's gate, they saw Hinata leaving as well. At an intersection, the compound gates of the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan met. Members of the Hyuga clan's branch were escorting Hinata. Kiyomi shouted, "Hey, Hinata-chan," and waved to her best friend. Hinata waved back to her friend with a smile. Additionally, she noticed Sasuke wave briefly in her direction, which made her flush. This action confused Sasuke, but Kiyomi simply sighed. They soon arrived at the academy gates, where they were greeted by a throng of parents and classmates. Everyone was eager to embark on missions and become a true shinobi. Sasuke remained motionless, staring at the doorway. He was getting ready for the next phase of his journey. Turning, Kiyomi looked at her brother. She said, "Are you ready, Sasuke?" Sasuke gave her a look. He said, "Yeah, let's become shinobi," as he made his way to the entrance. Ninja Academy Konoha. "Okay everyone, settle down. I know you're all excited to become genin, but I want to take some time for a few words of encouragement," Iruka replied. "Regardless of how you do on the written and practical examinations, I want to say that I am proud to have been your teacher for these past years. Seeing your growth and development has been an amazing experience. Regardless, if you did not pass, don't worry. There will be more opportunities for you to become a genin in the future." Iruka uttered the words, "With that out of the way, let's begin," before the door of the classroom opened. "I'm hurt, Iruka-sensei. How could you start without me?" said a voice. Iruka turned to see a tall man, 5 feet 10 inches, with black glasses that concealed his eyes, dressed in a sleek, all-black outfit that emphasized his slim figure, a jacket with a high collar that was buttoned in gold and had a red swirl on the back, loose black pants, and black sandals, his hands in his pockets, and his white hair, which contrasted with his dark clothing, spiky and unruly. With a sigh, Iruka said, "I'm happy that, for once in your life, Naruto chose to arrive on time. You're lucky. I should disqualify you from the test based on how many days you missed. However, I'll overlook your past infractions because you've never missed an assignment. Now sit down so we can start," he said. "There is no way Naruto will pass the graduation exam. He's the dead last," the students said, laughing at Iruka's remarks and mocking Naruto. "This would be fun," Naruto said, grinning and ignoring their remarks. Next to Kiyomi, Naruto sat down. "Hey, Naruto. Are you prepared? I hope we're assigned to the same team," she said. "Being with some strangers would be awful. In the class, I don't really know anyone else." "Yeah, I'm ready," he declared with assurance, "but don't worry. The teams have already been formed." He leaned back in his chair and placed his hands behind his head. "You mean they've already been made? Hold on. Won't they make them after we take the exams?" Kiyomi inquired. "The majority of the students in here are clan heirs," Naruto said with a laugh. "I don't think any of the clan leaders or superiors would let them fail. It would bring shame to a clan's image if their heirs failed a measly academy graduation exam," he said, leaning back in his seat. Even if they did fail, Iruka-sensei would be pressured to overturn his decision. Uncertain of how to react to this new information, Kiyomi nodded at the logic. Sasuke also listened intently. He wasn't shocked by this. He simply misjudged the influence clans had in the village. "Everyone, please quiet down. The written exam will now start. You can begin as soon as you receive an exam, and you will have an hour to complete it," Iruka stated. After receiving a test, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kiyomi got started. When Mizuki returned an hour later, she gathered the students' tests and put them on the desk. "All right, everyone who has finished the exam's written section. We will now proceed to the practical exam. For this part, we'll go outside," Iruka remarked. Iruka informed the students of their task once they were outside. "We'll be practicing ninjutsu and shuriken. Your objective in the shuriken test is to strike as many wooden targets as you can. There will be a total of 8 targets. You must execute the Henge no Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, and the Bunshin no Jutsu, Clone Jutsu. For the ninjutsu test, Iruka stated, I think you all should do your best. Hey, sensei. The pupils yelled. Rolling his eyes, Naruto said, these were low-class E-rank jutsus. They should be the bare minimum, not the bar. He couldn't do anything spectacular with them, but perhaps he could use the Henge no Jutsu. Naruto grinned and thought of something. Sasuke received an 8/8 on the Shuriken test, while Kiyomi received a 7/8. Naruto was the next student to pass the test with ease. Mizuki said, Naruto Uzumaki, step forth, and Iruka held up a clipboard so he could record his findings. Cool and unfazed, Naruto put his hands in his pockets and walked to the line. For the dead last, you sure do look smug. Kiba yelled. You sure love to run your mouth for someone so weak, Naruto said with a smile without looking at him. Now be a good dog and sit. Astonished by his response, Kiba recoiled at his remarks and muttered something incomprehensible under his breath. Iruka said, Naruto, you may begin when ready. It was time to brag, Naruto thought, as he picked up 2 shuriken and examined the targets, which were 2 wooden posts with 4 targets each. He tossed them at the targets after holding one in each hand. What are you doing? Hello? You missed, Kiba growled. I thought I told you to be a good dog and sit, Naruto answered. The shuriken abruptly broke apart in midair as they got closer to the targets, splintering into 8 separate blades that struck each target. How did he do that? What broke the shuriken? Everyone was in disbelief. There's more to Naruto than meets the eye, Sasuke thought as his eyes lingered on him with a thoughtful expression. With a faint gasp, Kiyomi watched Naruto demonstrate his shuriken technique. Is he really that good? Why hasn't he demonstrated this before? These contradictory thoughts raced through her head. Naruto said, his back to the speaker, I'll say this once. Remember that I am the strongest, he said. After putting his hands in his pockets, Naruto rejoined the line. The ninjutsu test came next, and as before, the students passed with ease. Naruto created 3 clones with ease, and a few students could only perform 2, but that was the minimum. Naruto was now up for the Henge no Jutsu. The air was charged with excitement as Naruto boldly advanced to execute the Henge no Jutsu, his chakra igniting, and he yelled, Henge! A cloud of smoke surrounded him, and when it dissipated, an older, more refined Naruto appeared in front of them, wearing a chic button-up shirt and lowering his glasses. With a cheeky smile, Naruto gestured to Iruka, saying, Iruka-sensei, as he teased, causing laughter to spread throughout the audience. The class's girls were dumbfounded by his changed look, and fangirl cries and a chorus of praise erupted. Kun Naruto. You're really attractive, wedding me, I want your babies, their voices reverberated through the air as they shouted with enthusiasm. Oh my. I'm all yours, ladies, so don't worry, he replied. The fangirls let out even louder screams. Kiyomi's gaze lingered on Naruto's changed form, causing a flush to spread across her cheeks, her heart racing with a mixture of annoyance and an inexplicable feeling, and she turned away, acting indifferent, but her fists betrayed her, clenching uncontrollably. Sasuke and the other male students, utterly confused by Naruto's antics, exchanged disbelieving looks in the meantime. Seeing something was wrong, Sasuke turned to his sister Kiyomi, who was clenching her fists with a ferocity he had never witnessed before. Are you okay, Kiyomi? Concerned by the sinister aura coming from his sister, Sasuke asked. Naruto. With a huge tick mark on her forehead and hair that defied gravity, Kiyomi roared and marched towards Naruto, her eyes burning with rage and her appearance akin to that of a goddess of death. As everyone turned to see Kiyomi's fury, the atmosphere changed. Naruto, who was shivering, quickly regained his composure. Relax, I'm just having some fun, he stammered, perplexed by her rage. But Kiyomi was having none of it, and she stomped in his direction, her anger reaching previously unheard of heights. What the hell are you doing? She uttered those words. When Naruto experienced true fear for the first time in his life, he tried to flee and begged, WW8, Kiyomi-chan. It was too late, but it's only a joke. With lightning speed, Kiyomi seized him by the collar and began a barrage of blows that pounded him into the ground, leaving a bloodied and battered Naruto in a crater as the male classmates watched in awe and sympathy. The onslaught went on for what seemed like an eternity before Kiyomi finally let go. And that concludes the graduation exam, Iruka said clumsily as the dust settled. We are going to take a brief 30-minute break. Those who passed will receive team assignments and forehead protectors when we return. Amid the stunned silence of the onlookers, Iruka and Mizuki looked at each other before picking up the broken Naruto and carrying him off to Konoha Hospital. Hokage Konoha's office. As he sat behind his desk, Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi looked thoughtfully at the group of Jonin senseis in front of him, who were tasked with shaping and mentoring the next generation of shinobi. As they watched the graduation exams through Hiruzen's crystal ball, they noticed that the teams had already been formed due to the Shinobi Council's strong influence, which involved putting certain students together through leverage and manipulating connections and relationships. Hiruzen himself quickly put an end to an attempt to prevent Naruto from taking the exam, which irritated Hiruzen. After pulling his provocative stunt, Naruto wisely chose to sit away from Kiyomi, taking the open seat next to Shikamaru Nara, and Hiruzen's eyes followed him back to the classroom with an ice pack on his head. As usual, Hiruzen thought, "Naruto, you have to be the center of attention all the time. Does anyone have any questions or concerns about the team assignments?" he asked, clearing his throat. "Hi, Hokage-sama," a young kunoichi with red eyes and black hair said. "Why pair the Uzumaki with the Uchiha? I am aware that because he died last, tradition requires that he join the team with the top male and female students. However, won't his presence impede their progress?" With a comforting smile, Hiruzen acknowledged her skepticism and said, "Kurenai, I understand your worries, but don't worry, there's more to Naruto than meets the eye. He will be able to keep up with them since Kakashi is his teacher. Hopefully, they can keep up with him," he thought. The Uchiha twins were now under his watchful eye, and Kakashi nodded in agreement. His assignment wasn't surprising. The file on the Uchiha twins was fairly extensive, but Naruto remained a mystery. Perfect scores, but an academy life marked by absence, naps, and a reluctance to showcase his abilities. Kakashi would have to figure out his sensei's son. Izumi Uchiha's complicated history with Itachi Uchiha had disqualified her from consideration, and Kakashi was thought to be a better fit because of his superior skill and his formidable bloodline. As they saw Naruto staring at them through the crystal ball, a Jonin sensei wearing glasses started, "But Hokage-sama," and then waved casually. As he continued to be a ninja, Hiruzen laughed at the boy's behavior and said, "Well, any more questions? Naruto would undoubtedly give him more pain and amusement," he asked. There was silence. Kakashi mentally noted Naruto's ability to detect things. Is he a sensor? Well, I guess I'll have to wait and see, he thought. Ninja Academy Konoha Shikamaru saw Naruto wave at the corner of the ceiling and looked at him bewildered. "Are you okay?" he remarked. "I believe you were struck in the head too severely." "Oh, it's nothing." Naruto sat down comfortably and said, "Don't worry about it." "Man," Shikamaru thought, "what a drag. Come to the front and get a hit 8 if you hear your name called," Iruka and Mizuki said, returning with a box full of forehead protectors. Iruka advised those who did not receive one to attend class tomorrow in order to find out about upcoming opportunities. After distributing all of the forehead protectors, Iruka started to listen to the teams and eventually made it to Naruto's team. Team 7, which consists of Sasuke Uchiha, Kiyomi Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki, comes next. "Kakashi Hatake is your Jonin sensei," he said. Reactions to the new team were mixed. Naruto grinned, happy to have strong teammates, while Kiyomi shifted in her seat, feeling uncomfortable after beating Naruto. Sasuke's expression was neutral. He was happy to have Kiyomi on the team, but he was also aware of how annoying she and Naruto could be together. "No!" Fangirls for Naruto and Sasuke both shouted at the same time. Hinata glanced at Sasuke's seat and thought, "I'll be on a different team than Sasuke-kun." Team 8, which consists of Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, and Hinata Hyuga, comes next. "Kurenai Yuhi is your Jonin sensei," he added, adding that Team 9 was already operational. Team 10, Shikamaru Nara, Shoji Akamichi, and Ino Yamanaka, comes next. "Asuma Sarutobi is your Jonin sensei," Iruka concluded. Shikamaru remarked, "This is going to be troublesome." "Oh, calm down, Shikamaru," Naruto said, slapping Shikamaru's shoulder. He remarked, "Your sensei is awesome." "How would you know, too?" Shikamaru shot back. "Believe me, please. When did I ever disappoint you?" Naruto grinned as he spoke. Shikamaru let out a sigh. "Do your best, trust your teammates, and never give up," Iruka smiled as she said, "I want to reiterate how proud I am of you all and your resilience to make it to this next step. You should expect your Jonin senseis to arrive at any moment. I hope all the best for you," he concluded. The pupils who did not pass the graduation exam, along with Iruka and Mizuki, left the classroom. A few minutes later, two Jonin entered the classroom together. Kurenai Yuhi, a black-haired kunoichi with red eyes that had a ring in them. She had fair skin, a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve showing, and a white material that looked like bandages with a rose thorn pattern on top of it. She also had a beard, and the second Jonin was a man Naruto was familiar with. He was a tall man with brown eyes, olive skin, short black spiky hair, a Jonin flak jacket, a forehead protector, and black sandals. He wore a sash tied around his waist with the kanji for fire. He wore a pair of black bangles, and he had bandages wrapped around the arms of his sleeves. Kurenai said, "Team 8, come with me," and she and her team departed. Shino remained silent and went with his sensei. Hinata bid Kiyomi farewell with a wave, and Kiba and Akamaru began to walk away from Naruto as they left the room. "I'm your sensei, Team 10, Asuma said, "let's go get some barbecue." Shikamaru moaned. Choji became excited, and Ino continued to struggle over not being paired with a cute boy. Asuma yelled, "Yo, Naruto," to the boy with the white hair. Naruto turned to Shikamaru and said, "Yo Asuma. See Shikamaru, I told you." All Shikamaru did was roll his eyes. Sasuke wondered how he knew Naruto. "So, two of my genin are your friends?" Asuma smiled and said, "I guess I'll have to take them seriously." "Yeah, don't hold back on them," Naruto said, smiling, putting his arm around Shikamaru. "Especially on this guy." Shikamaru thought, "This is going to be even more problematic than I anticipated." "I hope your wait for your sensei goes well. He's notoriously late," Asuma remarked. Naruto's face was dripping with sweat. "You're joking, right?" he uttered. Asuma simply chuckled and then departed with Team 10. Asuma had been gone for an hour, and their sensei was still nowhere to be found. All the other Jonin senseis had gone to pick up their new teams, leaving only Team 7. "Arg. Why does he take so long? We've spent more than an hour sitting here." Kiyomi paced back and forth as she spoke. Sasuke was reading a book, keeping himself busy until their new sensei showed up. He caught a glimpse of his sister, but he also saw Naruto pretending to sleep on the desk, which was strange because normally, Kiyomi and Naruto would be talking to each other non-stop, but they hadn't spoken in a while. Their childish behavior began to irritate Sasuke, who usually avoids getting involved in other people's problems, but this was taking his attention away from his reading. "We should use this time to get to know each other better," he said, setting down his book to gaze at them. "When we begin taking missions, it will be beneficial. Why don't we wait for our sensei? What if he arrives while we're away?" Kiyomi inquired. "That's his fault for showing up late," Sasuke said, turning to face Naruto. "Are you joining us, Naruto?" "Sure. This was getting boring anyway," Naruto said, raising his head from the desk to face the Uchiha. In search of something to do, they went outside into the village. The Konoha marketplace. Sasuke couldn't help but watch his teammates as they passed different stores and stalls in Konoha. The three of them talked occasionally, but Sasuke saw that Naruto and Kiyomi didn't interact much, their unspoken tension still hanging in the air. Eventually, the three of them went by Amaguriyama, a well-known confectionery in the community. Kiyomi read the entrance sign and said, "Amaguriyama, I've heard good things about this place. They are said to have the best dango in the Land of Fire." "Oh, is that accurate?" Naruto, who had never been here before, said, growing interested. Yep, it's pretty popular," she said, saying, "It doesn't seem too busy right now." Naruto asked, "Want to go? They don't appear to have a long line." She pouted and said, "Yeah, it's not long, but unfortunately I don't have any money with me." When Naruto said, "I can pay for you, are you certain?" With hesitation, Kiyomi said, "I can reimburse you." "No need, I'll pay," Naruto said, waving his hand. "It will be a treat for me," he smiled. After leaving Naruto and Kiyomi at the shop entrance, Sasuke made the decision to go to a bookstore a few blocks down. "Come find me once you're done," he said. Next in line, the two went into the store. While they were waiting in line, Kiyomi felt eyes on her, watching and whispering, but these were not the usual looks she was used to as the daughter of the head of the Uchiha clan. She was used to both friendly and hostile prying eyes, but this time, the hate, fear, and disgust emanating from these eyes was enormous, and the weight of this negativity was getting to be too much to bear. A villager came up to Naruto just as she was ready to ask him if he felt the same way. As the older man sneered, "Look, it's the demon brat, I don't want you here. You must depart immediately." "Trash, I don't recall requesting your opinion." Avoid me or I'll move you, Naruto shot back icily. Kiyomi tried to step in, perplexed by the unexpected animosity, saying, Naruto, I think we should. Demon, did you hear me? The villager saw Kiyomi next to Naruto and interrupted, saying, oh, it seems the demon has a BITC. The man's nose began to bleed heavily, and blood flew out. Kiyomi was confused when she noticed that Naruto appeared to be unaffected. The blood was suspended in the air and clumped together as it struck a wall, but it did not touch Naruto. After taking the man by the face and slamming him to the ground, Naruto said, I thought I told you to move, before putting his foot on the man's face and putting his hands in his pockets. The commotion had created a crowd, and when they saw Naruto standing over the man, they were all both applauding and terrified by Naruto's display of strength, speed, and power. Naruto said, you don't look too great, and he stepped down more forcefully. Apologize, he insisted. The man sobbed, Pples I'm SS Ori. I didn't hear you, come on. The villager screamed in agony as his face was flattened, and Naruto uttered those words maniacally while exerting even more force. Out of the crowd, a young girl said, Tucson, she exclaimed. When Kiyomi saw the girl in distress, he pulled at Naruto's sleeves, turning to face her, and he saw the worry and concern in her eyes as he took his foot off the man. Kiyomi followed Naruto as he left the shop, but her gaze was fixed on the bloodied man and the sobbing girl as the young girl ran to her father, crying and requesting medical assistance. The owner of the store came out from behind the counter and walked over to them as they were leaving. Hold on. They turned around as she yelled, I want to apologize for this customer's actions. She bowed frantically and handed them 2 boxes of dango, saying, please accept this as a token of forgiveness. Her voice was earnest. As he took a box, Naruto remained silent, his face unreadable, and Kiyomi bowed back, accepting the other box with a mixture of gratitude and uneasiness in her eyes. As they left the scene, Kiyomi couldn't get rid of the weight in her chest, and the little girl kept crying by her father's side. Outside the store, the two ate their dango without talking. Kiyomi turned to face Naruto, who was hiding his eyes behind his glasses, but she could see guilt and shame on his face, so she spoke up. She uttered, hey, and Naruto. From his dango box, Naruto raised his head. I want to apologize for hitting you earlier, Kiyomi said, twitching her hands. She said, I'm not sure what possessed me. Naruto smiled and gave himself a sheepish head rub. You don't need to say sorry. I may have gone overboard, but I was just trying to have some fun, he said. After a moment of eye contact, they resumed their dango. Naruto, why did that man call you a demon? Kiyomi said once more. Because he hates me, asked Naruto. Yes, but what is the reason? Have you harmed him in any way? She inquired. Do you know what happened to the village 14 years ago? Naruto asked, setting down his dango and turning to face her. After giving it some thought, Kiyomi replied, I think something attacked the village. Yes, it was attacked by the Kyuubi, he replied. The enormous 9-tailed fox? She uttered those words. That's the one, indeed. Numerous houses and structures were destroyed in the village's attack by the Kyuubi. That night, a large number of civilians and shinobi perished. The 4th Hokage, too. But the 4th sealed the beast inside a newborn infant to save the village before the Kyuubi killed him, he said, pausing, and I was that newborn infant. So, that's why everyone was staring at you, calling you a demon and monster, Kiyomi said, her eyes widening at this realization. But why did you attack him? She asked. You were not harmed by him. Naruto paused for a long moment before continuing. I had to defend myself for a long time after I was expelled from the orphanage when I turned 4 years old, he said, adding that someone must have told the public about my status because, up until that point, no one had ever treated me badly or without cause. However, everyone seemed to despise me after I was expelled. The villagers would beat me, hurl trash at me, and call me derogatory names wherever I went. In addition to raising the prices in their stores, they would completely bar me from going inside. I was left to fend for myself, surviving on what little I could get. I learned to hate them back because they hated me. These weak and pitiful people would attribute a great deal of death and destruction to a child. Naruto chuckled. This village loves to preach about the will of fire, and all that other nonsense. To be such a coward that you would take your pain out on someone who couldn't defend themselves. What a bunch of bullshit. Why should the strong put themselves in danger for the weak who don't give a damn about them? He concluded. I can understand why you acted like you did, but I still don't understand why, Kiyomi said after giving his words some thought. She paused and smiled at Naruto, saying, you don't have to be like them, full of hate and anger. You've always been there for me, supporting and caring. You're the coolest person I've ever met because of that. Her remarks caused long-forgotten thoughts to resurface, and Naruto's eyes widened in response. If I have the time to hate someone, I'd rather spend it thinking about those precious to me, she stated. Forgiving people isn't necessarily a bad thing. It seemed like an eternity to Naruto, but only a few seconds had passed in the outside world. He remained silent as his mind processed what she had said. A brief pause hung in the air, heavy with his thoughts. He glanced at her after a moment and said in a contemplative tone, "HMPH maybe. Let's find Sasuke." With his hands back in his pockets, he got up and said, "Let's go, Kiyomi. Hopefully, our sensei has arrived." "Hi," she cheerfully said. "What's amusing?" he inquired. She said, "You," and flicked his forehead. "What was that for, He rubbed his forehead as he spoke. "Oh, nothing," she replied. "Just making sure you're still you." Unbeknownst to them, their Jonin sensei, Kakashi Hitaki, was sitting down in the shop behind a curtain, teasing each other and having a casual conversation as they left, the atmosphere lighter. How lovely, he thought, flipping to the next page of his favorite book, occasionally giggling like a child as he read about the pleasures of youth and love. When they finally located Sasuke, he approached them as he was paying for his book after giving the cashier the money. "It appears that you two have resolved your disagreements. You are becoming more obnoxious than normal," he remarked. At his remarks, Kiyomi's cheeks began to flush a little, a hint of pink spreading across them. Sasuke said, "Let's head back. Hopefully, our sensei is there," and started to move toward the academy. "We're too far away, huh?" Kiyomi remarked. "I don't want to walk back." "What other means do we have to return?" Sasuke said. As he posed, Naruto remarked, "You two are in luck as I am on your team." "What are you talking about?" asked Sasuke, glancing at Naruto. He inquired. "I can get us back to the academy in a few short seconds," said Naruto. "I just need you two to touch me." "Come on, Sasuke," Kiyomi said, placing her hand on Naruto's right shoulder. "I don't believe it. Furthermore, why will you simply accept his words?" Sasuke said. "I don't want to walk back, and if he says he's got a way to get there in seconds, I'm all in," she responded. Naruto pretended to cry as he said, "I'm hurt, Sasuke, I'm your best friend, and I would never trick you." Sasuke, who did not trust Naruto, gritted his teeth and said, "Yeah, sure." Naruto begged, "Come on Sasuke, I won't bite." Sasuke put his hand on Naruto's right shoulder and said, "TCH, feeling as though he would later regret this." "See, that wasn't so bad," Naruto's voice said. With his eyes closed, Sasuke said, "Just hurry up. You might feel a little uneasy or you might slowly pass away as your body is torn apart." "I've never done it with other people before," Naruto acknowledged. "What?" the twins shouted. His words, "Here goes." Sasuke said, "Wait, Naru," but it was too late. The three disappeared from their position as Naruto clasped his hands together. They showed up in their classroom a few moments later. Naruto remarked, "See, that wasn't so bad," until he noticed Sasuke vomiting in a trash can as Kiyomi hurried to locate another trash can. In a desperate attempt to find a place to throw up, she ran to the door, and as she got there, it slid open to reveal a tall man with silvery white hair that defied gravity, a mask covering most of his face, and a Konoha forehead protector covering his left eye. "Hey, your new Jonin sensei is me. I apologize for the wait, but a black cat crossed my path." Before he could finish, he threw up, covering Kakashi's body and hair. Kiyomi wanted to apologize, but she ignored the motionless Kakashi and carried on looking for a trash can, unsure of what was going on. As he picked up some dango in his hair, Kakashi thought, "This group is going to be interesting." He scanned the room with his visible eyes, slapping chunks of dango off his clothes and noticing Sasuke in the corner, throwing his lunch, and Naruto laughing at him, hunched over, holding his stomach. Roof of Kinoa Ninja Academy. The team gathered on the roof for appropriate introductions after everyone had cleaned up. Kakashi stood in front of the three genin sitting on the steps, his hand on his chin. "How do I phrase this?" He closed his eyes, saying, "As for what I thought of you guys at first, I despise you, then. Don't blame us, please. You ought to have gotten out of the way," Naruto remarked. "Dude, I wish I had a photo of that. It was magnificent," he declared. Still feeling the effects of Naruto's teleportation, Sasuke and Kiyomi sat shaking and holding their stomachs without saying anything. Kakashi watched his new team. He had heard a lot about the Uchiha twins. Kiyomi was lively and gregarious, while her twin was more stoic, calm, and logical. However, he noticed that Sasuke could be a bit distant and aloof from people. The only difference between them was the color of their hair. It was difficult to get a good read on him. He would need to spend more time with the two of them for a thorough analysis. Lastly, there was Naruto Uzumaki. He looked at the white-haired boy with dark glasses. For those who knew Minato, it was obvious that Naruto was his son. They shared the same facial and body structure, with the exception of their hair color. Not much was known about Naruto other than the usual. His profile was that of a boisterous, haughty, and shy child who made fun of everyone. However, Kakashi was unable to determine why Naruto wore those glasses, and he was intrigued by the fact that he never saw his eyes. In any case, would you mind introducing yourselves? Explain your hobbies, dreams, likes, and dislikes, he said. Sensei, why don't you go first? Said Kiyomi. My name is Kakashi Hitaki, though. My dislikes are what I dislike, and my likes are what I like. As hobbies. My aspirations for the future. Kakashi trailed off. I've got some. The old man was strange, Sasuke thought. Other than his name, Kiyomi thought, he said nothing. Naruto merely grinned. Now you guys are up, Kakashi said, gesturing to Kiyomi. We'll start with you, he said. My name is Uchiha Kiyomi. My close friends and family are my favorites. I really don't have any dislikes, but my goal is to provide for my family and do my best to represent my clan. In terms of interests, Kiyomi stated, I enjoy eating ramen, watching sunsets, and hanging out with friends. Kakashi smiled at her and said, that's nice. All right, Four Eyes, you're next. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I enjoy cakes, candy, dangos, and other sweets because they help my brain work. As for dislikes, he said, I detest weak people and cowards. As for hobbies, I'm too good at everything I learn, so I don't have any. However, my dreams, I don't have any dreams, Naruto said after pausing briefly and looking off into space. The only thing that matters is strength, he said, returning to his usual demeanor. Who needs them? Seeing something flicker in Naruto's eyes, a hidden pain that contrasted with the happy exterior, Kakashi watched Naruto intently, feeling that there was more to him than met the eye. Kakashi thought, this boy, he's seen more than he lets on. He knew Naruto was an orphan, just like him, and had gone through difficult times, but at least he had his father from birth. Unable to comprehend the loneliness Naruto faced, Kakashi chose to share a bit of his own story. With a tone that suggested understanding, Kakashi remarked, you know, Naruto, even in a world full of pain and suffering, connections with others can be a source of strength. Sometimes, it's the bonds we form that give us the strength to face the darkness. Naruto gazed at Kakashi, a mixture of interest and longing visible in his eyes. You don't have to go through this world by yourself, Kakashi went on. You will come across people who will support and care for you as you mature. Don't undervalue the importance of having close friends and family because they can be priceless and help you through your darkest hours. Naruto's expression faltered for a second before he dismissed the emotion with a resolute smile. Yeah, I get it, he said. Friends and family members are vital, etc. Kakashi smiled at him with his eyes. Sasuke thought, I suppose he's not all jokes after all. She thought, Naruto. Well, Kakashi said, releasing the tension by putting his hands together, you're next, Emo. Kiyomi laughed aloud and said, hey, Emo, she laughed, and Naruto laughed too. I'm Sasuke Uchiha, he said, ignoring them. I enjoy ginger, chicken, and rice. He remarked, I don't like red bell peppers. That was arbitrary, Naruto reflected. Kiyomi grimaced, realizing that he had run out of things to say. Noted, Kakashi pondered. I enjoy reading as a hobby. But my dream, he stated more solemnly, no, my objective is to exact revenge on my clan. And to murder a specific man. Kakashi thought, I suppose. Kiyomi's head dropped. Naruto gave a nod of approval. All right, that was pleasant. We all know one another, which is good. I hope that after being sent back to the academy, you three will be close friends, he said in a casual tone. Hold on, sensei. What are you saying? Didn't passing the graduation exam make us genin? Kiyomi inquired, clearly bewildered. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other with interest, both of them perplexed. In theory, you're not genin. The purpose of the graduation exam is to identify potential candidates. The final decision regarding your status as an official genin rests with your Jonin sensei. With a hint of mystery in his voice, Kakashi explained. You three will have a survival test to determine if you'll be on my squad. If you fail, you'll be sent back to the academy and have to try again to become a genin. There's no way. You must be kidding, Kiyomi uttered uneasily. All right, then, meet me at training ground 7 at 5 in the morning, Kakashi said, shaking his head. You should also avoid eating breakfast because it will cause you to throw up. Goodbye. Before disappearing in a puff of smoke and leaving a sense of mystery in his wake, Kakashi added. Naruto said, well, this will be fun, as he rose from the stairs. I'd advise you two to disregard his advice. Naruto, what gives you confidence? Kiyomi inquired. Sasuke added, he was trying to trick us. He was 3 hours late today as well. Why do you think he'll be there at 5 o'clock? She remarked, oh, I see, Naruto said, I'm going to leave. Would you like me to drop you two off at your house? No, was the twins' response, still experiencing the effects of his teleportation. With a shrug, Naruto said, suit yourself, it's your loss, clasped his hands, and disappeared, leaving a tiny ripple as if he were being drawn away by an unseen force. Let's go, Kiyomi, Sasuke's sister said. Concerned about passing the test, Kiyomi nodded and went home with him. At 8 a.m., Konotaha Training Ground 7 Kakashi was squatting in bushes with a view of the field. He had been waiting for his team to arrive since 5 in the morning, but they had not yet arrived. He was lying when he said that he had started that earlier because he wanted to see if these genin had the capacity to see beneath the surface. It was a smart plan, but it probably would have been less obvious that he was playing tricks on them if he had arrived on time yesterday. He could hear distant voices coming closer. He caught a glimpse of the Uchiha twins making their way to the open field through some foliage. While Sasuke ignored Kiyomi and was engrossed in his book, she was playing with her brother. The white-haired boy was not visible or perceptible to Kakashi. Kakashi let out a sigh. Regretfully, he had heard that Naruto had a lot of potential but had never put in the effort. Kakashi had no idea that Naruto was sitting half a kilometer away, observing the Uchiha and his sensei. Kakashi made the decision to come out and start the test. He approached the two with a relaxed gait. You two finally showed up, he said, tilting his head and raising an eyebrow. Now, where is Naruto? Kiyomi shrugged and said, I don't know sensei, as she nervously looked around for her friend. It has been yesterday since we last saw him. Kakashi took 2 bells from his back pocket and held them up, jingling them slightly so they gleamed in the morning light, saying, we'll have to start without him. Your goal is to take these bells from me before noon, he said. Come back here when you hear that alarm go off, he said, pointing to an alarm clock atop a wooden post. Any inquiries? Why are there only 2 bells, sensei? Kiyomi inquired. Those who do not receive a bell by noon will be sent back to the academy, Kakashi eyes said with a smile. He clipped the bells on his left hip and crossed his arms, saying, whoever gets a bell before noon passes, but if only one you do the other will be sent back along with Naruto. If you two can get these bells, you'll have passed, but since Naruto isn't here he'll be sent back to the academy, he said. Looking at Sasuke and observing his response, Kiyomi appeared anxious. She wanted to become a genin but didn't want to be sent back to the academy or be paired with Naruto or her brother. Sasuke's expression was neutral. He didn't like Naruto, but he also didn't want him sent back to the academy. As much as he hated to admit it, he didn't want Kiyomi sent back either. He met his sister's gaze and nodded slightly, suggesting that they would cooperate. Naruto was to blame for his failure to show up. Satisfied with their responses, Kakashi went on. Come at me with the intention of killing. You can use kunai, shuriken, traps, or anything else you want. On my mark, we'll start. Sasuke closed his book and took a ready position, feeling a surge of adrenaline and resolve, determined to get those bells. Kiyomi swallowed, then took her place, feeling both anxious and afraid, but ready at the same time, ready to get a bell. All set. Proceed, he said. The twins disappeared from where they had been and sought safety in the forest. Now, what's your next move? Good, Kakashi thought, because it is basically for a shinobi to conceal their presence and hide effectively. They're hidden pretty well. Kakashi took out Ichiraku Paradise, his favorite book, and started reading it while he waited for them to attack, laughing like a schoolgirl as he turned the pages. Oh, so you're a pervert, Naruto thought, laughing aloud, and returned his focus to the Uchiha twins, hoping they would fight back. Sasuke and Kiyomi were sitting on a tree with a view of the field, watching their sensei laugh to himself. What is he doing? Kiyomi muttered, feeling bewildered, annoyed, and offended. Was he making fun of them? Sasuke looked at his sister and remarked, He's reading and has his guard down. Before we jump down, let's plan our attack. Without a plan, we can't defeat him one-on-one. As they came up with a scheme to steal the bells from their sensei, Kiyomi nodded. A storm of shuriken was thrown towards Kakashi from the forest, but he easily dodged them, grabbing two with his free hand and spinning them on his fingers while he read. Kakashi was standing in the center of the field, still reading with a hand in his pocket. He heard a poof behind him and caught a glimpse of Kiyomi standing by the river, weaving the seal of the dragon, tiger, and hare hand. A C-rank method for releasing water? Naruto thought. As he watched Kiyomi, he heard footsteps on the ground behind him and turned to see Sasuke finishing the hand seals for a fire release technique. Attacking me at the same time, smart. Kakashi thought, water release. That's odd, especially for Uchiha. He was intrigued by her unusual elemental affinity. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release. Fireball Jutsu, Sweden. Mazurappa, water release. Wild water wave, they yelled. A giant stream of fire was coming at him from the other side, and a wave of water spewed out of Kiyomi's mouth toward Kakashi. He leapt out of the way as the two attacks collided, filling the field with a cloud of steam. A distraction? Kakashi thought. He felt someone behind him and spun around, catching a punch that was aimed at his face. The steam spread strangely as it hit him, leaving Sasuke perplexed because he wasn't that strong and the steam should have lingered longer. Using the steam as a cover was a smart idea. He grinned, looked down at Sasuke, and made contact with the boy's Tsutomu Sharingan. I wouldn't have expected anything less from the Uchiha clan, he said, complimenting Sasuke. Tsutomu. Sasuke's ability to awaken the clan's dojutsu and reach this stage at such a young age impressed Kakashi, he said. He was distracted by Sasuke when he sensed someone running behind him, attempting to grab the bells. Good try, but you're too slow, he said, blocking Kiyomi's advancing hand with his other arm. Kakashi tried to leap away and reposition himself, but he was unable to do so. What is this? Kakashi looked to his left and was shocked to see a green, human-sized toad with marks around its eyes and an odd symbol on its stomach, outstretching its tongue. He looked down to see a purple tongue holding his leg. Oh, this is interesting. Naruto grinned. You keep getting more and more interesting. Sasuke. A toad shikigami that enables him to restrain opponents. Grab the bells, Kiyomi. Sasuke yelled and grabbed Kakashi's arm with his free hand. Kiyomi exclaimed, I got them. As she extended her hand, gripped the bells with her fingers, and took them. She said. However, before she could celebrate, the bells disappeared with a poof. She felt a shock and confusion. What? Kakashi sarcastically remarked, so close, but not bad, before vanishing with a poof, and becoming a log. Naruto placed his hand on his chin. Our cunning sensei replaced himself and bells with a clone and a log using Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution jutsu. With a mixture of fear and frustration, the twins searched everywhere for him but were unable to locate him. Where did he go? Said Kiyomi. A voice called out from beneath the ground, down here, and a hand suddenly appeared, grabbing Kiyomi by the leg. Kiyomi attempted to kick the leg away in panic, but the hold was too firm. What? Earth release. Headhunter jutsu. Doden. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Kakashi remarked as he dragged her into the earth, exposing only her head. Naruto remarked, it's an assassination-type jutsu, trapping the opponent and creating an opening for decapitation or questioning. Oh no. She tried to move her submerged body but said, I can't move. Now, Sasuke. What are you going to do? It's probably best to give up. Kakashi jumped out of the ground and said, it won't be long before it's noon. TCH, Sasuke said, dissolving the toad back into the shadows and making a bird-like hand seal. New. Sasuke's shadow began to grow and take shape, revealing a large, owl-like creature with orange feathers and a white mask-like skull, complete with large wings, 2 sets of talons, and teeth that resembled those of a human. So that's how his technique works. Naruto grinned. He can use his shadow as a medium to summon unique shikigami, which can help him in battle. It appears that he can summon up to 10. Each with unique abilities. I wonder what else he can do with this. Astonished and intrigued by Sasuke's shadow technique, Kakashi thought, another one of those creatures. I'm assuming it's made out of his chakra. While Nu flew at Kakashi, attempting to snag the bells, Sasuke rushed at him with a flurry of punches and kicks, and Kakashi dodged the creature's swan dives by moving his head and body out of its way. Sasuke attempted a sweep kick, but Kakashi leapt back into the river behind him. "I got you now," Sasuke declared, extending his index and little fingers while holding his thumb down to hold his ring and middle fingers. New Inazumageki Lightning Strike. When Kakashi realized what was happening, his eyes widened, and Nu's wings began to conduct purple lightning before diving towards him and stunning him by dividing into the water and releasing its electricity into the river. Kakashi let out a cry of agony and then collapsed onto the surface, face down. After using the Sharingan and his Shikigami simultaneously, Sasuke was exhausted and panted. He released Nu, deactivated his Sharingan, and approached Kakashi's floating body, which was not dead but rather unconscious. He felt victorious because he had defeated their sensei, and as he was about to pick up the bells, the body vanished with a poof. Sasuke exclaimed, "Wait, another clone," as he frantically searched for Kakashi. "Sasuke! In your rear!" the Kiyomi head yelled. Kakashi said, "That was good but sadly not good enough," as he kicked Sasuke into a tree after emerging behind him. As he struggled to get back up after being knocked out cold by the tree, Sasuke was on his knees and slammed the ground, disappointed in himself, just as the alarm clock went off, signaling the end of the exam and their failure. Kiyomi's gaze dropped. With a serious and stern look on his face, Kakashi said, "You two put on a good show, but unfortunately you didn't get the bells." He wanted to make Sasuke and Kiyomi think about their mistakes and teach them a lesson, but with that, you. "Are you sure?" a voice said. As everyone turned to face the voice, they were startled to see Naruto holding the bells. "So, we pass, correct?" Naruto said, dangling the bells in front of the shell-shocked Kakashi, Sasuke, and Kiyomi. "I got the bells." He picked them up and held them for a short while before they vanished with a poof. How did you? Kakashi, who was amused by Naruto's confidence but still had a lot to learn, looked down at his hip, still seeing the bells. Kakashi exclaimed in shock. "Get these?" Naruto grinned broadly and said, "It caught you off guard in the chaos and steam. Remove the bells from beneath your nose." "I changed them because I wanted your battle to continue a bit longer." Sasuke thought that was why the steam cleared so quickly. Kiyomi thought, "Wow, Naruto. I knew you were smart, but not this smart." However, how far away were you, and how did you enter and exit without being detected? Kakashi asked as he relaxedly leaned against a tree. "A true shinobi never reveals secrets too soon, sensei." With a playful smile, he said, "Maybe one day I'll reveal the secret to you. Speaking of secrets, you're well known as the notorious copycat ninja Kakashi Hitaki." Kakashi's body straightened, and his eyes narrowed visibly. Sasuke and Kiyomi looked at each other, intrigued by the description of Kakashi as a copycat ninja. "It's going to be interesting as I discover what other tricks you've got up your sleeve," Kakashi thought, putting aside his thoughts about Naruto. "You're quite the enigma, Naruto," he thought, his interest in him growing as he realized that there was more to learn about his abilities and mentality and that he needed to get a good read on the boy because it wouldn't be good if he didn't know how the boy reacted to certain situations. His final remarks caused Kiyomi's eyes to enlarge. "Wait, so are you saying we pass?" "I wanted the goal of this test to be for you three to work together as a team," Kakashi said, giving her the thumbs up. "The purpose of the bell was to trick you into being at each other's throats, but it didn't work. Due in part to the fact that you were siblings and that Naruto did not accompany you this morning. Naruto passes because he received a bell, but you two pass because you worked together." Sasuke and Kiyomi both let out a collective sigh of relief, while Naruto tossed the bells back to Kakashi without any thought. "I'm here to save you, Kiyomi," Naruto said, grinning, as he walked over to where Kiyomi's head poked out of the ground. "Are you crying?" he asked teasingly, leaning down. Kiyomi's annoyance transformed into outrage. "I'm not crying." In a desperate attempt to break free, she yelled, "Where the hell were you? While we were struggling to survive, you were merely observing." "Didn't I already tell you?" Naruto laughed. "Teams had already been formed. Failure was not an option for you. I was the only person here who had the potential to fail. The clan leaders and superiors hate me." "Will you stop talking about it?" "I didn't have time to think," she shot back, her face displaying annoyance. "I was fighting with everything I had." Before Kakashi sighed and stepped in, they were arguing back and forth. "Will you stop arguing like an old married couple? Even though I appreciate your friendship, I have 3 things to show you." Naruto turned and started walking in the other direction after saying, "So, help her up and follow me." They looked at each other, and then Naruto picked Kiyomi up off the ground. Sasuke saw that Naruto had placed his hand on Kiyomi's head instead of her shirt, and that the rocks appeared to float around them. He kept this to himself and continued walking toward Kakashi. They arrived at a memorial stone in the center of the clearing after quite a bit of walking. "Observe this." With his back to them, Kakashi remarked, "This stone has many names engraved into it. Many shinobi have died and many more will. Although you received the bells, the exam's main objective was to emphasize the value of teamwork. You put your life on the line in every mission. While it is true that a ninja must hone their abilities on their own, teamwork is far more crucial, particularly for you genin." Kakashi turned to face them and said, "Those who disobey the rules are referred to as scum in the ninja world. However, people who desert their friends are worse than scum. As we embark on our journey as Team 7, keep this in mind." He gave them the thumbs up, saying, "We begin missions tomorrow. I'll accompany you on your walk home." With a nod, the genin trailed behind Kakashi as they returned to the Leaf Village. Kakashi led the way, reading his book while his team talked among themselves. As Team 7 returned to the village, the high sun painted the sky in warm hues, creating long shadows across the familiar streets of Konoha. They could hardly see the entrance gates of the Uchiha compound as they made their way through the streets. "Hold on, sensei." Naruto turned to Sasuke and said, "Let's stop here. I have something to say." Kakashi indicated that Naruto had the floor by nodding while raising an eyebrow in mild bewilderment. "Why did you hold back, Sasuke?" Naruto spoke in a straightforward and inquisitive manner. Everyone was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question, but Kiyomi was the first to ask, "What do you mean he held back?" "Something felt off when I watched you two fight Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said, keeping his eyes on Sasuke. Although Sasuke has the capacity to outperform Itachi, his fighting style was just average. There was tension in the air because the twins were both sensitive to the mention of Itachi and any comparison to him. Sensing the underlying currents, Kakashi made the silent observation, "Naruto brings up an interesting point." Kiyomi turned to Kakashi, her bewilderment evident. "Is this true, sensei?" With one eye out to evaluate the dynamics of his team, Kakashi nodded and said, "I agree with Naruto. I had higher expectations. I did say to approach me with the intention of killing me." "But sensei, it would be reckless to try to kill you," Sasuke interrupted. "Working as a team was our aim." "Yes, teamwork is essential," Kakashi said. "Knowing one another's strengths, however, is just as crucial. I emphasize teamwork, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't give it your all in every circumstance." "I know what your problem is, Sasuke. It's your mindset," Naruto smiled. "You're not sure how to be your best self, are you?" Clearly annoyed, Sasuke shot back, "What? Do you think I'm not trying my hardest?" "I'm not saying you aren't giving it your all," Naruto said, his tone slightly altered but still playful. "You can't, I say. For instance, consider the bell test. Instead of pursuing a bell yourself, why let Kiyomi go for one? You would have failed if she had been successful and I had also been successful. Even though you would fail, did you still want her to pass? That is an admirable mindset." "But Kakashi-sensei stressed the importance of teamwork," Kiyomi added. "That was the test's purpose, wasn't it?" "Yes, teamwork is a good fit for the typical shinobi," Naruto said, his voice growing solemn, "but you can do better, Sasuke. Think of the legendary Sannin, Madara Uchiha, Hashirama Senju, or even the fourth Hokage. Do you believe that their ability to function as a team was the only factor that contributed to their strength? No matter how many allies you have, when you die, you'll die alone." Naruto continued, his eyes unblinking, pausing to allow the impact of his words to sink in. "You dream of killing a certain man, but at your current level, it's an unattainable goal. Maybe because of your trump card, but you can't imagine a stronger version of yourself." With a mixture of surprise and realization, Sasuke's eyes widened. "How do you know about that?" "Let's just say I have good eyes," Naruto said, lowering his glasses just a little. "When you face this man, you think that giving your life will make everything better. However, winning then fades into the past." As Naruto approached Sasuke, the gravity of his words began to sink in. "Dying to win and risking death to win," he said, flicking Sasuke's forehead, "are entirely different concepts. At this rate, you won't even measure up to a low chunin." Normally calm, Sasuke appeared to be knocked off balance, and Naruto's words hung over him like a burden. "Try your hardest if you want to exact revenge on that man. Be greedier," Naruto suggested, before resuming his easygoing manner. "All right, I'm finished. We can go on." With a slight smile, Kakashi, who had been watching in silence, closed his book. Naruto is surprisingly wise for someone who is carefree. Let's keep going. He motioned for the group to continue their journey, the air heavy with reflection. Uchiha Compound Konoha. Outside the new Uchiha compound, inside the walls of the Konoha Military Police Force headquarters, Hiruzen, Fugaku, and Naobito sat in chairs in front of Fugaku's desk, with Hiruzen's personal Anbu guard lurking in the shadows, and 2 watchful police force members standing guard outside the office door. How is the police department doing? With a pipe in his mouth, Hiruzen questioned, how is crime in the village? We have restored our force to 70% of its initial strength since the massacre. Our distant relatives, the Fuma clan, have been very helpful in covering gaps. Although Kotaro Fuma and I have been working together to address our shortcomings, we still need to strengthen our security, particularly in the area close to the barrier. Hiruzen gave a focused nod. Over the last 7 years, there has been a 25% decrease in crime. But the villagers continue to oppose us, particularly those who were severely impacted by Kyuubi's attack so many years ago, Fugaku stated. Nodding, Hiruzen turned to face Naobito and asked, what about the connection with the Hyuga clan? Has any effort been made to cooperate? Leaning back in his chair, Naobito laughed and said, the relationship with the Hyuga is almost non-existent. The Uchiha are nearly as conceited as those Hyuga bastards. But there is a window of opportunity because Kiyomi and Hiyoshi's daughter are best friends. A genin with exceptional skills is a prodigy in the Hyuga. He paused and said, I don't think that would have worked out anyway, especially considering that girl has her sights set on the Uzumaki. We considered an arranged marriage between Kiyomi and him, but declined when learning that he was a branch member. As for the Hyuga, he needed to have a serious talk with Hiyoshi about the ongoing abuse and use of the Kago no Tori no Juin, caged bird curse seal. But Hiruzen wasn't surprised. The two had been close since childhood, so it was only natural for one to start feeling something for the other. He hoped this wouldn't end tragically like most love stories. Regarding the Uzumaki, what led to his inclusion on their squad? There was no combat record in his academy file, Fugaku asked. When they begin completing missions, do you not fear that he will be killed? Unlike their wives, Fugaku and Minato were never friends. Instead, they simply respected one another. He was interested in his son and wanted to see what he could do, especially after learning of Kiyomi's infatuation. I apologize for using such a strong word with him. I believe he can offer a challenge and push them to great heights, Hiruzen said, acknowledging Fugaku's worries. With more academy points than Itachi, Naruto is incredibly talented, Hiruzen grinned. Oh my, that is impressive, said Naobito, leaning back in his chair. To have outperformed Itachi on tests, this brat must be something special. He is really that man's son, Fugaku said, nodding. But he lacks genuine interpersonal relationships and occasionally exhibits extreme self-centeredness. Including Naruto on this team will promote camaraderie and a feeling of family among the members, and your kids can assist him. If you want, you'll have the opportunity to see him. After Kakashi completed their test, I instructed him to bring them to the compound gates, Hiruzen remarked. Hiruzen leaned forward, looking out the window as their conversation appeared to come to an end, and a contemplative expression appeared on his face as he saw the Uchiha compound just beyond the horizon. There, he sensed a strangely familiar chakra signature that he hadn't experienced in a long time. What's happening at the Uchiha compound right now, I wonder, Hiruzen thought, speculating about the possible difficulties that might arise. It's still pretty dull, but give 10 years it'll be bustling again, he said, gazing up at the compound entrance and taking in the solemn and peaceful atmosphere. Ah, we're finally here, he said, observing the few Uchiha scattered about. I'll see you 3 tomorrow. Wait, said Naruto, raising his hand, someone's coming. Sasuke, Kiyomi, and Kakashi all awoke. Kakashi in particular sharpened his senses, and after a few anxious seconds, nothing occurred. They sensed it as Kiyomi opened her mouth to speak. The tense air was broken by Naruto's voice, guess it's showtime. A sudden scream resounded from above as the enormous chakra engulfed them. We. Team 7 looked up as a collective gasp escaped their lips in response to a high-pitched shriek that sent shockwaves through the air. With only one eye visible, Kakashi gave a sharp command, get out of the way. Dust and debris flew into the air, blocking their view, and the echoes of the crash were accompanied by distant cries and screams. The team dispersed, jumping to safer ground as the monstrous landed. The shockwave shook the area, forming a crater where the figure touched down. The ground moaned in protest, breaking open like a spiderweb. When the dust settled, Team 7 saw a terrifying image of a monstrous creature with wild orange hair set against darkened skin, ferocious yellow eyes that glowed with a disturbing intensity, and bone protrusions that adorned its form in the form of menacing horns, spikes, and claws, muscles that strained against a purple shirt and black pants, giving the impression of raw power, and a roar that sent shivers down their spines. "Who are you?" Kakashi inquired. A tiny flesh pod appeared on the compound wall to Naruto's left, but the creature ignored him and charged at the nearest one, Naruto, raising his right hand while extending his middle and index fingers into the palm with the other fingers. Pure chakra began to converge and build up tons of pressure as Naruto turned his head to look at the flesh pod. "Watch out, Naruto!" The flesh pod exploded, drowning out Kakashi's frantic cry. Naruto was consumed by the explosion, which left behind nothing but smoke and devastation. The pavement was shattered, panic swept through the compound, and the wailing alarms reflected the distress of the situation. While Sasuke clenched his fists in silent rage, Kiyomi fell to her knees in grief, and Kakashi, haunted by guilt and sorrow, felt the weight of his failure to protect his student. "Forgive me, Minato-sensei, I have failed you," he thought as Team 7 stood motionless, their eyes fixed on the destruction in front of them. They heard an emergency alarm in the distance, indicating an intruder, and Hiruzen, Fugaku, and Naobito got up from their seats as they felt a huge unknown chakra spike from the office. "What was that?" Fugaku inquired. "It seems to have come from the Uchiha compound entrance," Naobito said. "I suppose this meeting is over Hokage-sama." Ignoring Naobito's irony, Hiruzen yelled at the shinobi in the area, "Get a squad together and go there right away." "It's an order." They answered, "Hi, Hokage-sama," and then hurried off to gather men and investigate the situation. "I hope we're not too late," Hiruzen said, worried about their safety because the typical genin would be overwhelmed by that large chakra signature. With a chuckle, the beast turned to face the other members of Team 7. That was easier than expected. After hearing his words, Sasuke became enraged and started to advance, but Kakashi's arm blocked his way. Kakashi placed his left hand beneath his headband and was about to lift it. "I'm not going to lose any more genin today," he said. "No more holding back." A voice broke through the confusion before Kakashi confronted the man-beast, saying, "Who are you?" His calling simple. When the smoke cleared, Naruto was seen standing erect with a half-tiger ram seal formed in his right hand. Startled, the beast snarled, "Brat." Naruto's mind raced. He can talk. That blast was made entirely of chakra, but it also contained something else, perhaps sage chakra. It wouldn't be implausible. This man is drawing a lot of chakra from the natural world. Feeling both relieved and perplexed, Kakashi said, "Naruto, get out of the way. I'll take care of this. You cannot defeat him." "No, sir, since I missed the bell test this morning, let this be my makeup," Naruto said with a self-assured smile as he turned to face the man-beast. "Moreover, I'm beginning to enjoy this." He opened his legs wide before cracking his knuckles in preparation for the unforeseen conflict that lay ahead. After giving Naruto a close look, Kakashi relaxed and put his hand down, saying, "All right, Naruto, show us what you got. I'll take over if it appears that you could be in danger at any time." Kiyomi's tears dried up as she said, "Wait, Naruto, it's not safe." "Don't be alarmed, Kiyomi-chan. I'll prevail," Naruto answered. Sasuke and Kiyomi were instructed by Kakashi to position themselves close by so they could watch the fight safely. "Hey, ugly, what is your name?" yelled Naruto. "But that will be the last name you'll ever hear," he said, after the man-beast began to stare at him. "Now pass away." As he charged towards Naruto, he said, "It's not like this place isn't guarded, so why did he attack here? Perhaps he's here to get some Uchiha, but why now? Who sent him?" Naruto wondered. Jet booster-like appendages started to grow on Jugo's right arm. Terran Fujizuo. Cursed Seal Chakra Blast. At incredible speeds, concentrated balls of chakra erupted in Naruto's direction. "I'm afraid this is the last thing you'll ever do," Naruto said, assuming the same half-ram, half-tiger shape. The blast stopped the attacks directly in front of Naruto when they struck some kind of wall that protected him, and the force of the balls hitting the wall sent shockwaves behind Naruto. Sasuke questioned Kakashi from their vantage point, saying, "Sensei, what technique is that? Why the attack halted before striking Naruto is beyond me." "I couldn't say," Kakashi muttered, echoing Sasuke's bewilderment as he studied Naruto's defensive maneuver with interest. "I've never seen anything like it." Kiyomi began to stare at Naruto from afar, filled with wonder and concern for her friend. Standing there with Naruto, he watched the chakra balls strike his wall, and said, I wonder why there wasn't a detonation." At that moment, the balls began to oscillate. Sound? A two-stage attack of sound and explosions? Asked Naruto, before the chakra balls exploded and he teleported onto the compound walls to escape the assault. That's shrewd, he said. There's more. Juro shouted as he leapt to where Naruto was standing on top of the walls. Kasakuken. Ichishiki, Piston Fist. Style 1. With a tremendous chakra blast, Jugo's left arm changed into the same jet booster appendages and blasted Naruto once more. Team 7 was momentarily unsure of Naruto's fate as smoke and debris filled the air. Panic-stricken, Kiyomi turned to Kakashi and said, "Sensei is Naruto." Kakashi reassured him, "No, I don't believe so," but he couldn't help but question Naruto's fortitude. Activating his Sharingan, Sasuke studied the battlefield intently, his red glow reflecting his determination to understand Naruto's technique and the events that were taking place. That's all it took, Juro sneered, glancing at the smoke-covered area where Naruto had been. He was just as fragile and weak as the rest of these shinobi. Naruto's voice reverberated through the smoke as he turned to go, assured of his assumed victory. "We just went over this a moment ago," he teased, waving to clear the haze. "This smoke is so annoying." "What does this signify?" "I know I hit you," Juro said, perplexed by the situation. "Well, to put it simply, you didn't hit me," Naruto said with a smile. "My Mukagen no Jutsu, limitless technique, is the reason you touched the infinity that exists between you and me," he said, pinching his thumb and pointer together. "Jutsu no Mukagen?" Sasuke inquired. "That's the name of his method, then, but what exactly is it capable of?" Kakashi wondered. Juro continued to appear very perplexed. "Here, I'll show you," Naruto said, laughing and holding up his right hand, asking Juro to extend his own. "Put your hand out." Juro remained motionless. "Please, please, please." With a cheeky smile, Naruto waved his hand and declared, "I won't bite." After a moment of hesitation, Juro made the decision to confront Naruto, curious about the enigmatic ability he had just seen, feeling that Naruto had no intention of killing and assuming everything would be alright. "What is he doing?" With a puzzled expression on her face, Kiyomi inquired, unsure of Naruto's strategy. With a sigh, Kakashi placed a hand on his head and said, being himself, sadly. Sasuke eagerly observed, attempting to figure out Naruto's motivations. Juro arrived at Naruto's position and reached out with his left hand, but as he approached the hand, he sensed an invisible barrier that prevented him from touching it, and he realized that no matter how hard he pressed forward, his hand would not be able to touch Naruto. It stopped just before it made contact. "Is this infinity?" he asked himself. "See," Naruto clarified, "you're not quite stopped, but your speed decreases as you approach. What comes next?" Playfully, Naruto brought his hand closer to Jugo's, saying, "You know, we could shake hands like this." Juro said, "I refuse," growing irritated with Naruto's antics. Naruto clasped Jugo's hand and said, "Come on now, don't be shy. You're making me embarrassed too, ya know." The situation became intolerable to Juro. "You fucking jerk, give up," he yelled, his voice full of frustration. Everyone, including Kiyomi, Kakashi, and Sasuke, was shocked by the unexpected attack, which began when Naruto struck Jugo's abdomen with a quick and strong palm strike, causing him to stumble back and throw up blood, but Naruto did not release his grip. What was that? Jugo's mind raced, trying to figure out what this brat was capable of. Kakashi thought, he's fast. That wasn't just any blow, or a chakra-enhanced blow, no, that was something else. I could barely see that, said Sasuke, as Naruto's attack was so fast that his Sharingan was struggling to keep up. Kiyomi stared at Naruto in wonder, unable to even comprehend what he had just done. There is more to come. After saying that, Naruto struck Juro in the stomach 3 more times in quick succession before using a spin kick to knock him off the wall and leave him hanging in midair. Infinity exists everywhere, Naruto said, putting his left hand in his pocket and extending his right index and middle finger. The chakra began to converge to a single, focused point as blue light began to form on his fingertips. My Kekkei Genkei just brings it forward into reality. Convergence, divergence. When someone touches this void, what do you think happens? Mukagen no Jutsu. Ow, limitless technique. Blue, he said, pointing his fingers in the direction of Juro, creating a spirit gun. A blue orb erupted and shot at Juro, who attempted to flee but was unable to do so. It picked up chunks and debris as it traveled, almost like it was sucking mass into itself. When it struck Jugo's body, He appeared to compress horizontally and stretch vertically, causing his body to be pulled into a long, thin shape. This caused Jugo a great deal of damage, but the blue orb's gravitational pull also caused damage to the Uchiha compound. But before any significant harm was done to the compound, the orb dissipated, leaving Jugo in the air. I guess I still can't use these two in tandem, Naruto thought as blood trickled from his nose. With his hands clasped together, Naruto teleported to where Jugo was, drew back his left fist, and punched Jugo hard in the face, sending him flying to the ground, where his body created a crater that pushed up dust and rock. The force created was so great that Kakashi, Sasuke, and Kiyomi had to brace themselves. When the dust settled, they discovered Jugo severely battered on the ground. They looked up to see Naruto floating in midair, his hands in his pockets as pieces of debris hung around him. Thankfully, no civilians or bystanders were injured, but Naruto lowered himself to the ground, letting go of his technique, as the flying debris crashed down, wiping the blood from his nose and pausing to assess the damage he had caused. A portion of the compound wall was destroyed, pieces of the road were missing, and the roofs of some nearby houses were partially destroyed. Naruto spoke after assessing the situation. "Perhaps I went too far?" he said, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. Team 7 descended from their observation spot to face Naruto and the defeated Jugo. The first to speak was Kakashi, who said, "You're a real surprise, are you not, Naruto?" Sasuke just gazed in wonder at Naruto without saying anything. "Naruto, that was incredible. Why didn't you tell anyone about this?" Kiyomi yelled before losing her temper and slapping Naruto on the head. "I mean, we believed you had passed away." Naruto smiled at Kiyomi and rubbed his head, saying, "Well, I'm glad you were worried about me." She flushed, then muttered something incomprehensible. "Did you kill him, Naruto?" Sasuke said, cutting the two off. "Oh, that's him. He's still alive." "Not yet." Naruto turned to Kakashi and said, "Sensei, what should we do with him? He has a lot of internal bleeding and most of his organs have been crushed." Hiruzen, Naobito, and Fugaku were among the dozens of shinobi who arrived on the scene ready for battle before Kakashi could react. Shocked by the devastation, Hiruzen gave the men orders to treat the civilians, capture the attacker, and repair the damage. "Hokage-sama, Uchiha-samas," was Kakashi's phrase as he turned around and bowed. Hiruzen laughed and then became serious, saying, "Kakashi, it looks like we'll have to postpone our meeting. What happened? Why did it take you so long? I guess old age is finally catching up to you," Naruto interrupted. "I like this kid," Naobito remarked, laughing at Naruto's remarks. "Naruto, stop being so impolite," Kiyomi said. Sasuke remained silent because he was too preoccupied with his book. "Apologies, Hokage-sama," Kakashi said, acknowledging that he would need to rectify Naruto's demeanor and conduct. "No need to apologize," said Hiruzen with a smile. "Now," he said gravely, "what took place here?" While the other shinobi dealt with the damage and checked on the civilians in the area, Kakashi explained what had happened to Hiruzen. "I see," Hiruzen said, "so you confronted and defeated a mid-Chunin intruder. Team 7 appears to be doing amazing things already." Kakashi nodded. He had wanted to explain Naruto's powers to Hiruzen, but the old cage gave him a look that said they would discuss it privately, later. "I'll designate this as a C-rank mission and award the proper quantity of Ryo as payment." Before departing with his Anbu guard, Hiruzen remarked, "Well done, you three. Let this be a strong foundation for the future." Turning to his team, Kakashi said, "Well, that was pretty exciting." "Not really, it was pretty boring," Naruto said, yawning. "That guy was weak." He left the group and made his way back to the village. "Where do you think you're going, Naruto?" "Hold on," Kakashi inquired. Naruto continued to walk, saying, "Home. I am going to sleep. It has been a long day." He raised his right hand and waved to his team slightly. But before Naruto could go, he noticed Naobito in his way when he looked up. "Boy, I would like to talk to you," Naobito said, "and I have something to offer you. I think I have something you'd be interested in. Details about your clan." Raising an eyebrow, Naruto said, "What are you offering?" He pondered what the elderly man desired. "I believe this will help both the clans." Naobito crossed his arms and said, "I propose an alliance between the Uchiha and Uzumaki clan." Hearing this news, Sasuke and Kiyomi were taken aback. "I wonder if the technique is common among them," Sasuke thought. "Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki is clan. Wait a minute. Other than Naruto, I haven't encountered anyone with that name. How did they fare?" Kiyomi inquired, clearly perplexed. From Uchiha, the village hidden in pools. The Uzumaki clan was a clan to be feared, Kakashi said. Although their village and clan were tragically destroyed during the Second Great Ninja War, they maintained a close relationship with Konoha. The majority of their members were killed or displaced as a result of this. I'm flattered by the offer and the acknowledgement of my strength, but I'm just one man, Naruto chuckled. It makes sense, I suppose, given that the Uchiha are still regarded as a clan with just 13 members. Can you count, Naruto? There are just 10, Kiyomi stated. What do you mean? There are 12, including Itachi, Naruto said, turning back to her. A girl from Uchiha just gave birth, making her 13 years old. But who is the additional individual? We already know she gave birth, but who's number 13? She inquired. Naruto's voice trailed off. I thought. Something struck him as he glanced at Kakashi. I now realize that he was Uchiha. None of the chakras have a signature like his. He most likely has a Sharingan beneath his left eye, which is the only chakra that resembles it. How did he get it? I wonder. Since he isn't Uchiha, he most likely needs to use a lot, which also explains why his chakra is so low. Never mind. I'm astounded, Naruto uttered, dismissing this insight. Anyway, what's the catch to your offer? Kakashi gave Naruto a questioning glance. While he was talking, Naruto came to the conclusion that the boy could see chakra. Kakashi's Sharingan must have led Naruto to believe he was a Uchiha. What else are those eyes capable of seeing? He thought. No catch, that is my offer. I wish to strengthen the Uchiha clan. Combining the clans would help both with their deficiencies, said Naobito. I can get the Uzumaki clan to be recognized if you have more than 2 members. Naruto inquired. Where can I find my clanmates? He was unaware of any survivors of Uzumaki. I was getting to that. I've received intel that Uzumaki survivors were spotted in Kusagakure, village hidden in the grass, and Omegakure, village hidden in the rain. When my spies get back to me and confirm the validity of these reports, I'll let you know. Naobito took a breath. Now what do you say? Naruto took a moment to study in Naobito's body language and facial expressions. Placing his hand on his chin, he thought about what he had been told. Naruto smiled as he looked up after a short while. His words were, why the hell not? I accept your offer. Naobito nodded, grinning. After we've located the survivors, I'll inform you of their locations. Once you have successfully retrieved them, the clan will be re-established at Konoha, and you will be named clan head. Naruto smiled. He knew that the council members would be extremely hurt by this, so he said, I can't wait to see the look on those bastards' faces when they hear this news. He put his hands together and said, well, I'm off then, before disappearing in a white blur. Kakashi turned to face his other teammates. Before vanishing in a trail of leaves, he said, I'm off as well. We will take a break tomorrow and start missions in 2 days. Get some rest. Fugaku said, Kiyomi, Sasuke, let's go home. Hi, Tucson, was Kiyomi's reply. She was still taking in the information. Sasuke remained silent, hoping that Naruto-like individuals were not among the Uzumaki members. Around them, shinobi were hard at work fixing the damage from the previous battle as they made their way home. The dead body of Jugo, the result of a vicious fight, was on the ground. A malicious snake slithered into the darkness, out of sight of the shinobi in the vicinity. It took the secrets of this encounter with it as it disappeared into the night and buried itself in the earth. Unknown address. A cloaked figure emerged from the shadows and sat in a chair, staring out a window. A shinobi appeared in the room with one knee on the floor, wearing a black cloak and an animal mask resembling a bear. As the shinobi reported, my lord, Jugo has fallen to the Kyuubi's container. The figure leaned back, revealing a bandage tightly wound around his right eye and forehead in the dim light. With a tone brimming with deliberate contempt, he whispered, the longer that brat lives, the more he festers as a nuisance. You've been fired, he said. The bear-masked shinobi disappeared. That Uzumaki is beginning to interest me, especially his Kekkei Genkei, said a spooky voice that echoed with a sinister curiosity from the shadowy corners. He might be the ideal medium for me, the enigmatic voice said. Don't forget that I own the Kyuubi's container. The bandaged figure replied, I am also allowing you to kill Sarutobi in exchange for your help in obtaining the Sharingan and your assistance in the destruction of Konoha. Do you not believe that I have forgotten our small agreement? I've given your men my curse mark for strength, they said ominously. Danzo, you ought to be appreciative. You wouldn't have any resources, infrastructure, or a place to hide if it weren't for me. Danzo clenched his fists as he sat at his desk, his eyes narrowing with a mixture of resentment and resolve. He was determined to protect Konoha and the village's best interests, no matter what the cost in life or sacrifice, and he had every reason to believe that many more sacrifices would be required to do so. "We'll soon have everything prepared for our invasion. Assemble your troops," the dark voice said. "I'll come get you when the hour of attack is near," and then it slithered off into the night. Danzo balled his fists as he sat at his desk, saying, "TCH." He detested being under this bastard, but he had no choice but to wait and plot until a chance presented itself. It was his duty and responsibility to protect Konoha from these idiots, and he would do whatever it took, no matter how many innocent people he had to kill. After a month, Uchiha compound. A month had passed since Team 7's unexpected run-in with Jugo. Team 7 had been assigned to low-level missions even though they had faced and defeated a formidable opponent. Nothing exceptional, mostly D ranks with the odd C rank. They had to deliver messages, plant trees, catch a cat several times, and even assist in the construction of houses outside the village. The youthful Genin squad, particularly Naruto, who was incredibly bored, was hankering after more exciting missions. But a mission that would alter everything would soon be given to Team 7. We now move on to Kiyomi Uchiha, who was sound asleep in her bed, thinking back on the past month, including her brother, her clan, her sensei, her missions, and Naruto. Because they were on the same team, she thought about him a lot, especially lately. Kiyomi wanted to know if he shared her feelings or if he thought about her. Since they were young, she had harbored feelings for him, but she was hesitant to tell him because she wasn't sure how he would react. The majority of them were goofballs, but Naruto occasionally displayed genuineness, tenderness, or seriousness. She was also afraid of upsetting Team 7 dynamics, which is another reason she was reluctant to express her feelings to him. Kiyomi didn't want things to get any more awkward because she didn't see Hinata very often. She and Sasuke already had a tense relationship, and her father wasn't the best person to discuss these topics with. She could confide in her mother, but she was no longer present. Kiyomi was barely surviving after losing so many loved ones already, and she didn't want to lose anyone else. The sound of footsteps close to Kiyomi's bed rudely woke her up as she struggled with her thoughts. With a moan, she turned over, prepared to confront Sasuke about waking her up with his shikigami or whatever they were. Kiyomi started to say, "I thought I told you to stop," but her eyes widened in shock when she noticed Naruto crouched next to her bed, looking at her through his glasses. "Oh, you're awake," Naruto remarked nonchalantly, as though being in her bedroom were entirely natural. "Get ready, the old man summoned us for a mission." After giving him a brief blink, Kiyomi scurried out of bed and pointed an accusing finger at him. "What's wrong with you?" Puzzled, Naruto cocked his head. "Huh, what do you mean?" "What do I mean? You just entered my room without permission, and you're acting as if everything is fine," she yelled. As Kiyomi's frustration grew, Naruto shrugged and said, "I don't see what the big deal is," utterly unaware of it. Kiyomi's patience was wearing thin as her fists clenched at her sides. "In him, what do I see?" Her mind was racing with frustration as she thought. Before she could finish speaking, a shadow began to move across the floor. A black dog appeared after a few seconds. It yelled, "Woof," at Naruto. Naruto bent down to examine it more closely. "I thought you were out of chakra. But it seems you were flesh and bones." He felt the softness and warmth of the dog's fur as he stroked it. He laughed as the dog licked his face and wagged its tail. He said, "Good boy," while rubbing the dog's ears. Kiyomi was about to scream for Naruto to get out of her room when Sasuke appeared through the sliding door. He stopped when he saw Naruto caressing his divine dog, saying, "Kiyomi, it's time to wake up. What are you doing here?" Naruto raised his gaze to Sasuke. "Getting you too, the old man has summoned us for a mission." Kiyomi stood looking confused but irate as the two carried on their conversation. Are they unaware that they are in my room? With her frustration at an all-time high, she thought. But it was now that she became really conscious of her surroundings, especially her clothing. Her face began to flush as she glanced down at her loose pajamas. Now her embarrassment was becoming rage. "Agra!" she screamed, clenching her fists as veins began to form on her forehead and a sinister light began to emanate from her. "You two enter my room without my permission, interrupt my sleep, and continue to be a pain in my ass." Both boys were utterly shocked by Kiyomi's unexpected outburst and exclaimed, "Huh?" She yelled, "Get the hell out of my room," as she slapped Naruto and Sasuke quickly, sending both of them to the ground with smoke in their faces. Her voice reverberated throughout the house. Her eyes narrowed as she glared down at the divine dog. After whimpering, the dog dragged Naruto and his master from Kiyomi's room, leaving her furious and slamming the door. As Team 7 made their way through the busy village streets, Kiyomi took the lead with resolute steps, followed closely by Naruto and Sasuke, who were still suffering from the pain of her slap. Glancing at Sasuke, who was also rubbing his cheek sheepishly, Naruto did the same. "Man, she packs quite a punch, doesn't she?" Sasuke grunted in agreement, his face displaying a mix of amusement and annoyance. "You could say that again." Then Kiyomi turned. "What did you say?" She was still furious despite the fact that the majority of her rage had been repressed. "Oh, nothing," said Naruto hastily as Sasuke gave him a tense look. "I thought so," she said, turning around once more. Naruto inclined toward Sasuke. He whispered, "She's been in a crappy mood lately, what's her deal?" while covering his mouth. "I couldn't tell you. She's been like this ever since the bell test with Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke replied. Naruto nodded, his brows knitted in contemplation. "Oh yeah." He ceased his murmur. "Speaking of Kakashi-sensei, we need to get him before we head to the old man." Sasuke inquired, "Where are we supposed to find him?" "I'm surprised you don't know where he lives considering you love to appear at people's houses uninvited," said Kiyomi. "Well, yeah," Naruto remarked, massaging the back of his head. "I have an idea where he lives but haven't pinpointed exactly. Our sensei is crafty and uses a lot of deception to throw me off his trail. Even my eyes can't detect where he is." Kiyomi gave an eye roll. "Why don't we just wait for him in the Hokage's office?" "That would be the boring option. Come on, aren't you a little bit curious about his personal life?" "He never shares anything," Naruto replied. Kiyomi admitted, I have always wondered. In addition to being relaxed, their sensei was very secretive. She had no idea what kind of food he enjoyed. She smiled genuinely and said, Sure, let's go find him." He glanced at Sasuke and said, "Well, that's more like it. So, what do you say, Sasuke?" After glancing at Kiyomi and Naruto, Sasuke shrugged his shoulders. "Why not?" Naruto smiled. "All right," he replied. "Let's split and look for him. Don't bother trying to sense his chakra. He uses cage bunchins, shadow clones, to confuse you." Kiyomi said, "Wait, how will we signal if we find something?" Using a dog hand seal, Sasuke called forth his black divine dog. "This is how. He can alert me once you've found something. Once he disperses, I'll be alerted and head over to you." She questioned, "What about Naruto?" Naruto touched his spectacles. "You forget that I'm a sensor. When the jutsu is released, I'll track the chakra spike." "If there's no more questions, let's do this," he replied. "Meet back here after an hour." Team 7 nodded and dispersed, with each member going in a different direction. In an attempt to locate his sensei, Naruto leapt from rooftop to rooftop and surveyed the village. He was unable to locate the real Kakashi, but he had encountered a few shadow clones. Naruto was on the verge of giving up as the hour approached, but he noticed something. With a poof, one of the shadow clones of Kakashi that was in the vicinity vanished, indicating that the clone had been abandoned. When Naruto understood what this meant, his eyes grew wide. He smiled broadly. He teleported away after saying, "I've got you now," and clasping his hands together. Sasuke and Kiyomi were seated around when Naruto arrived at the meeting. "I'm assuming you two didn't find him," he responded. The twins gave a nod. Naruto posed and said, "Don't worry, I know where he is." "How?" Kiyomi inquired, curious. "When I was going around the village, I came across one of his shadow clones disappearing." Sasuke inquired, "How is that helpful?" Naruto gestured toward the residential area of Konoha. "I was getting to that before I was rudely interrupted. Now, when a shadow clone disperses, the clone's chakra returns to the caster. Using my eyes, I tracked the clone's chakra and pinpointed the location of the source. Let us journey onward." "Yes," Kiyomi said. "Let's do this." Sasuke maintained his composure in spite of their excitement. He asked, "Is it really necessary to hunt him down like this?" Kiyomi added her voice. "Oh, come on, Sasuke. Don't you want to know what Kakashi-sensei does outside of missions?" He was unimpressed and said, "No, I highly doubt he does anything interesting." Sasuke turned and began to leave, saying, "It's a waste to do this. I'm going to the Hokage office to wait for him to arrive." Thinking about how to persuade Sasuke to join them, Naruto scratched the back of his head. He yelled, "Wait, Sasuke," in a mischievous tone. "Are you going to pass up this chance to gain some leverage over Kakashi-sensei?" Inquiring about what Naruto had said, Sasuke turned around. With an eyebrow raised, he asked, "Leverage?" Naruto grinned broadly and nodded enthusiastically. That's right, imagine Sasuke. Our sensei values his secrets, and if you get a hold of one, the possibilities are endless. Think of it as retribution for all the times he's messed with and embarrassed us. Naruto raises both of his hands with his palms upward. You would have so much power over him. Sasuke gave Naruto's suggestion some thought. He considered for a moment in silence, then sighed and turned to face his teammates. Fine, he conceded in a reluctant tone. But if Sensei retaliates, you're on your own. A broad smile stretched from ear to ear as Naruto gave a thumbs up. You won't regret it, Sasuke. All right, let's discover the secrets of Kakashi-sensei. The three of them continued walking until they stumbled upon a remote home tucked away among the trees. Despite having a dark, tiled roof and wooden architecture, the old, rustic house appeared to be vibrant. One part of the house had a gabled roof, and the other had a slanted roof. The property was enclosed by a wooden fence, and there was a little garden outside. According to Sasuke, is this it? Kiyomi looked curiously around the house. It's so quaint. She attempted to check if anyone was home by peering through the windows. She was unable to locate anyone. It doesn't seem like anyone is at home. Naruto gave his neck a gentle rub. It looks like we just missed him. The residual chakra in the area indicates he was here. Kiyomi began to grow irritated that they had wasted so much time searching for him and asked, so, this was for nothing? Sensing his sister's annoyance, Sasuke stepped in before anything could happen. He remarked, let's just head back so we don't waste any more time, and turned to leave. Wait, said Naruto. I can see 2 chakra signatures in the house. They're similar to Kakashi-sensei. So, it's none of our business who's in his house, Sasuke said. We've already found out where he lives. We don't need to investigate any further. Naruto teased, come on, Sasuke. What about the leverage? I'm not going to invade someone's privacy for such a silly reason. Sasuke grumbled. He turned to Naruto and said, unlike you, I know how to respect the privacy of people. There's only one fundamental rule when interacting with others. Naruto reached into his pockets. Sarcastically, oh, what may that be then? He said. It's, I won't kill you so don't kill me. Either, you can replace kill with anything you like, but the point is that we all must draw a line where you agree not to infringe on the other person. Sasuke replied. Sasuke's remarks caused Naruto to laugh. Huh? Sounds like an excuse to not get into confrontations. What are you, a scaredy cat? Growing irritated, Sasuke exclaimed, scared I? Cat? How I am the scared one? You hide behind those glasses of yours. Always infringing on others but never letting anyone in. You're the one who's scared of showing the real you because you know everyone only values you because of your strength. After a brief pause, Naruto's smile reappeared. He pretended to laugh. When Kiyomi saw this, she attempted to stop Sasuke. Hey, we should. But Sasuke ignored her and went on. When he opened his eyes, Sasuke revealed his Sharingan. You are strong, but that's all you have. My eyes can see everything. So let me ask you this, Naruto. Are you the strongest because you're Naruto Uzumaki, or are you Naruto Uzumaki because you're the strongest? Naruto's grin briefly falters before disappearing completely. He tenses up and looks away, concealing his eyes behind his glasses. Although it's a subtle gesture, Sasuke notices the change in Naruto's attitude and the tension that permeates the scene. When Sasuke realizes what he said, he turns off his Sharingan. A twinge of guilt settled in his chest as he watched Naruto's response, and his expression softened. He allowed his feelings to control him. He became aware of his hypocrisy by confronting Naruto. He had advised Naruto not to violate others' rights, but he had done the exact same thing himself. Sasuke stood silently, considering what he had said. Remorse and embarrassment. Nobody said anything. As the two stood looking at one another, the wind roared through the trees, blowing the leaves past them. Naruto, Sasuke muttered, but the sound of the house door sliding open cut off the conversation. Could you three quiet down? If you're looking for Mayatu-san, he isn't here, someone said. The voice prompted Team 7 to turn their heads. They were shocked by what they saw. A boy who shared Kakashi's spiky, silvery white, gravity-defying hair greeted them. He appeared to be around 7 years old and had onyx eyes as well. Elderly. The 4-foot-tall boy was wearing a black shirt with long sleeves and gray shorts. The three were shocked because they had never thought their sensei, of all people, would have a wife, much less a son. Kiyomi's eyes widened in shock as she gasped. Wow, Kakashi-sensei, has a son? She had never imagined a woman marrying that pervert. Sasuke thought, he looks just like him, except without the mask. The child gave his eye a rub. He had the appearance of someone who had just woken up from a nap. He pointed to Naruto and said, "Who are you? Also, what's with that weird face?" Sasuke and Kiyomi looked over and saw Naruto's mouth hanging open in shock. Naruto said, "Oh, nothing," as he composed himself. "You just look like your Tucson. What's your name, kid?" "Now, who are you?" he asked. "Sakuto Hitaki." Naruto repositioned his spectacles. "Well, Sakuto, we are Team 7, and I am the great Naruto Uzumaki." "Hi, I'm Kiyomi Uchiha. It's nice to meet ya," she said, waving at Sakuto. Sasuke answered, "I am Sasuke Uchiha. Do you know where Kakashi-sensei went?" Sakuto scratched the back of his head. "Oh," he said. "I believe he went to the Hokage's office for a mission or something." When Kiyomi learned this, she gave Naruto a fierce look. Naruto pretended not to notice her gaze. She lowered herself to the level of Sakuto. She inquired, "Are you home alone? Where's your cousin?" "She's on a mission, it's just me and Maki-san," he replied. "Maki-san?" inquired Kiyomi. "Tucson." At that moment, a 4-year-old girl emerged from the door and made her way directly to them. She was dressed in a black dress adorned with red flowers. Her brother's onyx eyes were like hers, but she had short silvery white hair that fell just past her neck. On the other hand, her head was dotted with violet streaks. She rushed over to give Naruto a hug. She pressed her face against his leg and exclaimed, "Tucson." "Ah, that's so cute," Kiyomi responded. "She thinks you're Kakashi-sensei." Sasuke added, "You two do look alike." The youngster's gesture initially perplexed Naruto, but he quickly warmed up. He gave her a gentle ruffle and smiled. Sakuto remarked, "Ah, sorry, about Maki-san, that isn't Tucson." She removed her head from his head and asked, "Huh?" When she looked up, Naruto was grinning down at her. Raising her to eye level, Naruto stooped to pick her up. He chuckled and said, "So, you're Kakashi-sensei's kid, huh? You do look just like him, the eyes at least." Maki found Naruto's spectacles fascinating. She extended her little arms and said, "Hey mister, can I see your glasses?" His response was, "Sure." She extended her arm to remove Naruto's glasses, exposing his azure eyes. "Wow," squinting his eyes, Naruto said. "It's been a while since I last had these off." Naruto's eyes astounded Sasuke, Kiyomi, and Sakuto, particularly Sasuke and Kiyomi, who had never seen him without his glasses. Kiyomi looked into his eyes and exclaimed, "Wow, his eyes are beautiful." Sasuke pondered, "I wonder why he wears the glasses. They have this strange glow to them." Maki tried on Naruto's glasses while perched atop his shoulders. "Hey, mister, your glasses are weird. I can't see anything through them." Naruto laughed. "Well, they're special glasses for people with special eyes." She answered, "Ah, I wish I had special eyes." Touched by her innocence, Naruto's smile softened. "You don't need special eyes to be amazing, Maki-chan. You're already amazing." His words caused Maki's eyes to light up, and she impulsively threw her arms around Naruto's neck in an embrace. "Thanks, Mr. Naruto. You're the best." At her gesture, Naruto simply chuckled. Kiyomi turned to face Sakuto again. "So how is Kakashi-sensei at home? What's he like?" He doesn't say much and isn't super strict. The only thing he is serious about is his stash of books. He's always protective over them and told me to make sure I don't touch them or let Maki near them." Sakuto placed his hand on his chin. "Now that I think about it, he and Kasen are always giggling every time they read this orange book. I don't understand what's so funny." Kiyomi, Sasuke, and Naruto all deadpanned his remarks. Kiyomi reasoned that his wife must also be a pervert. Naruto merely laughed, but Sasuke grimaced. Maki gave Naruto his glasses back, and he put her down gently while grinning mischievously at Sakuto. Naruto said in a playful tone, "Hey, Sakuto, you know that orange book your parents always seem to enjoy reading? Well, it's actually poor." Naruto winced and stopped in the middle of his sentence as Kiyomi quickly elbowed him in the side before he could finish. Rubbing his side, Naruto looked at Kiyomi in confusion and cried, "Oof. What was that for?" Kiyomi's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, and she answered with a forced smile. She looked anxiously at the kids and said, "Oh, nothing," in a voice strained with urgency. "Just a little, friendly reminder to watch our language around the little ones." Sakuto's expression was bewildered as he glanced at Team 7. Unaware of the conversation between Naruto and Kiyomi, he said, "Anyway, do you need anything else? These three are stranger than Tucson." Quickly responding, "No, Naruto's smile was forced as he attempted to recover from Kiyomi's interruption. He patted Maki's head and said, "It's time we head off. Bye, Maki-chan." The sudden cry from Maki stopped Team 7 in their tracks as they started to leave for the Hitaki residence. Her voice reverberated in the silence as her diminutive form dashed toward them. "Wait," she exclaimed, her voice carrying urgency. "You three need to promise to protect my Tucson." Sakuto acknowledged the usual disruption with a sigh that reverberated with resignation. But Naruto's answer was prompt and comforting, and he knelt down to Maki's eye level with an unflappable expression. "Don't worry, Maki-chan," he told her, grinning sincerely. "We'll protect your Tucson." As Team 7 continued their trek toward the Hokage's office, Maki returned to her brother's side and waved goodbye with a radiant smile that reflected her naive trust. The quiet was broken by Naruto's gentle voice, which was laced with admiration and a hint of melancholy. "They're a nice group of kids," he said, his eyes resting on the siblings' dwindling forms. "They haven't been exposed to the pain of this world." A wistful sigh accompanied Kiyomi's agreement, her mind straying to a desire for easier times. "I wish I could go back to when I was younger," she said softly, "and not know anything about reality or suffering. I honestly wish we could create a world without pain, without suffering." As he considered the harsh realities of their world, Sasuke's addition was measured and solemn, his voice tinged with resentment. "The difficulty in creating such a world is that suffering is a part of life," he said. "We all suffer. So many innocents have been robbed of fairness by the actions of evil people. Yet these evil people run amok, and the innocents forgive them. It makes me want to vomit with how they go around forgiving them." As they listened to Sasuke's words, Naruto and Kiyomi were absorbed in their own thoughts, reflecting on the intricacies of their lives. She replied, "I don't believe that forgiveness is weakness," in a hopeful and resolute tone. She looked at Sasuke and Naruto. "It's an act of strength and compassion. When we forgive, we release ourselves from the shackles of hatred and resentment. We choose love over hate, and in doing so, we heal ourselves and others." A tiny smile and a flicker of comprehension appeared in Naruto's eyes as he nodded. "Yeah," he said in a quiet, thoughtful voice. "I can understand what you're saying." Sasuke stayed silent, his face unreadable as he considered what Kiyomi had said, his mind clouded by reflection. Each member of Team 7 was absorbed in their own thoughts as they struggled with the weight of their conversation, and the return trip was cloaked in silence. Naruto walked for a few minutes before speaking. "Wait a minute. Why are we walking back?" When Kiyomi and Sasuke understood what he meant, their eyes widened. Kiyomi shivered as she said, "Oh no, we are teleporting with you again. I still get chills thinking about what happened last time." Naruto denied, "I'll have you that I've fixed that issue." He pleaded, "Come on, trust me, pretty please." "Don't do it, Kiyomi," exclaimed Sasuke. He suffered because he had placed too much trust in Naruto. Dropping to his knees, Naruto took her hand, "Pretty please." Before swiftly slapping her hand back, Kiyomi's face blushed a little. "FF in. However, if the same thing happens as last time, you'll surely regret it," she grimly replied. "Okay." Naruto hurried to his feet and started sketching kanji in a circle. With his brow furrowed in concentration, Naruto quickly drew the complex symbols into the ground with his hands. As the patterns developed, Kiyomi and Sasuke observed with interest and concern. Identifying the kanji from his studies, Sasuke questioned, "Is this the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique?" As far as he could recall, the 4th Hokage made extensive use of this S-rank spacetime ninjutsu. "Not exactly," Naruto remarked while carrying on with the kanji drawing. "It appears the same on the surface level, but at a closer examination it's different." Kiyomi's eyes grew wide with curiosity. She asked, "What's the difference?" Naruto stopped to think about what he had said. "Well, you see," he said in an animated voice, "unlike the traditional Hiraishin, which creates a wormhole, a shortcut, that pops you out on the other side. My technique warps space-time by bringing negative numbers into reality. In this case, a negative distance." Sasuke arched an eyebrow in admiration of Naruto's skill. He said, "That sounds complicated." Naruto chuckled. "It is very complicated," Kiyomi remarked, "I still don't get it. Basically, my technique creates negative space which the universe doesn't like, so it tries to fix this irregularity by pulling matter and space towards the gap," said Naruto. "For teleporting, this means creating a negative distance on myself which corresponds with the distance I need to travel. With this created negative space, the universe pulls space together, violently eliminating the space, effectively warping the space together." Kiyomi gave him an even more vacant stare. Come on, this isn't that hard. Did you even pay attention at the academy? Replied Naruto. On her head, a tick mark appeared. Angry at Naruto, Kiyomi retorted, not everyone was gifted in math like you. Sasuke rolled his eyes and said, good grief. He said, are you finished? To Naruto. As Naruto put it, yeah, we're good to go. Standing in the circle, Sasuke and Kiyomi prepared themselves. As the three disappeared, destroying some of the pavement underneath them, Naruto clasped his hands together and said, here goes. Hokage's office in Konoha. In a casual manner, Kakashi climbed the stairs of the Hokage tower. But his gaze was split between the familiar faces of the guards outside the Hokage's office and the pages of his treasured book. He stopped when he got to the Hokage's office door, closed his book carefully, and then rapped his knuckles on the wood. Enter, the deep, commanding voice said from inside. Kakashi pushed the door open and entered the room, his only eye observing the third Hokage sitting behind his desk, filling out paperwork and doing other Hokage-related duties. Hiruzen smiled warmly at Kakashi as his eyes left the papers in front of him. Ah, Kakashi, Hiruzen said, his facial lines momentarily softening with a touch of fatherly tenderness. I've been expecting you. Kakashi bowed his head in deference. Hokage-sama, I'm assuming you have a mission for us. Yes, I do. But where is your team? Hiruzen asked, scanning the area for the remaining Team 7 members. I had sent Naruto out to bring you all back here. With showing up here, I thought it meant he had informed everyone. Before Kakashi could finish, his team materialized out of nowhere, seemingly drawn there by some force. That's strange. I haven't seen them all. Naruto asked, see, what did I say? Oh, look, it's Kakashi-sensei. As Sasuke extended his shoulders, Kiyomi staggered, feeling a little lost. Kakashi turned to face his group. Where have you three been? After exchanging quick glances, a broad, sly smile spread across Naruto and Kiyomi's faces. Oh, nowhere special, sensei, they uttered. Sasuke said nothing because he didn't want to be involved in the retaliation that would occur after their sensei found out what had happened. Kakashi just turned back to face the Hokage and shrugged his shoulders. Well, Hokage-sama, it seems Team 7 has now assembled. The Hokage's face changed, his manner becoming more solemn as he gestured for Kakashi to sit across from him. The reason I have summoned you all here is to debrief you on your next mission. I must warn you, this mission will test your capabilities as shinobi. I had wanted to give this mission to higher-ranking nin, but this team are the only ones currently available. Kakashi's eyes sharpened with acute awareness of the seriousness of his sensei's words, and his posture slightly stiffened. What is the mission, Hokage-sama? He asked calmly, although his eyes briefly flashed with worry. When Hiruzen said, your mission is to rescue Karen Uzumaki from Kusagakure. Naruto's lips curled into a smile. He thought, that old man works fast. Uzumaki? Asked Kiyomi. She must belong to the clan of Naruto. Hiruzen reclined in his seat. From the intel that has been gathered, she is an extraordinary kunoichi with proficiency in fuinjutsu and medical ninjutsu. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, but why are rescuing her? I'm assuming she was born in Kusagakure, so why would she come here? Replied Sasuke. Hiruzen leaned forward and said, she also has remarkable sensory abilities. She contacted spies in Kusagakure. From what she has told us, the village has mistreated and abused her medical abilities. She does not wish to die the same way her mother did. Team 7 acknowledged her living situation and nodded. That is why this mission was created. Having her in Konoha would add to a great kunoichi to our forces, especially one with high skill in medical ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. Hiruzen continued, this will be an A- rank mission? With a worried tone, Kakashi questioned, a rank, Hokage-sama? I beg your pardon, but don't you think this mission is too high-ranking for such fresh genin? With a voice full of responsibility and wisdom, Hiruzen's gaze held Kakashi firmly. I understand your concerns, Kakashi, and believe me, I felt the same way. This mission is not to be taken lightly. It carries a level of danger that demands the utmost caution and skill. That is why you and Naruto will be the ones taking on this mission. Kakashi understood the Hokage's reasoning and lowered his head a little. This mission would be risky, and it would be too risky to bring Sasuke and Kiyomi along at their current level. Kakashi didn't think Sasuke had the conviction and motivation for a mission of this magnitude, even though he was stronger than his sister. Naruto now realized that, despite being merely a genin, his ninjutsu and sensory abilities made him incredibly useful for missions like these. The eyes of Kiyomi and Sasuke grew wide. Were they truly that weak that they were being abandoned? Sasuke clenched his fists, and Kiyomi lowered her eyes. Naruto raised his voice in response to his teammates' annoyance. Najiji, Sasuke and Kiyomi will be fine. Let them come on the mission. Hiruzen questioned, "Are you sure, Naruto?" Naruto replied with assurance, "I'm confident. They may not look ready, but they are. Out of the available teams you have, we're the strongest." Naruto's remarks startled the twins. HMPH, so, Hiruzen said, turning to face the twins, "Do you two accept this mission?" "Hi Hokage-sama," said Sasuke and Kiyomi after exchanging quick glances before turning back to face Hiruzen. "Well then, Team 7 you have your mission. You are dismissed," Hiruzen said. Team 7 said, "Hi," and then departed from the Hokage's office. Team 7 came out of the Hokage Tower as the sun broke through the clouds in the late morning, the light beams illuminating the village, and the birds sang. As Naruto stepped out into the sunlight, he extended his arms. In order to partially block out the light, Sasuke covered his eyes. Kakashi brought his hands together and turned to face his team. "So, my little genin, it seems we have our first mission? Pretty exciting, huh?" The genin gazed at him expressionlessly. Okay," he said, releasing tension by rubbing his hands together. "Gather your items and pack for the journey. It'll take us about 4 days to reach the village on foot. Any questions?" After a brief period of silence, Kiyomi broke the silence. "And Naruto, did you mean what you said back there? That you consider us the strongest?" she inquired. Naruto reached into his pockets. He grinned and said, "I did mean what I said. You're easily stronger than the average genin. You two may not be the strongest yet, but I believe in you and your potential." Kakashi also grinned from behind his mask. Placing his hand on Kiyomi's shoulder, he said, "I second that. This mission will be challenging, but it will help you two grow, especially you Kiyomi. Sasuke is already quite adept, but you still have a way to go to reach his level." Kakashi started to say, "If there are no more questions, but was cut off by a female voice that called out to them. "Oh, there you are," said the voice. When Team 7 turned around, they saw a 5 feet 5 inches, slender, mid-20s woman with light brown eyes and violet hair in a short, spiky, fanned-out ponytail. She was wearing a shirt fishnet with crisscrosses made of thin metal mesh that covered her neck to her thighs, a tan overcoat with purple seam in and pockets on either side, a dark orange miniskirt, a dark blue belt, and pale gray shin guards. A faint blush crept onto Kakashi's cheeks beneath his mask as his visible eye widened in surprise. "Ah, Anko. What a delightful surprise," he said, sounding a little agitated. "Who's she?" Naruto whispered, giving Sasuke a shove. Sasuke shrugged, equally perplexed, but his focus was quickly returned to Kakashi's conversation with the newcomer. "I heard you were going on a mission," Anko said with a smile while looking at Kakashi. "I wanted to stop by and wish you luck. Before you left," she licked her lips and leaned in closer, smirking playfully. "And maybe steal you for a good time before you left." With a nervous laugh, Kakashi scratched the back of his head and said, "Well, you know me, Anko." He answered, always ready for a good time, with a note of embarrassment in his voice. Chin rubbing, Kiyomi said, "I can't put my finger on it, but she seems familiar." "Yeah, I thought so too," Naruto said, indicating the same thing. "What's that strange chakra near her neck?" he thought. After a few moments, Sasuke said, "She looks like Maki-chan." He rolled his eyes at the two, but he couldn't help but feel a connection to the woman in front of them. Over the heads of Kiyomi and Naruto, a light bulb appeared. "I knew it," Kiyomi said, snapping her fingers. "She looks so familiar because of this." "I can't believe Kakashi-sensei was able to bag such a hot," Naruto grinned, interrupted by Kiyomi's death glare. "I mean, such a respectable and graceful woman," he corrected himself, his face dripping with perspiration. "Let's have some fun then." "Oh, sensei," Naruto interrupted their conversation with a broad smile and said, "Would you mind introducing us to your friend?" After giving Anko a warning look, Kakashi cleared his throat and turned to face his team. "That's right, of course. This is Anko Midarashi from Team 7. His final words, which came out with a mix of pride and embarrassment, were, "A close friend of mine." Anko looked at the genin in front of her and gave it a cheeky smile, her violet eyes sparkling with laughter. "So, you're Kakashi's little genin," Anko said. "It seems like it was worth it to fail all those genin in the previous years," she said, turning to Kakashi. "Yes, these 3 have been good students, but they do have some flaws. You 3 are dismissed. Meet me at the village gates at noon," he said, turning back to Team 7. And I'm proud to be their sensei. I would suggest that you get some sleep because we are leaving in a few hours. See you later, sir. Before teleporting off, Naruto said, say hello to Maki-chan for me. The eyes of Anko and Kakashi widened. Huh, what was he saying? Kakashi questioned Sasuke and Kiyomi, who were nearby. Nothing. As he frantically seized his sister's arm and ducked into the darkness, Sasuke uttered those words. Before they left for home, the two exchanged a perplexed glance, and Kakashi's nervousness persisted. Hitaki residence, Konoha Anko declared, we're home, as she opened the door to reveal their comfortable family home. Maki, their daughter, bounded forward right away, her face beaming with joy. Kasen, as she hurried into Anko's eager arms for a cozy embrace, she yelled. Sakuto, meanwhile, came out of the kitchen and saw his parents coming in. Hey! Kakashi waved uncomplicatedly at his son. Sakuto said, I wasn't expecting you two to be back so soon, with a hint of surprise in his voice. It'll just be a for a little bit, Kakashi said, kicking off his sandals and settling into the cozy familiarity of their living room. In a few hours, I'll be departing. With a weary sigh, he sat down on the couch and explained, new mission. Sakuto concluded, oh, I suppose that's why your team came over here. Kakashi's curiosity was immediately piqued. Wait, my team was here? Sakuto raised an eyebrow and nodded, saying, yeah, they said they were looking for you when a loud girl, an emo, and an obnoxious white-haired kid with glasses stopped by. He had left a carefully guarded secret slip away, and now Naruto knew where he lived. This was not going to end well. Kakashi felt a wave of dread as he realized that Naruto and Kiyomi had probably figured out that Anko was his wife, and he had wondered why they were laughing and gossiping among themselves. How are you doing, Tucson? Sakuto spoke up, his voice full of worry. With his thoughts racing about the ramifications of his team's visit, Kakashi complained in a hazy affirmative. With Maki following, Anko walked into the room, her face intrigued by Kakashi's gloomy expression. What is the matter with him? Anko asked, her bewilderment evident. Sakuto shrugged, perplexed by his father's peculiar actions as well. Maki's tiny voice broke the tense silence. Kasen, I need to tell Tucson something, she said. Of course, sweetie, Anko said with a supportive smile, guiding Maki to where Kakashi was sitting on the floor, deep in contemplation. Maki, who was sitting on her father's lap, paused before saying, Tucson. With a sincere tone, she started. Yes, Maki-san? With eagerness, Kakashi answered, turning at last to his daughter. Maki said naively, I want to marry Naru-ni, her words lingering in the air. En Naru-ni? Kakashi repeated, finding it difficult to comprehend her sudden statement. Their daughter's open admission made Anko laugh uncontrollably, her eyes glimmering with delight. When Kakashi finally realized what had happened, he bounded to his feet, his face displaying a mix of shock and fear. Naruto. His voice reverberated throughout the Hitaki home as he yelled. As all of this was going on, Naruto was sitting at Ichiraku Ramen, eating a bowl of his favorite food, when he sneezed. Achoo! He yelled, shocking Ayame, who was serving close by. How are you, Naruto? With concern in her voice, Ayame inquired. Taking a napkin to wipe his nose, Naruto laughed and said, yeah, I'm fine, just had the weirdest feeling. He shrugged it off, thinking, must have been the wind, before he resumed eating. Like someone was shouting my name, he thought. The gate of Konoha South Village in preparation for their mission, Team 7 assembled at the village gate. Around them, travelers bustled in the warm glow of the sun. Their sensei was conspicuously absent, despite the encouraging beginning. Sasuke was reading a book and leaning lazily against the gate. Kiyomi's anxiety was evident as she paced uneasily. Naruto, meanwhile, sipped a soda while relaxing on the ground. Nervous, Kiyomi worried, where is Kakashi-sensei? He should have been here by now. Sasuke said, calm down, Kiyomi-san, without raising his head from his book. He'll show up soon enough. You two are too calm, Kiyomi yelled, growing increasingly irritated. This is an A-rank mission, not some ordinary task. With his back to them, Naruto sipped slowly, teased, chill, Kiyomi-chan, he said. You're gonna blow a fuse. In response, Kiyomi yelled, easy for you to say, with obvious agitation, this is serious. Naruto turned to face her, his grin growing mischievously. Now that I think about it, I may have to take this mission seriously. He pretended to be serious when he said, we might encounter a Biju. The voice of Kiyomi trembled. A Biju? Naruto stood up and gave her a frenzied wave. Oh yeah, a big, hungry chakra monsters who just love snacking on humans. Kiyomi's eyes went wide with fear. They eat people? Naruto's smile grew even wider. Of course, and to make it better, their favorite humans happen to be young women. At this realization, Kiyomi's face changed to one of utter horror, and she began to shake. Observing that Kiyomi had been duped by Naruto, Sasuke went up to them. He hit the top of Naruto's head quickly. You're not helping, Naruto, Sasuke scolded, growing impatient. Naruto sulked and rubbed the spot on his head where Sasuke had slapped him. You're no fun, he said. When Kiyomi realized she had been tricked, she became enraged. Naruto, you jerk. Kakashi finally appeared in a puff of smoke before she could strike back. Sorry for the delay, everyone. Kakashi made a sheepish apology, lost track of time. Kiyomi rolled her eyes, clearly doubtful, but Naruto saw something was wrong. Sensei, you're fly, snapped Naruto, grinning. Kakashi quickly adjusted himself and flushed. He muttered clumsily, ahem, family goodbyes, you know how it is. With perfect comprehension of the situation, Naruto and Kiyomi exchanged amused looks. Sure, Sensei, Naruto said, holding back a chuckle. Right, because family farewells take ages, Kiyomi remarked mockingly. Sasuke closed his book with a sigh. Can we focus on the mission now? Kakashi cleared his throat and said, yes, eager to get over the humiliation. Let's get started. Team 7 then left the village, their mission waiting for them. Days later, Kusagakure as Team 7 set out towards Kusagakure. The route ahead seemed to go on forever, snaking through thick forests and undulating hills. Their journey was uneventful, interrupted only by their own conversations and sporadic breaks, despite the distant calls of wildlife and the occasional rustle of leaves. The tall trees gave way to expansive plains dotted with wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze as the landscape gradually changed with each day. As they continued on, the sun's warmth was a constant companion as it pounded down on them. With a steady and resolute pace, Team 7 made good time. They had been out of their village for 4 days when the sun began to set again, and Kakashi yelled for them to stop. Kakashi's voice reverberated over the vast plains. All right, team, let's call it for today. We'll journey to her last known location tomorrow morning. Kakashi searched the area for a spot to camp. In the clearing, he noticed a group of trees. There, that spot looks good. We'll sleep in the treetops. Team 7 jumped up to the trees and perched on their limbs. They took their food pills while sitting quietly. Naruto said, "These taste like shit," in the middle of chewing, but his disgust didn't stop him from putting 2 more in his mouth. A smile came from beneath Kakashi's mask. My old teammate used to say the same thing, but you'll get used to it, eventually. The group sat in silence for a few minutes before Kiyomi broke the silence. Sensei, she said hesitantly, her voice gentle but full of sincere curiosity, why do you cover your face? To tease his pupil, Kakashi retorted, to hide it, of course. Kiyomi gave her sensei a deadpan. Okay. But why do you cover your left eye? Naruto and Sasuke leaned closer to listen more clearly. Sasuke was more interested in hearing the story than Naruto because he was 95% certain of what was going on beneath their sensei's Hite 8. The question caused Kakashi's visible eye to soften, and a small smile emerged from beneath the mask. Even though he had anticipated that these 3 would eventually ask him this question, it didn't make it any simpler to respond. It's a long story, Kakashi said, his eyes slipping away as the memories came flooding back. But, when I was about 2 years younger than you 3, I was on a 4-man team with my sensei being the 4th Hokage. Kiyomi's gaze expanded. Your sensei was the 4th Hokage. That's amazing. How was he? She inquired. He was a wise, strong, and loving teacher. He considered his students to be a part of his family. Kakashi saddened. He was an amazing man that I looked up to and still look up to this day. Sasuke gave a head nod. The 4th Hokage, in his opinion, was also extraordinarily strong and powerful. The fact that he had trained their sensei impressed him, and he held him in the highest regard. A smile appeared on Naruto's face. Ironic, isn't it? Raising an eyebrow, Sasuke asked in confusion, what do you mean? Kiyomi also looked perplexed. Naruto waved them away, saying, never mind me, continue your story Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi wondered if Naruto was aware of his ancestry as he gazed at him. He will need to ask him in private at a later date. Our team was quite similar to this one, But regardless, during the Third Great Shinobi War, we were sent out on a mission to destroy Kanobi Bridge. During that mission, one of our teammates, Rin Nohara, was captured by Iwa Shinobi. I elected to abandon her and complete our mission while my other teammate, Obito Uchiha, disagreed and went to save her. The three genin listened intently to their sensei's story and nodded. During the rescue mission, I lost my left eye and Obito got crushed by a falling boulder, intended for me. As a final gift, he gave me his Sharingan to watch over Rin and protect the village. Naruto nodded his head in comprehension as he leaned back against the tree. So that's why you emphasize teamwork? Kiyomi inquired. Whatever happened to your other teammate Rin? Is she still alive? No, she died on a mission towards the end of the war. Kakashi trailed off with a pained expression after pausing for a moment. I'm the only one left. The genin remained quiet as they considered their sensei's tale, and the atmosphere grew solemn. Seeing this gloom, Kakashi attempted to lighten the mood before it became too gloomy. So, Kiyomi-chan, do you have any dark secrets? He smiled at her and said, since you're so interested in mine, or perhaps you'd like to tell us about the boy you like. What? Kiyomi said, her eyes bulging as she turned bright red. Wha? Kiyomi stammered, I. Kakashi approached her and said, so, who is it? Knowing exactly who it was, he asked again. Hey, I wonder who it is, Naruto teased. Kiyomi-chan has a crush on someone. Was this dense Naruto? Sasuke and Kakashi nearly fell from their tree branches. Regaining his composure, Kakashi said, anyway, and gave Kiyomi-chan the thumbs up. Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Naruto pleaded, come on Kakashi-sensei, who is it? Kakashi said, let's say it's someone you know, and he laughed a little. Kiyomi regained her composure and muttered something incomprehensible under her breath. However, given your intense curiosity about her secrets. 4 eyes, what's up with the shades? I just assumed you were trying to copy my look but failed miserably, Kakashi inquired. Naruto's face developed a tick mark, Kiyomi laughed, and Sasuke's lips curled into a tiny smirk. As if, sneered Naruto, I could say the same for you. Kiyomi asked, laughing, are you two related? No, they all said at once. Her response was, sorry for asking, and she turned away in shame. Now, Naruto, don't try to avoid the question, Kakashi said, turning back to face him. Why are you wearing glasses? Are you attempting to conceal your unsightly eyes or are you blind? Naruto took off his shades and showed off his blue eyes, saying, as I've said, my eyes are special. I'll have you know my eyes are beautiful, he said, adding, and no, I'm not blind. Do they practice dojutsu? As in the Byakugan or Sharingan, Kiyomi inquired. Naruto was beaming. My eyes are stronger than both, they are called the Rikugan, 6 eyes. Our Rikugan? Wait a minute, Kiyomi said, if your eyes are more powerful than the Sharingan and Byakugan, why do you wear the glasses? You see, I can't turn off my eyes like the Sharingan and Byakugan can. They are constantly on, Naruto answered. How come you don't exhaust your chakra reserves by wearing them constantly? Asked Kakashi, raising an eyebrow. My eyes don't require chakra to use, but they can cause fatigue from overstrain, Naruto said, touching his temple. I can see everything when my eyes are open. They can be thought of as HD cameras. I have 70/20ths vision, whereas the average person has 20/20 vision. Naruto closed his eyes. However, this has a disadvantage because my brain is continuously receiving information because of my extrasensory perception. He opened them and said, I wear blacked out shades to limit the information I take in and keep my brain from frying. Kiyomi, Sasuke, and Kakashi all nodded in agreement with what he had said. How does wearing shades affect your vision? You mentioned that the shades reduce the quantity of information you get, but how can you see through them? Kiyomi inquired. Nice query. I can see by looking at the flow of the chakras. There is no issue because all living things contain chakra. Trying to distinguish between the living and the non-living was difficult, but in the end, Naruto grinned, I got the hang of it. Wait, Kiyomi said, so you can't see people in person when wearing glasses? Yes, everything, glasses off, chakra flow, glasses on. Since we switched to Team 7, I haven't really had a chance to get a good look at you three until now. Well, if that's the case, then how do you think I look? Kiyomi said. Before responding, Naruto rubbed the back of his head and said, I think you look pretty good. Your physical attributes are, attractive, he uttered clumsily. Sasuke rolled his eyes and turned to the next page of his book, while Kiyomi grinned and looked down as Kakashi gave Naruto the thumbs up. Why is everyone giving it a thumbs up? Naruto inquired. Oh, nothing, Kakashi said, rubbing his hands together. It's time to get some shut-eye, even though I like to watch this awkwardness. Tomorrow, we must be prepared for any threats. Every 2 hours, we'll switch shifts, and I'll take the first watch. The 3 genin then settled down on their tree branches as comfortably as possible and fell asleep. The entrance to Kusagakure village. When they arrived at what should have been just outside the village gates after an hour of travel, they were met with a black barrier that was spreading out in all directions. Foreboding hung over Team 7 like a thick shroud as they drew closer to the black barrier that stood in front of them. Waves of dark, crackling electricity danced along its surface, emanating an eerie hum that sent shivers down Kiyomi's spine. The barrier, pulsing with an ominous energy, cast a shadowy veil over the landscape, obscuring any hint of what lay beyond. What is this? Having never seen anything like it, Kiyomi inquired. It appears to be an advanced barrier, Naruto said, approaching the black barrier and examining it from top to bottom. It's S-rank Fuinjutsu, I think. Sasuke thought, S-rank? This barrier is serious business? When Naruto's hand touched the barrier, he was shocked by the black electricity. OWW, he said, flinching away from the shock. How are you, Naruto? Kakashi inquired. Naruto shook his hand and said, yeah, I will be. But I think I can't go inside this barrier. What are you saying? This barrier was beyond him, Kakashi inquired. He wasn't bad at Fuinjutsu. It was just not one of his strong points, which is why he never learned Hiraishin. The barrier identified my chakra signature when I extended my hand and responded adversely. Naruto grinned and said, this can only mean one thing. Whoever put this does not want me in. I must be a threat to their plans. There's a traitor in Konoha. Sasuke concluded, they must have given the person who posted this information about your skills. They might have planned or observed the assault on the Uchiha compound. Good luck. Putting a hand to his forehead, Naruto said, this mission is getting better and better. Does anyone else have a threat designation? After putting their hands up to check if they could get through, Kiyomi, Sasuke, and Kakashi were allowed entry. Naruto laughed and said, Kakashi-sensei, wow. The person who erected this obstacle must despise you. There is genuine disrespect. Disregarding Naruto's remark, Kakashi turned to face Sasuke and Kiyomi and said, it looks like it's going to just be us 3. Don't we need to go back? Sasuke said cautiously, this mission has already introduced a lot of unknown parameters. I don't like this. Regardless of the situation, shinobi must be able to adjust when on missions. Kakashi said, in this case, we'll have to continue without Naruto. He did, however, share Sasuke's skepticism, noting that something was wrong when a genin squad was given an A- rank mission and then ran into an S-rank barrier. We have a mission to complete. To get through these changes, we can only rely on our abilities and communication. Naruto sighed, just when I thought this was going to be one boring rescue mission, he said. Well, I guess this is where we part ways. Good luck, he told his group. Is this a smart idea, sensei? Kiyomi inquired. Saying, it's the only option we've got, Kakashi turned to Naruto and said, make sure your earpiece is in, I'll contact you in case things go south. Naruto sat on the ground and nodded, saying, I'll be here, waiting. Are you two ready? Kakashi asked, turning to face Sasuke and Kiyomi. Once we're inside, we might not be able to get out. You can wait here with Naruto if you don't think you can handle this. The twins exchanged glances before turning back to their sensei with a resolute expression. Kakashi grinned at his genin's resolve and heart and said, let's go. The 3 entered the barrier as darkness closed in around them, erasing all signs of the outside world. Beyond the village gates, however, there were no guards. Even stranger, the village appeared too quiet. You couldn't hear or see any commotion in the distance. Huts and homes were scattered about, but there was no sign of any civilians or shinobi. It was a forest with tall grassy plains as far as the eye could see, and the sky was full of turbulent clouds as it turned gray with wind picking. Communications are not functioning. I wonder if the barrier is affecting my sense of smell, but it doesn't seem like we can get in touch with Naruto, and he can't get in touch with us either. Kakashi made hand gestures before declaring, Kachiyose no jutsu, summoning jutsu, pulling a strand of red hair from his pack, Kakashi said, I need to find Karen Uzumaki. Something is throwing off her trail inside this barrier. He slammed his palm to the ground, and a poof of smoke appeared, giving way to a miniature pug dressed in a blue shinobi outfit. Pakun, I need your help for a rescue mission. I've got her scent, Pakun said, approaching the hare and sniffing it. It's in this direction, the pug pointed southwest. The dog is able to speak? Kiyomi inquired. You've got a problem with that, Pakun said, turning to face her. She said, no, without looking at him. We don't have time to waste, so lead the way, Kakashi told Pakun. Pakun gave a nod, and Team 7 continued. After traveling through the grassy plains, they arrived at a tower in the center of the village, which had broken windows, cracked pavement, and barred doors. Dead bodies were scattered around the front of the tower, and shinobi and Kusagakure civilians were lying on the ground, their bodies torn apart. Kiyomi walked around in horror, asking, "What happened?" She croaked. The neighborhood was in ruins, with broken pavement, bloody trails, and burned-out houses. Sasuke took in the scene, but this was nothing new to him. As a child, he had witnessed the destruction of his clan. "This explains it," Kakashi said sternly as he walked over to a bloodied Hitte buried in the ground and knelt down to wipe off the dirt with the forehead protector. "Sensei, what is it?" As she and Sasuke approached their sensei, Kiyomi inquired. The symbol of Kirigakure, Hidden Mist Village, was visible when Kakashi lifted up the headband. "Kirigakure shinobi have been through here." Kakashi got to his feet, saying, "This explains the dead bodies but doesn't explain the devastation." He trailed off, "They've always been vicious, but attacking this far from their borders, it doesn't make sense." Pakun interrupted Kakashi's reflections as he was considering this realization, saying, "Kakashi, there is a group coming our way. There are 4, no, 5 shinobi approaching quickly," he yelled. Kakashi glanced at his genin and said, "Damn, this barrier is really messing with my senses." "Quick, conceal your presence and hide in the bushes," he said, and then vanished. "HHELPMMEE," the voice cried as a hideous hand seized Kiyomi's leg as the twins fled. As Kiyomi gazed down at a middle-aged man with cuts and bruises all over his body, his legs chopped off at the knees, leaving raw, bloody stumps, and his right eye gouged out, leaving a huge hole in the ground, her eyes widened in horror. "Aye!" Kiyomi froze at what she saw, and Sasuke hurried to summon Gamma after noticing his sister in such fear. When Gamma reached the bushes, 5 shinobi appeared. They were Anbu members, as evidenced by the frog Shikigami that emerged from the shadows, dragged the twins into its mouth, and then leapt off in the nearby brush. The shinobi had katanas on their backs and hunter masks bearing the Kiri symbol. Kakashi glanced at Gamma's position and said, "This isn't good, Anbu out this far. If it were just me, I could kill them fast and carry on with the mission, but I have to keep an eye out for these 2. The man gasped, "Please I beg you," but the sound of metal piercing his neck muffled his cries as one of the Anbu saw the bloodied man pleading for his life and pulled out his katana. "The girl is our top priority," the Anbu said, wiping the blood from his blade and turning to face his fellow soldiers. The remaining Anbu nodded before vanishing at great speed. "Find her and kill anyone who stands in the way." A few moments after they left, Team 7 came out of hiding, with Kakashi moving to where they were and Gamma releasing Sasuke and Kiyomi from its mouth. "There has to be an invasion here. We must locate Karen as soon as possible," Kakashi said. Still trembling, Kiyomi said, "Wait sensei. What about this village's residents? We cannot leave them." Kiyomi was full of hope and naive, but sometimes you can't save everyone. Innocents died every day and many more would die. This was the way of the shinobi world. Kakashi considered her silence and considered how best to respond. Sasuke interrupted before Kakashi could respond. "Our mission is to locate and rescue Karen Uzumaki." Sasuke said coldly, "What happens to this village is not our responsibility." "What?" Kiyomi turned to face her brother. "How are you able to say that? People need to be saved. That is the role of shinobi." When he opened his eyes and looked into his sister's, Sasuke said, "I have no intention of risking my own life to save people I had no intention to save in the first place. Shinobi do not save people, we complete missions and that's it." Grabbing her twin's shirt collar, Kiyomi said, "What do you mean? These folks are not guilty." "Do you know why we were sent on this mission in the first place?" asked Sasuke, calmly glancing at his sister. "Karen has been mistreated in this village." Kiyomi's hold loosened slightly as she said, "I know you want to save them, but these people are not good. They were abusing her medical ninjutsu and using her as a tool for their own twisted and personal gain." "It doesn't matter if they aren't good people," Kiyomi said, tightening her hold once more. "Although everyone has made mistakes in their lives, everyone is capable of doing good. To have our transgressions pardoned. Wouldn't you try to save me if I became evil?" she responded with a shout. The twins exchanged intense glances. "That's enough," Kakashi ordered, sensing the tension between them, and we must remain a team. Things that weren't part of the original mission parameters have already come up. Kakashi's lone eye widened. We must remain alert for anything else unexpected. Right then, Team 7 sensed a malevolent presence. The desire to kill, the desire for blood, the sheer evil they sensed was overwhelming. What the fuck is this? Kiyomi questioned, her legs trembling as though they were composed of jello. Looking around, Sasuke exclaimed, "What the hell?" He hadn't experienced such a presence since the night his clan was destroyed. When the new figure appeared far ahead of Team 7, Kakashi narrowed his visible eye and gazed at it intently. "You know what, your sensei's right?" a slithering voice said. The twins looked in the direction of the voice. A malevolent figure appeared in front of them. "You never know who you'll come across," the voice said, sticking out its tongue and licking blood from his face. "As long as darkness thrives, I will always be lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim what is rightfully mine," he said, grinning icily and looking into their souls with snake-like eyes. "And right now, you two are mine." His team had been gone for more than half an hour, and his attempts to break the barrier had been in vain. The seals were too complicated for him. Whoever put this up was better than him at Fuinjutsu. Naruto kicked impatiently at rocks as he waited outside the barrier. The dense forest behind him pulsing with life, sunlight filtering through the canopy, casting shifting patterns on the forest floor, while distant stream murmurs and rustling leaves filled the air. "Oh no! This is so boring!" Naruto yelled, sending birds flying from the trees in the area. He said, sinking back onto the ground with a pout. But just as hopelessness loomed, a subtle disturbance in the air caught his attention. His lips curled into a confident smile. Finally. Suddenly, dozens of lethal projectiles came flying at Naruto from all sides. He quickly made a hand gesture and yelled, "Mukagen no Jutsu. Mugen, limitless technique. Infinity," stopping the projectiles just inches from his bare back. The deadly array of weapons suspended in midair created a field between him and his invisible attackers, and Naruto stood up, facing his attackers and preparing for battle. Before him, 3 Kirigakure Anbu appeared in the treetops. "You're Naruto Uzumaki, then? We've heard you're strong," someone said. "Shall we put that to the test?" They drew their katanas and said that. A smile appeared on Naruto's face as he strode through the suspended field of shuriken and kunai with confidence. "I'm down for that," he exclaimed with excitement, "but let's set a rule." He brushed aside stray kunai with a casual flick of his wrist. The Anbu looked at each other in confusion. "A rule? I don't want my sensei to scold me for creating a disturbance." Naruto's smile widened as he explained, "This is an infiltration mission after all. I won't kill you if you cry and apologize for your pitiful attempt," he said sinisterly, "that's our rule." "This fucking brat, tch." Naruto laughed and cracked his knuckles as the Anbu leapt to the ground and charged at him without hesitation. "Now this'll be fun," he replied with a gleeful tone. "Kusagakure Medical. You brat, hurry up and heal him," before making a raged backhand. A tall Kusagakure shinobi shouted to a red-haired kunoichi. With a loud thud, brown glasses flew and a body struck the floor hard, and the girl, whose long red hair reached past her shoulders, reclaimed her glasses and looked up at the man with hate in her eyes. She was dressed in a brown jacket with a chainmail shirt underneath, black shorts, long black thigh-high stockings, and black shinobi sandals. The Kusagakure shinobi gave her a disgusted look and said, "Karen, you should be thankful. You are an outsider that we took in and placed in our home." As Karen surveyed the hospital, she saw that many people were hurt. Kirigakure had unexpectedly attacked the village, and nobody knew how or where they had entered undetected, unless they had been carried here by someone or something. It had been days since she had gotten in touch with their spies, and she was beginning to lose hope that she would be rescued and released from this hell. Anywhere was better than here. She had secretly hoped the attackers were the Konohagakure shinobi who had been promised to save her, but to her dismay, they weren't. "Now heal him or your glasses will be the last thing you'll have to worry about," he said. In a grim acceptance of her role as a healer in this cruel village, Karen got up from the floor, her eyes darting momentarily to the wounded man in the hospital bed, and she took a deep breath, suppressing her tears, bracing herself for what she was about to do. She held out her arm for him to bite. Karen's heart jumped into her throat as the frantic sounds of battle filled the room, but before the man could make contact, the door to their wing exploded inward with a deafening crash. The air was filled with screams as the Kirigakure Anbu ruthlessly dispatched anyone in their path, their cold efficiency sending a chill down Karen's spine. Amid the chaos, the tall Kusagakure shinobi was nailed with a kunai and dropped dead. Not a fighter, But knowing that she had to find a way to survive this carnage, if she did, she would be free. Karen seized the opportunity amid the chaos and scrambled beneath a nearby bed, her mind racing with desperation. As the stench of blood filled the air and dead bodies littered the floor, she hunkered down, seeking refuge in the shadows. However, her momentary relief was cut short when the bed she was hiding beneath was violently thrown aside, and Karen looked up, her breath catching in her throat as she saw the bloodied mask of a Kusagakure Anbu looming over her, shrieking and her heart pounding louder as she shielded her ears from the sound of the metal frame hitting the wall. No, not again. The blood-stained hand reached out to grab her. Please, someone save me, Karen thought, closing her eyes and tensing her body in anticipation of the worst. After a few moments, she opened her eyes to find a white-haired person wearing black glasses staring at her. Oh, you're still here? I thought I'd lost you there, the boy said, grinning at her and lowering his glasses just enough to show off his blue eyes. Karen's eyes widened as her mind reconnected with a distant memory, a time when she had been sent to the North Fortress during the bloody war with the Kagaya clan, where she had been captured by clan members who intended to take advantage of her while she was on her way to heal Kusagakure troops. She was saved by a boy, 2 years older, who had similar white hair, and she couldn't get the feeling of déjà vu as she looked into the boy's blue eyes, a flicker of warmth that evoked a long-buried memory. A hand waved across Karen's face, jolting her out of her reverie. Hey, anyone home? Asked the boy. Sorry, you just looked like someone I knew, Karen said solemnly, but not before getting up and cleaning herself up. I'm assuming you're from Konoha? Of course, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto replied, but there's no time for introductions as more Anbu are on their way. Uzumaki, Karen mouthed, surprised to learn that other clan members were still alive. 5 more Kusagakure Anbu rushed through the open hospital wing, and heavy footsteps were heard. There she is, one yelled, go get her. Placing his palm on Karen's back, Naruto remarked, yep, it looks like it's time to leave. As Naruto lifted her up, Karen felt her body lose its weight. Huh? I'm afloat. Goodbye, losers. Naruto's taunt reverberated throughout the room as he jumped elegantly out of the large hole he had made in the ceiling, landing on the rooftop and moving quickly across the landscape with Karen safely in tow. Where are we heading? As they ran across the rooftop, Karen's voice broke through the gust of wind, her face displaying a mix of curiosity and fear. With a smirk at the corners of his lips, Naruto glanced at her once and said, to meet my team, in a confident tone. He then leapt over the edge and descended politely to another area of the hospital rooftop. As they landed, Naruto's senses became keenly aware of their assailants, and 5 Anbu appeared on the rooftops around them, their black-clad bodies a striking contrast to the clear sky, one standing close to Naruto, 2 behind them, and 2 in front of them, creating a wall of resistance. Geez, it seems like you guys are unsure of when to give up. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Naruto's voice pierced the atmosphere with a hint of humor. With an unflinching expression, the Anbu captain stepped forward and said, give the girl to me. The Anbu captain warned, if you don't, we will have no choice but to kill you. The other Anbu prepared, keeping their weapons ready and their sights set on their target. With a gleam of defiance in his eyes, Naruto's smile expanded. Like hell, I'll hand her over, he said in a determined tone, and he quickly raised his hand, directing his chakra into his technique. Suddenly, the Anbu north and south of Naruto were captured by an invisible power, racing toward one another at a terrifying rate, their necks snapping against one another as their bodies crashed and crumpled to the roof, dead and motionless. What was that? Karen thought, amazed by Naruto's power, which she had never witnessed before. The captain of Anbu stiffened. What did you just do? He signaled the other 2 Anbu to attack and said, HMPH, we don't need an explanation to kill you. Panic was beginning to spread through his body, but it wasn't long after he had calmed down. They leapt from their positions and landed viciously before rushing toward Naruto with the intention of killing him. Don't be so sure of yourself now, Naruto said, guiding Karen away from danger as she screamed in pain. The Anbu arrived at the boy's location and attempted to strike his neck, but their assaults were halted before they could land a devastating blow. What on earth is this? As he attempted to bring his weapon closer but failed, one of the Anbu asked. It is infinity. With a look of bewilderment on their faces, Naruto looked at Achilles and the tortoise in particular. You know, it's important to study. Karen's eyes widened in surprise at the speed and effectiveness of Naruto's technique as he brought her down gracefully from her elevated position after 2 quick and accurate punches struck their faces, knocking them out as their bodies thudded to the ground. Karen thought, wow, that was so quick. I could hardly see those attacks. Looking at the Anbu captain, Naruto said, "It's really unfortunate. You have a strong Kekkei Genkai, foot and boil release. But you're still weak, as I can see." With his teeth clenched, the Anbu captain said, "How do you know what my Kekkei Genkai is?" Confused by this boy's skills, which went beyond what they had been told, he inquired. "Unfortunately for you," Naruto said, taking off his glasses. "You see, my Kekkei Genkai is like a convergent series of infinite numbers," he said, using his technique to hang his glasses above his palm. "I have good eyes. Everything that comes my way gets slower and slower until it never gets to me. My Mugaken no Jutsu, limitless technique, produces what could be described as a natural negative number when I amplify it. It produces a single fictitious apple. I can't create a reaction too large near myself, and if I start worrying about the vectors, it becomes a mess," he continued, though it is surprisingly inconvenient. "TCH, he said, backing away in the opposite direction. "He's shown how his technique works, so it would be best to withdraw and report this to the Mizukage." Three kunai sliced through the air, aimed at Naruto. The Anbu captain had hoped that they would catch him off guard, but they failed to breach his Mugen. As he put his glasses back on and watched the captain vanish behind the building next to him, Naruto let the kunai fall. But that's all just the proper operation of the technique. "Oh, Naruto." Puzzled by his behavior, Karen questioned, "Why did you explain your technique? He's getting away." "You'll soon see," Naruto said with a smile on his face as he turned to face the direction Captain had fled to and held out his right arm, saying, "Cover your head." Despite her hesitation, Karen obeyed and put her hands over her head. In an instant, they were swept through the building, gliding among splintered furniture and broken window frames as the sound of breaking glass filled the air. Ensnared in the suspended field of debris, the Anbu captain appeared confused as he took in the sight of a wide-eyed Naruto and a cowering Karen, his right palm still outstretched, his smile tinged with mischief. Using his reversed chakra technique, Naruto declared, "This next move is the divergence of infinity," forming his hand into a toy gun. Reversed limitless technique. Red, or Gyakuten Mugaken no Jutsu, can be used. As a concentrated red sphere appeared on Naruto's fingertips, a crimson radiance filled the room, its brightness growing until the entire room was red, the glow spreading its hue across the faces of those in close proximity. As quickly as the red glow appeared, it started to fade and eventually disappeared completely, leaving Naruto, Karen, and the Anbu captain suspended in midair. The captain closed his eyes, anticipating the worst. The captain sighed with relief. "I thought it was over," he muttered as he slowly opened his eyes and realized he was still alive. Naruto sounded disappointed as he said, "Ah, well, it was worth a shot, but there's still more to come." He then punched the captain in the face with such force and speed that he fell to the ground, along with the glass and debris that had been suspended just a moment earlier. "With that settled, let's track down my team," Naruto said with a smile. Karen's eyelid twitched as she looked at Naruto, who was a fascinating person. "Could you, set me down? I'm feeling sick from floating like this." Naruto said, "Sorry, but we have to go to my team." "Can't do that. Most likely lured by your scent to trap them and keep me out." They staggered into a barrier. "So that's why they had me set it up," Karen realized as she took in his words. "They must have set up a trap to lure your team in after I was exposed while attempting to get in touch with your spies." With a furrowed brow, Naruto asked, "What are you talking about?" "Sorry, it's just," Karen said, gathering her thoughts, their village leader ordered me to raise the barrier. But we must move quickly, they're seriously endangered." "Why? Inside, what awaits them? Are there any traps? Detonators?" Naruto inquired, becoming increasingly worried. "No, something much worse," Karen said with a solemn shake of her head. "This village has been plagued by a monster for years." "A monster?" It caught Naruto's attention. "What is it?" "Who, not what?" "Probably the strongest of the Densetsu no Sannin, legendary Sannin," Karen disclosed. "This person is." Kakashi remained steadfast in a defensive stance, alert as he moved in front and protected his genin from the waves of pure evil that were engulfing Sasuke and Kiyomi, who were terrified by the man in front of them. The man in front of them had pale skin, golden eyes with slitted pupils, purple markings around his eyes, and snake-like fangs. He had prominent cheekbones and straight, waist-length black hair, some of which framed and covered his face, reaching past his shoulders. He was dressed in simple gray clothing, including a dark gray flak jacket, a black polo shirt and pants underneath, blue tomo-shaped earrings, shinobi sandals with bandages around his calves, and a Hite 8 with an unidentified symbol displayed on the metal. It's beginning to make sense now. The dead bodies, the barriers, the mission. It was you all along. Orochimaru, wasn't that right? Kakashi said. Oh, Orochimaru. Kiyomi stammered, shivering when she heard that name, even though she had no idea who it was. Despite his body's protests, Sasuke prepared himself as he looked anxiously at the looming figure in front of them and thought, there's no way, if it's really him we're in big trouble. Sweat fell from his face. It is, of course, me. And now that I've found them, I'm afraid your little life is forfeit. Orochimaru said in a cold, menacing voice, you've made my job so much easier that I thought I'd show myself and reward you. He laughed darkly and moved closer to the three of them. But before I end you, Kakashi, I have one thing to ask. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in. How is my dear Anko? Over the years, I've noticed that the two of you have become closer. His golden eyes read Kakashi's thoughts and peered into his soul. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat as he scowled at Orochimaru, glaring at the man with a fierce intensity. It's really unfortunate. He could see Kakashi's anger and hatred growing as Orochimaru taunted, that she would choose to be with a man such as yourself. I guess I'll have to pay her a visit, he said with a cunning smile. Kakashi clenched his fist violently, his nail breaking as blood trickled down his hand. He looked to his genin and saw panic and fear in their eyes, and the way this bastard spoke about Anko made him feel a level of anger he had never experienced before. He would do whatever it took to protect his students and his family. As his Sharingan came to life, its three tomo spinning, Kakashi raised his headband and widened his stance, letting his arm drop downward as electricity began to converge in his palm. The ground below was ripped apart by the reckless and violent currents, and the Sharingan gazed deep into Orochimaru, burning with a crimson glow. Seemingly amused by Kakashi's bluster, Orochimaru arched an eyebrow and said, "Oh, really? Are you going to battle me?" He scoffed and said, My, you've matured since our last battle. At least this time you've got the courage to fight." He exuded more bloodlust as he spoke. The Uchiha twins saw visions of themselves being killed, felt as though hands were squeezing around their throats, and were nearly brought to their knees by the wave of killing intent. This is what it feels like when two strong shinobi are engaged in combat. Their desire to kill is unmatched. Can Kakashi-sensei prevail? Should I? Sasuke thought as he watched this sensei and Orochimaru locked in their standoff. He looked at his sister, knowing that if he joined in, he would only slow Kakashi down and that calling for him would only make things worse. He didn't want to watch and let his sensei fight alone. This pressure, this bloodlust, it's enormous. I can't breathe. If I make one mistake I'll die. Kiyomi's legs were shaking, and her breathing was ragged and uncontrollable as she felt the killing intent. She started to perspire a lot as her body started to move on its own, believing that the only way to get out of this intensity was to kill herself. Unconsciously, she pulled out a kunai and raised it to her neck. "Kiyomi!" yelled Kakashi, causing Kiyomi to awaken from her reverie. A kunai was in her hands, inches from her throat, and she looked in horror as it fell to the ground with a metallic clang, numbing her. "Don't worry, I'll keep you two safe. I will not allow my allies to perish. Pakun, get them out here," Kakashi said defiantly, turning to his team. "I'm giving you the role of team leader, Sasuke. It is your responsibility to finish the mission and keep your teammates safe." His sensei's words caused Sasuke's eyes to widen, and he clenched his fists in rage. He detested his weakness and believed that his strength had increased, but it was still insufficient. Was Naruto, after all, could he not imagine a stronger version of himself? He nodded to his sensei after dismissing these thoughts, saying, "Kiyomi, we need to leave." She looked at Kakashi with concern in her eyes, but her sensei gave her a reassuring smile, and Kiyomi joined Pakun and Sasuke as the three left Kakashi and Orochimaru in the field by the tower. Kiyomi attempted to object, but Sasuke's expression told her everything. Orochimaru sneered, "This is useless," and said, "Ah, you're going to make my heart melt. You know what, today I'm feeling giving." He smiled and said, "I'll let you live if you move aside. I'm giving you the opportunity to go back to your family, unharmed." Orochimaru knew Kakashi was a clever and crafty man who was aware of his strength, so he decided that Kakashi would be unable to refuse this offer. He did not fear fighting Kakashi, but he preferred not to do so right now because it would be more exhausting for them to fight. He had other things to do and wanted to move this process along quickly and get what he came for. Kakashi pondered the possibility for a moment, but then the words of his former teammates came flooding back to him. Those who desert their comrades are worse than scum. Please, Minato-sensei, Kushina-sensei, Rin, and Obito, give me your strength. Know his determination unwavering, he replied, I am Kakashi Hitaki, the copycat ninja, and I know more than 1000 jutsu. I don't know what you want from those two, but I would rather die than allow that. And now I'm angry. His rakery blazed more intensely, so he rekindled it. When he saw Kakashi, who was full of unwavering spirit, Orochimaru's smile vanished, and he prepared himself for Kakashi's attack by assuming a fighting stance. Well, then, show me your jutsu. Rakery crackling with raw power, Kakashi charged forward, saying, Raiden. Raiju Suiga. Lightning release. Lightning hound. He yelled, and the electricity developed into a hound that charged forward quickly, its red eyes snarling at Orochimaru. In a blur of movement, Orochimaru countered with a quick kick aimed at Kakashi's ribs, but the copy ninja ducked, flipping the kick over and landing far away. Orochimaru met this advance with uncanny composure, sidestepping the beast with ease. Orochimaru grinned, amused at Kakashi's attempt, and heard the crackle of lightning as he turned to see the hound charging at him more fiercely. Futon. Daitopa, wind release, great breakthrough. The hound was blown to pieces by a strong gust of wind that also caught Kakashi in its path of devastation. As the surrounding trees were destroyed and ravaged, Kakashi tore through the forest, flying through numerous bushes before slamming into a tree trunk and making the sound of bones breaking. A whistle sounded as two kunai flew, striking Kakashi's shoulders and impaling him onto the wood, and a snake swung up from behind, coiling itself around him and rendering him immobile. Orochimaru came out to check if his aim had been accurate and found Kakashi pinned. Tisk, tisk. I expected more from you, he said, opening his mouth wide. A sword that had been regurgitated emerged from the depths, and he lunged forward to strike the last blow. As Kakashi climbed, kunai in hand, in front of Orochimaru, the ground below exploded. Anticipating this, Orochimaru quickly cut him in two, and the severed body gasped for air before dissolving into mud. Orochimaru turned to see a dragon with bright yellow eyes staring down at him after hearing a roar from above. Doden. Diryusho, Earth Release. Mud Dragon Surge. He blocked the dragon's advance with his sword, and the dragon fell upon him, swiftly driving him across the grassy plains before climbing to the treetops and sending him through branches and leaves. As the dragon persisted in pressing him, Orochimaru let out a hysterical laugh, saying, You're putting on quite a show. He flipped the dragon over and tore through it like butter as he spoke, changing the dragon's course. Orochimaru sidestepped a deadly stealth attack with ease, and in a flash of movement, he kicked Kakashi in the ribs, but the copy ninja ducked and retaliated with a kunai slash that Orochimaru parried. Lighting crackled. As their battle continued, the submerged heavens echoed with the sound of metal, sparks flying, branches falling, birds scattering in terror, and devastation left in their wake. Extremely skilled and precise strikes, moving too quickly for the typical shinobi, this battle was a real tumultuous encounter. In disparate circumstances, the two shinobi descended from the sky and landed on tree branches some distance apart. Despite Kakashi's best efforts, he was unable to land a single blow, and Orochimaru stood tall, proud, and unharmed. He was beginning to grow bored as he glared at the poor man in front of him. Kakashi's legs shook, threatening to collapse under him. His vision blurred at the edges, the hilt of his kunai slick with sweat, and his breaths came in ragged gasps across the gap, as if he were sucking air through a straw. He was too slow and had a long cut across his torso, which he touched and felt the blood run past his fingers. He had also lost his hite-8, his Jonin flak jacket, and parts of his blue long sleeve were destroyed. Kakashi. How are things going? Orochimaru licked the blood from his sword and grinned slyly at Copy Ninja, mockingly saying, You don't seem to be doing well. Examining his blood-stained hand, Kakashi thought, but this will be my final attack. He panted heavily, I'm particularly out of chakra. I thought I could buy them more time to get away. Orochimaru prepared himself, not out of fear but instinct. He had encountered many formidable shinobi in his life, but Kakashi was unique. While those he killed died with a frightened itch all over their bodies, Kakashi had no such fear. The man before his eyes was full of tenacity and resolve in the face of impending death. Men who stared down death in this way were unpredictable and therefore very dangerous. The forest held its breath in anticipation as their feet ground on the tree bark, and the wind howled as the two shinobi locked eyes, Kakashi's Sharingan swirling as Orochimaru's slit eyes narrowed. The sound of metal tearing through flesh shattered the air, shocking Kakashi as though he had been struck by a lightning bolt, and he was momentarily frozen in place as a searing pain erupted in his chest, stealing his breath. Kakashi gasped and looked down to see a shining sword emerging from his chest, causing his clothes to turn crimson as blood pooled around the wound. Like a snake hissing, a voice dripping with hate slithered into his ear and taunted, "I've enjoyed our little game," but it made Kakashi shudder. "But I'm afraid playtime is over." Kakashi's mind reeled, trying to comprehend the betrayal that was playing out in front of him, as the figure in front of him appeared to twist and change, melting into a writhing mass of snakes. Any final remarks? Orochimaru scoffed as the sword's metal twisted more painfully into Kakashi's flesh. With each cough, crimson droplets spattered the ground, discoloring the tree branch beneath him, and blood trickled from Kakashi's lips, his breaths ragged and labored, the metallic taste filling his mouth and blending with the stinging pain in his chest. Orochimaru relished the pain of Kakashi. "Oh?" With a tone full of scorn, he mockingly said, "I'm having trouble hearing you. Would you mind speaking a little louder?" Kakashi squeaked out, "Aye, SSS'd," and snatched the sword that was stuck through him with a fierce, firm grip. "Bunshin Daibakuha, great clone explosion," he yelled. Orochimaru's face flashed with uncertainty for the first time, and he instinctively flinched away, a wave of panic rushing through him, but it was too late. Explosive force caused the clone's body to expand, engulfing the surrounding area in a blinding flash of light, sending shockwaves through the treetops, causing the forest's very foundations to tremble. That was a good try, Orochimaru thought, his voice tinged with a hint of reluctant respect, as the smoke cleared and he found himself flying through the air and landing on the ground. But his eyes widened in surprise when the real Kakashi appeared in front of him, his hand covered in lightning. "I can't dodge, he's too close," he thought, but the lightning disappeared from Kakashi's hand. As he hit the ground, he would have killed Kakashi, but something unexpected happened. "It looks like you're out of chakra," he thought. Space started to bend and distort as Kakashi's hand sliced through the air, and Orochimaru's eyes widened. "What is this?" he asked himself. As Kakashi's hand exploded and crackled with red and black lightning, he pierced Orochimaru's heart and left through the back of his chest. The two landed with a thunderclap, rolling over one another as they tumbled through the grass and dirt until Orochimaru lay on his back with Kakashi on top, his hand still stuck in his chest, crackling with black and red lighting. Orochimaru's mouth exploded as blood sprayed over Kakashi. Orochimaru fell on his back, and Kakashi tore his arm away from him, taking deep, ragged breaths, feeling the pain and exhaustion on his body. As the sun shone through the foliage, illuminating the destruction and devastation, two lay on the ground beside each other. He could hear the wet, gurgling sound of his own breathing, and Orochimaru knew he was dying as he looked down at the huge hole in his chest, gasped for air, but only blood came out, spluttered and hacked, trying to clear his throat, but the blood continued to flow. Incredulous, he tried to reach out and tear Kakashi's face off, but his fingers were weak and shaking, and he opened his mouth to curse, but only blood came out. How could he, one of the Sannin, be defeated by this mere copy ninja? He wiped away some of the dirt from his clothes and slowly stood up, looking down at Orochimaru, who was staring down at Kakashi with a glare that made him look hateful, but then his eyes softened. Orochimaru coughed up blood as he said, "You baited me into that last attack. You applied your remaining chakra with your Sharingan within 0.000001 seconds of hitting me. A Kokusen, Black Flash, was the object." "Any last words?" Kakashi said as the leaves fell around him. Grasping his left eye, he felt the throbbing pain get worse with every beat. He stumbled a little, the fatigue from using the Sharingan weighing heavily on his body. He thought about Konoha's recuperation, knowing that he would be bedridden for at least a month upon his return. Orochimaru's words, "I'll admit it, you are strong, Kakashi," were labored and slow, with each syllable laden with effort. "You have mastered that eye to a superb degree for a non-Uchiha. Kakashi of the Sharingan is a title you deserve. You are the only person who has faced me fearlessly in all of my conflicts with lesser men." With an almost friendly tone, he acknowledged, "Stand proud. But..." However, the moment was abruptly broken by a chilling interruption. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as a katana suddenly exploded through his chest, sending blood flying across the ground, and he stumbled backward, his attempts to keep his balance in the face of the sudden assault being ineffective. "This fight is over," Orochimaru's icy, decisive voice resounded from behind.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, we weeb offline.